Heavy breathing was loud, and every breath was as heavy as possible. The guy stood there, naked, without any clothes, completely covered in blood, starting to raise his trembling hand. He looked into it, carefully examining the contents, his left hand shining brightly, giving off a light and pleasant color. He held in his hand a bright orange ball that seemed to emit a warm and pleasant aura. But inside it there was something dark and incomprehensible. His hands began to shake even more, and finally he squeezed her with all his strength, starting to scream loudly. He screamed and asked what other grail, clenching his teeth in anger, and his whole body was shaking. He was filled with anger. Closing his eyes, he recalled an old prophecy that said that the grail was a thing that would fulfill any, absolutely any wish. Opening them, he unclenched his fist and looked again at the brightly sparkling pill in his hand. Opening his mouth, he was about to say something, but she began to emit even more light. With each passing second, it began to glow more and more, and eventually completely eclipsed the protagonist's eyes. The man asked his boss for time off, apologizing, asking if he could go home. The boss, sitting on a chair, asked the guy what happened, to which the young man replied that he wanted to get home as soon as possible today. The guy continued to ask, which greatly surprised the man. He let him go, saying that this does not happen to him often, sending him off to rest. In response, the black-haired man bowed, saying words of gratitude, and began to walk towards the door. The entire staff began to discuss the guy's expression. Many even said that, judging by his face, he looked like he had lived 100 years. Everyone added their opinion, starting to create noise in the room. Suddenly, a loud shout from the boss was heard, ordering everyone to shut their mouths and do their work, and not discuss their colleague. At the end, adding that if they no longer had work, they could also go home, because there was no need to whisper about others behind their backs. One of the men sitting nearby clarified that they had a corporate party today, so they were still at work. But the boss immediately refused. These words touched the man. Tears seemed to start flowing down his face. He thought that their boss always thought only about Mr. Kim. At this time, our main character entered the store, where a woman happily greeted him, saying that he had not been there for a long time, and then asked if today was his wife's birthday, to which he received a positive answer. Afterwards, the guy went to the man to buy 150 grams of meat. He joyfully began to put it on the table, asking what kind of holiday the guy was having today, since he was standing there with flowers, to which he heard the answer that today was his beautiful wife's birthday. The man responded by saying that he was very jealous of him. When opening the doors, our main character quietly turned the key so as not to create unnecessary noise. And when he came in with bags, flowers, and a teddy bear, he shouted throughout the house that he was home. But there was silence in response. No one answered him. But this did not seem to bother him. He went to the kitchen, turning on the light in his apartment along the way. Having put his gifts on the table, he began to cook, even starting to hum some sounds, trying to repeat the song. A few minutes later, the table was almost set. He put 3 plates, and also sat the toy at the table, putting flowers on the next chair. And after sitting down at it, he took a spoon, saying that he tried to do it for the first time, but it didn't work out like hers. Looking at the photograph in the frame, he asked for forgiveness for not being able to cook it more deliciously, adding an apology for not being able to be there. He began to eat. Sadness was visible on his face. He could barely hold back his tears, talking to himself. And then he went to the shower. Still with the same sour face, the water was cold. But the main character did not pay attention to this. Having entered it, it seemed that he was in a completely different place. He was completely immersed in himself. Coming out of the shower, getting dressed and drying his hair, he walked over to the table where there was a yellow notebook with a pen. He sat down at the table. And then, turning it over to the middle, he began to look for a free sheet of paper, simultaneously reaching out with his right hand to the pen lying nearby. He began to write in his diary that he came home early today, because he promised her. With his eyes closed, he continued writing, adding that he had said that on her birthday, he would come home early and make the seaweed soup himself. He wrote down with trembling hands whether the soup was tasty, as if asking a nearby photograph. And then his face suddenly got even worse. He started to tremble, barely holding back his tears. He continued to write down that he did as it was written in the book, but it turned out bland. After all, he himself, alone, was able to eat only half. At that time, the news was on TV, which said that 12 murder victims had already been found, and the police were investigating this case. He also wrote in his notebook that he bought his wife her favorite flowers and for Mina the teddy bear she wanted. Continuing to write with trembling hands, he asked his daughter if she liked the toy he had bought especially for her. And then he suddenly lowered his head. It seemed that his soul left his body. Without any signs of life, it fell down. He remembered the contented looks of his most beloved people in the world, asking them to give him an answer. He asked only to hear their voice. He mentally asked to hear the voice, because he didn't need anything else in this world except this. But suddenly his thoughts changed from contented and cheerful to sad and dying. There was no life visible in his eyes, and our main character still asked to see their faces. The beautiful and cheerful girls disappeared before his eyes, and instead of them, bloody earth appeared, and the guy himself was surrounded by darkness. He closed his eyes and tried not to cry, beginning to speak his thoughts out loud. And then, tears slowly started flowing. He said that he missed them very much. The tears did not stop. They began to fall onto the page of the notebook, where he had recently been writing, thinking about how much he missed them. He broke down and with trembling hands began to write that he was bored, filling page after page with this phrase. After some time, he stopped and relaxed, and it seemed to him that he felt much better. Looking at his notebook, he saw incomprehensible notes. The sheet of paper was all crumpled with wet drops from tears. Tears continued to flow down his cheeks, and as he looked at the piece of paper, he thought that it was really dirty. As his family suddenly opened up, he began to ask in surprise what was happening, because he did not understand what it was. Looking at one point, he saw some kind of incomprehensible glow that began to fill the entire room. It seemed that something began to fly around the main character. A second later, the notebook began to shine even brighter, and the text that he had written began to rise into the air, surrounding the guy. He screamed and asked what was happening. But a second later, the glow began to disappear, going, as it seemed to him, back into the notebook, eventually disappearing completely. Grabbing the yellow notebook, he began to frantically sort through it, looking through one page after another, not understanding what had happened. He couldn't believe that all the entries he had written in his personal diary had disappeared. It had become completely empty. Suddenly, on one of the pages, he stopped, because he saw a record that was the only one left from a huge number. He looked at her with his mouth open, not understanding what was happening. She scared him. There was only one word left written in the diary. It was the word. Again, it seemed to him that he had reread this word 1,000 times, each time turning the page, now forward, now back. And he, removing his hand, he noticed that it was not a word, but a whole sentence. It was written there, "You can meet them again." His hands began to tremble, and then below appeared his wife and daughter. He screamed. He couldn't understand what was happening, because this simply couldn't happen. His look was extremely frightened. Moments began to pop into his head when he stood in front of his boss, asking him to let him leave work early. The boss asked the guy what was wrong, asking if the guy really wanted to leave early because of his wife's birthday, which was just recently. But the main character didn't tell him anything, only saying that he had to leave only today. But the boss wasn't going to leave him. He let him go, saying that he was doing a great job. And then the corporate party was canceled, and the boss shut up everyone who was discussing the guy while he was getting ready to go home. He remembered every detail that happened up until the moment the text disappeared from the notebook. He thought about how all the entries he had kept for more than 6 months had disappeared from his diary, and in the end, it had filled up on its own. Starting from the first page, right before his eyes, because he wanted to throw it away but couldn't, the guy continued to think, still looking intently towards the diary. He recalled that he started driving it on September 14th, and on the 15th there was an accident between a bus and a van, where 2 people died and 8 were injured. He thought that everything that was written in the diary had come true. Absolutely every entry had come true. But the most important thing for him was this one thing. Opening it, he looked again at the page on which was written about meeting with his wife and daughter again. He clenched his fist. His face twisted in internal pain, because if what was written here was the purest truth, so our main character had a chance to meet them again. This thought did not leave him for a second. He could not believe it. He was ready to cry right now. Turning the page, he saw a note that on September 18th at 10 o'clock in the evening, the first departure to another world would take place, and he again plunged into his thoughts. After all, this meant that this evening he would be able to go to another world to meet them. He would be able to go to another world. This thought did not leave him. He began to stare intently towards the clock, burning it with his gaze, following every movement of the arrow. With each approaching minute, it seemed to the guy that the sound of the clock was getting louder and louder. His body began to fill with fear. Sweat was running down his face, and there was a lump in his throat, which, it seemed to him, did not even allow him to breathe normally. Suddenly, he held his breath, because there were only 2 seconds left until 10 o'clock in the evening, as it was said in the notebook, and he closed his eyes out of fear. Suddenly, the clock struck 10 o'clock. This sound seemed to be the loudest for our main character. It seemed to him that he could hear nothing except the sound of the moving hand. His body began to tremble, shrink, move on its own. It seemed to him that he was being stretched and torn into several pieces. The whole world right below him began to shake, and in his eyes he saw only the blue color that filled his apartment. Everything around began to rise into the air. Suddenly he opened his eyes. From a sharp pain in his head, it seemed to him that he was struck by a powerful discharge of electricity, which made him explode. Looking around, he did not understand where he was, and began to ask where he was, not understanding with whom. Looking around, he didn't understand why he was on the sports ground. He didn't understand what he was doing there. And after recovering from the shock and taking a closer look, he noticed around him a huge number of people just as frightened as he was. He understood that he was far from being on a sports ground, but in the forest. He remembered everything that had happened to him, as it seemed to him a few seconds ago, because everything that was written in that diary turned out to be true. He was able to move to another world. After all, as it was written, exactly at 10 o'clock in the evening he went to another world. But he was confused by the words about going to another world. But it was also said there that this was only the first departure. The people standing nearby were torn away from their discussions by a whistling system window, which said that training would begin from that moment on, and everyone began to wonder if they had really gotten into the game. He remembered what he had written, because in the diary it was written that he had entered another world and training had begun. The basis of this world was a game, and no one knew why everything was exactly like that. A new system window popped up in front of everyone, asking everyone to present the weapon they wanted. And if they couldn't make a choice within a minute, they would all be given an automatic one, namely a sword, and everyone stood there scared. Holding and examining the sword, he thought that it would be much better if he could use the sword. But he remembered the record where it was said that many thought about a gun, but for the inevitable reason they were not given one, and instead they were given it. But the main character was interrupted while thinking about these things, because everyone in the area started shouting and asking why they were given a bow, because they had imagined something completely different. After all, they were not given arrows along with the bow. At that time, the system notified them that zombies were approaching them, adding that people needed to join forces and stop the attackers. Suddenly, someone screamed that zombies were really approaching them right now. Everyone started screaming in fear. They couldn't believe it, because they could die. At this time, the main character stood the least scared of all, because he also read about this in his diary, also remembering the entry that no one could move, seeing monsters for the first time in their lives. He fell into thought, asking himself if the diary was a record of the future, what this world was like. He had a million questions, but remembering his family, his happy daughter and beautiful wife, clutching the sword in his hands, he understood that this world was still not his home. He began to grip his sword even tighter. Thinking about the world where he lived a wonderful life with his family, it made him angry. And then with a sharp movement, he swung it. Remembering the recording that the most terrible encounter with monsters was a subconscious fear, he landed a precise blow to the neck, causing him to scream in pain, blood spraying in all directions. He thought about how he didn't want to fight them, but continuing to chop down monsters and being covered in blood. He understood that if this was even a tiny chance to meet them again, to meet his family, he will do everything to make it happen. The main character continued to think with a sullen face. He remembered from the diary that in order to kill a zombie, you had to cut off the head. He began to be surrounded by system notifications that congratulated him on receiving experience points. For his first kill, he received an increase in all stats by 2 points. Some kind of blue aura began to ooze from his body, which he felt with his whole body. He understood that he had become much stronger, although the number of points was meager. He understood that if his statistics were to increase due to kills, then he needed to make as many of them as possible. With these thoughts, he rushed towards the zombies walking towards him, raising his sword. For each monster head he cut off, he was given 1 experience point, and he shouted at everyone to repeat after him. And he himself continued to deal crushing blows to the monsters, covering himself in their blood and gaining experience points. He could not stop. His physical strength was increased by 1 point, and behind him, screams began to be heard. These were screams of pain. The people standing behind asked the monsters to stop, screaming in pain and covering themselves in their own blood. The screams continued. It tormented the protagonist. But he understood that now was not the time to think about others, because in order to meet his family, he needed to survive. And then, rushing towards the monsters, he raised his sword again, shouting loudly and starting to chop down the monsters. After all, in order to survive, he needs to become much stronger than he is now. At this time, the system notified and congratulated him. because thanks to his constant movements, agility was increased by 1 point. Standing in front of a huge number of monster corpses and inhaling the smell of blood, the system notified him that he had killed 58 zombies, for which he received 100 experience points. And his weapon also became sharper. Exhaling heavily, he tried to catch his breath, listening to the system's congratulations. It also gave him 2 free points. He understood that he was very tired, and this was most likely due to endurance. And then, completely forgetting about his out of breath, his eyes almost fell out, because information began to appear right in his head, which made it burst at the seams. It was said that the basis of the world is a game, and all the guy's characteristics were estimated by points, starting with strength and ending with mana. All his characteristics were in the region of 14. Behind him, the uncomprehending cries continued, still tearfully asking where they were and why they were here. They did not understand this, when suddenly the system finished them off by notifying that those who did not make it into the top 100 would be killed. The main character's name was Yun-jae. He remembered that the diary said that magic was an important statistic, but right now he needed agility or strength. Standing and listening to the screams in the background, the guy realized that he was the only one who received the diary. After all, there are 2 ways to get skill points. The first is to fight and get rid of monsters. The second was easier. It was killing people, because they also gave points for them. The system spoke the same words, which made those around scream in fear. They did not understand how this could be, because just a few minutes ago they barely survived. Suddenly the system appeared in front of them, causing the faces of the people who had recently been screaming in fear to change dramatically. The system said that the second stage had begun right now. All the people's faces changed. Their gaze was terrifying. Each of them understood that it was about to begin. And the main character himself at this time held a diary in his hands. Carefully reading each page, he was going to study everything as much as possible in order to survive in this game. He listened as each of them shouted that they only needed to leave 100 people alive, and then they wouldn't have to fight any monsters. The people split into several parts. Some of them tried to escape, others asked for mercy and not to kill them, and the third, holding a sword in their hands, began to approach the nearby people. The main character shouted loudly, which made everyone around him pay attention, saying that if they didn't want to kill each other, then they just needed to kill monsters and earn points. One of the men standing there started pointing his finger at him and said that it was easy for him to say that, because it was easy for him to cut up these monsters. But without any doubt, our boy answered him that it would be much easier for him to fight with people, which even made him cough from fear. He continued to shout at them that they could start killing each other right now. But would 100 be able to stay alive? Because during this training, they had to join forces and fight the monsters together. Looking at their confused faces, he asked them what they would do if, after completing this mission, they would need to act together, helping each other. He thought that in reality, they would need a large number of people for the next mission, so he couldn't allow a huge number of deaths. And then he shouted loudly, asking everyone to think about whether it was beneficial for them to carry out a massacre now. As he started to leave, he continued to shout, and asked them if it would not be the best choice to stay alive and become stronger. The girl then asked the guy where he was going, and he stopped abruptly, looked up at the sky. His body began to be illuminated by bright rays of the sun. The bloody main character cast his gaze into the distance, having answered the girl's question that he was going to survive. Because to do that, he needed to become stronger, and he couldn't stop in one place. When suddenly someone cried out loudly, asking to wait, our main character stopped, doubting how best to act. Turning around, he saw the woman he remembered, who in turn was trying to catch her breath, folding her hands on her knees and bending over, because she was tired while catching up with him. Putting her hand on her chest, she introduced herself. The woman's name was Chon Yu-ra. In response, our hero did not introduce himself, asking her what she wanted from him. While apologizing, she asked permission from the guy standing with the sword, whether she could go with him, to which she heard an immediate recoil, which made the girl surprised. She began to beg the guy with a trembling voice, asking why. Because it would be better to travel together than alone, she promised to be useful. With a cold expression on his face, the protagonist asked her if she had ever killed the zombies, the monsters that had recently attacked them. She, lost in thought and at a loss, could not answer in response. She was thinking about how to answer better so as not to seem like a burden in his eyes. But the guy, without giving her time to think, continued, telling her that she only hid and watched as others killed them. Because if she wants to survive, hiding behind other people's backs, then it is her choice. As he started to leave, he added that this time she had chosen the wrong target, and she stood silently and looked in his direction as the guy left, hoping that he would change his mind. But the black-haired guy himself walked with a sullen expression on his face, thinking that he had only wasted his time on this useless conversation, while the girl, realizing that the guy would not change his mind, lowered her head and turned around. The hero himself, walking, recalled the entries from the diary, which said that on the last day of school, someone discovered a cave. It was a man who was on the side of the steep cliffs. The opening was so narrow that only one person could crawl through it. And as he walked, he was looking for that very cave, looking at absolutely everything. As he suddenly stopped, he noticed her, sitting down a little to rest and regain his strength. Because here he was the first, he needed to rest after the last fight. And after some time, he went into it. He continued to remember the records, which said that the monsters in this cave were much stronger than a simple zombie. If he had entered there on the first day, he would most likely have died. He kept going over the words about death in his head for quite some time, crawling deeper and deeper. He understood that it would be much more dangerous here than outside, but he needed to become stronger. After all, people who entered this cave become stronger than anyone else. He had no time to doubt, because its main goal was to become as strong as possible. Entering inside, the first thing he did was look around, noticing that it was quite light here, and also very spacious. Suddenly he felt danger. He felt a thirst for blood. And after this feeling, loud screams were heard that resounded throughout the cave. Turning sharply, he cut the advancing centipede in half, not giving it a chance to attack, and screams of pain were heard. Standing in front of the monster, he recalled the entry from his diary, because, as it was written in it, the first thing he encountered was a carnivorous insect. Having stuck his sword into it several times, he remembered that the recording also said that the insect's shell was not strong, but the creature itself was quite tenacious. For killing this monster, the system awarded him 10 points, and also increased the damage reflection by 1 point, when for ordinary zombies, they gave only 1 point. Looking along the cave, where everything ended in darkness, he heard loud screams. He understood that the most important thing was exactly where the screams were coming from. Clenching his teeth with all his might, he mentally asked them to wait for him a little while, remembering the faces of his wife and daughter. Having said their names, he exhaled heavily, and then went in the direction from which the sound came. He was going to figure it out as quickly as possible. The sounds of battle, heavy sighs, cries of pain, the swing of a sword echoed through the cave. A foul smell of rot began to rise into the air, and our main character received 10 points for each monster he killed. As he raised his sword, he thought about how he could feel his body improving his skills, because at first it was hard, but as his statistics increased, he became more and more accustomed to the fight, and his movements became easier and faster. But something pulled him out of his thoughts. He began to look around. His gaze was attracted by the unknown. He did not understand what was pulling him so strongly, but he needed to check it out. Approaching the wall, on which green colors were shining through, and starting to stroke them, he realized that this moss was a reference to moss ants. Smiling, he looked to the side. After all, the diary said that the monsters he had disturbed after the carnivorous insects were moss ants. Individually, they looked weaker than the carnivorous insects, but were dangerous in that they never moved alone. At this time, nasty sounds began to be heard, and immediately behind them, a huge crowd of insects appeared, which was advancing straight towards him, looking at them and examining them carefully. The only word that came to his mind was disgusting. Suddenly one of them stopped, began to look closely at the lower part of the guy's body, making slightly different sounds. The main character noticed this look, trying to understand where he was looking, starting to examine his legs. The rest of the ants also began to stick to his lower part. Seeing the bread sticking out of his pocket, he wondered if it was the ant that had attracted his attention. He definitely had to check it out. He was going to test it, so he took it out of his pocket and threw it in the opposite direction from the ants, causing them to follow him like dogs. But our main character was not going to stand still and wait for them to finish him off. He grabbed his sword as tightly as he could, swung it, and then rushed into battle. Having killed one of them, the system awarded him 5 experience points. The rest did not pay attention to this, continuing to eat a piece of bread lying on the ground. Each of his swings was imbued with incredible strength and fury. He was not going to stop. After all, his loved ones are waiting for him, and in order to meet them, he needs to increase his experience to become stronger. These thoughts did not leave him, forcing him to kill more and more moss ants with each blow. But fatigue made itself known. Already bending over from fatigue, He counted the remaining ants. There were 6 of them. But our hero had no intention of dying here. He rushed into battle, shouting something and cutting down one of them. The wave from the blow resounded throughout the entire cave, and the black-haired guy himself said that there were only 5 left. But at that moment, one of the ants began to flap its wings, and then approached the main character with incredible speed. The guy himself noticed the approaching creature too late, and because of fatigue, he was unable to react normally to the attack, exposing himself directly to a precise blow to the back, coughing from the pain. The blow was powerful enough to knock him off his feet, but he knew he couldn't die here, because his goal was still very far away. So he took the blow, remained standing on his feet, gripping the sword tighter. He was going to continue fighting, starting to chop down moss ants left and right again, not giving them a chance to attack. 3 ants were preparing for a simultaneous attack, which our main character successfully noticed. They parried in the air and rushed towards him at a fairly high speed. But our main character had a plan. He was going to dodge at the last moment, trying to make them hit each other. As planned, he successfully dodged, causing 3 ants to collide, and from the collision they even got lost, because the main force of the blow fell on the head. The black-haired guy took advantage of this moment again, delivering a crushing blow, cutting down 3 ants at once, and then falling to the ground from fatigue. He looked around with a surprised face, because he was the last one left. Noticing him, he rushed towards him, piercing his head. The ants were much weaker than those insects. The last notification about the increase in experience came. Breathing heavily and trying to catch his breath as quickly as possible, he read the notification that hung right in front of his face. The system asked if he wanted to learn a new skill, to which she naturally heard a positive answer. And then, falling to the ground, putting down his sword and leaning against the rock, he recalled the entry that said it was pure luck. The first time he caught a moss ant, he got the skill. Later he learned that getting the skill during training was almost impossible. Having taken out and opened the diary, he began to study it carefully. It was written in it that tomorrow other people would come to this cave, and the hero himself thought about the skill, because he was lucky, because in the future, it would be useful. Suddenly he cried out in surprise, starting to bend the notebook in different directions, staring intently inside it, trying to turn the page. He couldn't do it. He couldn't turn the page yet. This meant that it was too early for him to know what would happen next. As he peered at it, he thought about the diary, trying to figure out what kind of diary it was, looking at it from several sides, turning it right in front of his face. Looking to the side, he asked himself if it was really his future self who wrote it. And then he thought if it was true, and if it was even possible, the guy had a huge number of questions. And the most important question at the moment was what would happen on the page that he couldn't turn. And rereading the line, "Then I did not know about the Grail and what it was," he began to ask himself even more questions, because he could not even imagine what it was and why it was needed at all. And then he completely immersed himself in his thoughts, trying to gain as much strength as possible. At this time, the enraged man looked at the top, thinking about how he could end up in only 2nd place, because he did everything, absolutely everything, to end up in 1st place. Holding the crippled man in his arms, he asked who this Kim Yun-jae was, and the guy with the cap, lying in blood, begged for mercy, repeating this over and over again. His angry cries were interrupted by a female voice with a slight mockery which said, "Isn't it obvious? It's the same man." And coming out of the shadows, she added that this was the man who came forward at the very beginning and started killing zombies. The pumped-up man immediately glanced in her direction, noticing the girl's figure. These words made the man even more angry, because he had to be the first to survive. His main goal was survival, no matter in any way. He started asking the girl who this guy was, asking numerous questions. He was interested in what he was like, because he was going to deal with him personally. And she continued to speak, slandering the guy, while trying to provoke as much anger as possible in the man sitting there. Her main goal was to take revenge on the guy who had screwed her over in the beginning, forcing her to survive on her own. She was angry at him. And every word she said made the pumped-up man more and more angry. He began to replay in his head the moments from the very day they first found themselves in this world. He remembered the guy who was the first to start chopping down the dead left and right, without any fear on his face, while thinking that he knew where to aim. He was torn from these memories by a woman who hugged him by the arm and pressed him to her chest. She told the man that she knew where this boy went in the first place. This interested the boor. He immediately asked her where he was going, to which she extended her hand to the side and pointed her finger. She pointed to a man lying on the ground who was asking for help and mercy. The girl asked to give this guy to her, which made him scream even more in fear. The pumped-up man, looking in his direction, thought that he was sorry to give away his glasses, but he answered her with consent, adding that he could do with them whatever she wanted. The man himself, with broken fingers on his hands and completely covered in his own blood, continued to beg for help. And then the man from second place in the ranking hugged the girl, pressing her to himself, asking if she knew what he would ask of her in return. Leaning straight towards her face, he looked as if he was expecting an answer from her, to which she, turning away in disgust, replied that she understood everything perfectly well. After standing up and taking the sword, she began to approach the beaten guy lying on the ground, looking at him with an incomprehensible look. She raised the sword right above her head, about to strike him. He began to beg even louder for help, screaming throughout the forest. And just a second later, a loud cry was heard. Birds flew into the sky and the earth began to turn scarlet. At this time, our main character, having recovered his strength, continued to kill monsters. Because tomorrow there will be other people in this cave. His entire body was covered in blood. His clothes were saturated with the smell of blood. His hands were shaking from fatigue. They were all covered in calluses from constantly swinging his weapon. Standing in front of a huge number of killed ants, he exhaled heavily, and the system congratulated him because his physical defense was increased by 1 unit. Wiping the sweat from his face, he thought that it hadn't even been 2 days since he started training. His mana was increasing quite slowly, but it was enough. Looking towards the ant, he continued to thinking, even though they were monsters, they had the same characteristic features as ordinary ants, and that meant one thing. Suddenly, a loud scream pulled him out of his thoughts. It was the scream of a monster, which even made our main character's body shudder. The system notified the guy that a moss ant queen had been found, and then added that it was the boss. The guy looked around and smiled, because that's what he thought. A few minutes later, he headed towards the terrifying screams, hiding behind a rock. But as soon as he saw the boss, his mouth opened on its own in surprise. Seeing the huge monster, he couldn't believe that it was a boss. Because its size was simply colossal, he didn't understand how he was supposed to defeat it. She, in turn, did not notice the black-haired guy, making some incomprehensible sounds. She was gathering small ants around herself. The main character, looking out from around the corner, wondered what he should do, because he knew nothing about the queen, and besides, there were a lot of ordinary small moss ants here. The best option was to hunt them a little more to pump up his own statistics, and only then attack her. But this was prevented by people who were supposed to arrive very soon. He could not miss the boss under any circumstances. Opening the statistics window, he looked at it. Realizing that normal people had about 10, and he had twice as many, he wondered if he should try it right now. Having collected his thoughts and was about to rush into battle, he was distracted by the system, which began to sparkle, highlighting his name on the rating board with a bright light. She announced that Kim Yoon-jae had been the best, rewarding the protagonist with a 3-day supply of food, and increasing his health and strength by 2 points, agility by 3, and mana by 1. His body began to glow, becoming covered in blue, and then all this blue mass began to be absorbed into his body. Kim was delighted by this, thinking that his statistics had increased by as many as 8 points, which made him very happy. Taking the bread in his hand, he thought that now he didn't have to think about food for 3 whole days. Right now, he had no reason to postpone the fight with the boss. He began throwing bread towards the ants, trying to distract them, and they, as the protagonist expected, turned their attention to the flying bread, stopping surrounding the queen. This distraction was also successfully used by the main character Kim, who instantly rushed towards the ants eating the bread. Dealing crushing blows to them, cutting each one in half, his speed increased, as did the force of his blow. While chopping down the moss ants, he also tried to watch everything around him so as not to expose himself to attack again, because now it could greatly hinder him in achieving his goal. He also noticed that the queen was hardly moving. He thought that it was unusual for the queen to act on her own, so she stood without any movement. While he stood there and thought, just like last time, the ants were preparing for a sudden assessment from behind, but there were already 2 of them. But the main character was not going to expose himself to the same blow twice. So he immediately reacted with 1 blow, and woke up both monsters in half at once. Standing covered in monster blood and looking at the huge crowd, he thought that the problem was the moss ants constantly gathering around the boss. These thoughts made him smile, because this meant only one thing: that he would now gain as much experience as possible. With a terrifying smile on his face, he shouted that if they were going to do this, then he could stand up to at least 100, at least 1,000. It made absolutely no difference to him what their number was. Time passed. Our main character continued to kill ants one by one, receiving 5 experience points for each one. Their huge number affected him, causing him to become quite tired. Huge drops of sweat ran down his face, and his breathing had been irregular for a long time. Suddenly, the system notified that health had been increased by 1 unit, which made the guy happy, because he had been waiting for this. This stat was like long-awaited rain in a drought. The ants themselves were not going to wait for him to regain his strength. They continued to attack him, one of them successfully achieving its goal, biting the protagonist hard on the leg. But the main character didn't even blink, immediately delivering a crushing blow to the attacker, cutting him into 2 parts. Breathing heavily, Kim thought that if it weren't for the skill he received, it would be dangerous. Although even the E-class skill doesn't help him at the moment. Grabbing his weapon again, he knew that he couldn't give up on getting a D-class skill, because it was a skill that he could only master by defeating the boss. And remembering his main goal, he screamed like a monster. He was filled with anger. He rushed into the attack, intending to finish everything as quickly as possible. He raised his sword, intending to cut down several monsters at once with 1 blow, since this way he would spend much less energy than if he killed them one by one. Time passed. The hero's fatigue increased. All his strength was already running out. It was hard for him to stand on his feet. It seemed that he was about to lose consciousness. And just a few minutes later, the loud numerous screams stopped. He was standing all in some kind of liquid, and at his feet lay a huge number of monster corpses. Raising his head, he tried to catch his breath as quickly as possible, starting to look around. And then, looking towards the huge ant, he told her that now only she was left. Kim killed all the small ants, leaving the sweetest for last. She immediately screamed in response, showing her anger, because her children were killed by some ordinary person. The boss was angry. Relaxing his grip, he apologized to his boss, telling her that he had no other choice as he needed to become stronger. And then, grabbing his weapon, he took a deep breath, holding it, and there was a smile on his face. She looked in his direction, getting ready to attack. But the hero was not going to wait and give the monster a chance to act first. In that very second, he disappeared from the huge ant's field of vision. And a second later, he appeared right above her head, thrusting his weapon right into her head, and a loud cry of pain was heard throughout the cave. Blood spattered across the surrounding area. The boss's blood began to spread throughout the cave, raising a foul smell into the air. At this time, cries of battle were also heard in the cave. Some man was kicking the ants with his foot, making dissatisfied sounds. This man was the second in the ranking, who asked his companion why the road in this place was so confusing. To which she replied that now they were absolutely sure that someone had already come here, asking the man to be patient a little. He was angry, although these monsters give more experience points than monsters outside the cave. But this amount was not comparable to catching people, so he felt sorry for him for a while. But he was also tormented by thoughts of Kim Yoon-jae. Because he could deal with this huge number of monsters alone, he just needed to catch him, and there would be absolutely no more problems. He also understood that he had more experience points if he fought here alone, which meant that he was much stronger than the bodybuilder. But due to fighting alone, he should be very tired, which gave a chance to kill him and earn a lot of points. These thoughts pleased the man, making him smile evilly. His face showed all the horror going on in his head. He was going to catch our main character and kill him, taking all his points and becoming the first in the ranking. Standing in front of the huge corpse of the monster, he looked at her, listening to the system. It congratulated him on his victory over the boss. For this he received 250 experience points. Also, all stats were increased by 1 unit. In addition, moss ants will no longer appear in the cave. In addition to all this, he learned a new skill that made the protagonist scream with joy. It was an active skill that used mana to create a strong shell on the surface of the skin. Looking at the system window, he thought that if he used it in a dangerous situation, as it seemed to him, it could save his life. Besides, its power increases proportionally to mana. The higher the mana points, the more pumped up the skill becomes. Smiling, he continued to thinking that this skill alone was already an achievement. But there was one huge but, which he exhaled and said, "After all, this was not the whole reward," said our main character, thinking that the power of this world could be divided into 3 large groups. Starting to walk towards the tunnel, he repeated to himself 3 huge groups. The first were glasses, the second were skills, the third were items. Experience points were the basis. As a result of their increase, those who are in this world can become real superhumans. Skills are magic that such people control. Thanks to mana, they use superpowers that are not subject to the normal body. Well, the last ones were items. When owned, they give the opportunity not only to raise stats, but also to use new skills. Even as an ordinary human, one can gain superhuman strength through objects, so they were extremely valuable. Looking out from around the corner, our main character thought, when suddenly he smiled sharply, because he saw what he was looking for. In front of him there was a chest, and inside there was a bright light that was trying to seep out. Looking at it, he smiled, because he was looking for it. Approaching it, he opened it, taking the contents. In the hand of our main character, some object was shining brightly, emitting a bright blue color. He said loudly, "Check." The object began to shine even brighter. His face changed dramatically, and sweat ran down his face. He looked in his direction, either surprised or frightened, not immediately understanding what had happened. And then he laughed. It was a laugh of joy. He was happy with this award. The smile did not leave his face. Falling to the ground, breathing heavily, he continued to laugh, thinking that this was just an awesome reward. And now his main task was to restore his strength. At this time, the hostile company moved deeper and deeper into the cave. The girl said that judging by the fact that there were more and more ant corpses, they were almost there. But their leader stopped abruptly, starting to peer into the distance in surprise. He did not immediately understand what had happened, raising his hand in front of the others. All the people following him stopped. He ordered them to wait. He felt some very ominous aura that frightened him. The others did not understand what their commander was so afraid of. Going to look around, he walked up to the wall, gathering his courage to look out, because the aura he felt was extremely terrifying. Looking out, he saw a huge number of corpses of small ants, but his attention was drawn to the dead huge ant. He could not believe his eyes. His face changed. He couldn't understand what happened here. Just as he was about to call the others, he was interrupted by a meeting. He saw our main character, who was also looking at him in surprise, and there was an awkward silence. The company sent a pumped-up guy to him, because he had disappeared for quite a long time. At this time, both ratings stood opposite each other, waiting for the first action. Looking towards the man, and then seeing the rest of the company, he asked why they were here, because the time had not yet come for them to find the cave and come here. Suddenly his gaze was drawn to a familiar face. It was the face of a girl who was peeking out from behind the huge body of a man with a sword. She stood there with a smile on her face, looking towards the main character, and Kim at that time thought that it was most likely all because of this woman, suggesting that she might have been following him. Thinking back to his diary, he reasoned that he had acted differently, so the future in the diary had changed. He couldn't just follow it, taking it on faith. At this time, a pumped-up man with long hair looked at the main character and was angry, casting his gaze at the surrounding dead ants. All his thoughts were about one thing. He couldn't believe that this boy in front of him had dealt with all the monsters on his own. It just didn't fit in his head. And he was also infuriated by the fact that this guy didn't even look tired. He couldn't have guessed this. He thought the second in the ranking looking at the first. He clutched his weapon and began to shake it nervously. With each passing second, he became more and more filled with anger, and those around him began to feel his anger. His face twisted and his teeth clenched. He mentally asked himself if he really killed all those creatures and wasn't tired at all. If that was the case, it seemed like the one who increased his stats by killing monsters was more dangerous than others. While he was completely lost in his thoughts, our main character came up close to him, telling him that if he had not come for business, he needed to step away. These words pulled the man out of his thoughts, causing his face to show all the horror. But our hero was not afraid of it, not a gram, showing all his seriousness with his facial expression. And then, exhaling heavily and lowering his face, he said heavily, "Okay, go where you were going." It was extremely difficult for him to squeeze these words out of himself, but he understood everything perfectly when their eyes met. Our hero walked past the standing company without even glancing at those around him, who in turn followed with their eyes the guy who was moving further and further away with each passing second. The girl screamed loudly at her boss, asking him why he just took and let him go, to which the man, in a serious voice, asked her if she was serious and didn't understand anything. He explained to her that he didn't yet know what this guy had gotten in this cave, but he was no longer the same ordinary man they had seen before. He grabbed his head with his hand and began to squeeze it, thinking that it was stupid to only collect experience points. He needed to kill monsters and increase his stats. These thoughts angered him. He was again in a rage. He was going to catch the main character in the near future and kill him. In the forest, cries of battle were heard. A man, swinging his weapon, shouted that he did not want to die, attacking. And he attacked an unarmed man who begged him for mercy, because he did not intend to kill him. But before he could finish his pleas for salvation, he received a direct blow to the head, which caused him to die instantly. There was chaos all around. A real massacre began. Everyone tried to survive, but everyone had their own methods. Someone attacked, someone defended themselves, and someone tried to hide. Suddenly, the system notified that 148 people remained alive, and also congratulated on the completion of the second stage. 100 would move on to the third stage. The rating was counted. All the people screamed in horror after these words. Each of them began to beg to be taken. They asked for help, screaming at the top of their voices. But suddenly everyone fell silent. Hearing the terrifying sounds, their bodies began to tremble, and their faces became covered in sweat, which dripped down their faces drop by drop. Seeing a huge number of red eyes in front of them, they could not believe what they saw. Each of them wondered how this could even be possible. Screams of pain and breaking bones began to be heard, and the air became saturated with the smell of blood. The entire surrounding area was covered in scarlet. A few minutes later, our main character began to twitch his eyes. He was about to wake up. Opening his eyes slowly, he did not immediately understand where he was, because just recently he had left the cave, looking for a place to rest. And when he started to get up, he saw people around him. He wondered where he was. Looking at the frightened faces of the people, he thought that they were all unfamiliar to him. They were also looking at everything in the area, trying to understand where they were. Our hero, remembering the meeting in the cave, thought that it was very good that these people were not here, because problems could have arisen. Suddenly, the system pulled everyone out of their thoughts, giving a notification that the third stage of training was about to begin. 3 doors of different colors, red, blue, and white, began to slowly appear in the huge room. The system explained that 10 people could enter the red door, 5 people could enter the blue door, and only 1 could enter the white door, at which time all the people began to look at them. They all wondered what the difference was between these doors, and the system itself continued, saying that each of them would step through the chosen door and continue their training. The system went silent for a few seconds. People began to discuss the notifications loudly and fearfully. But she did not let them do this, starting to talk about the doors. The first was the scarlet one, which was intended for 10 people. Its level would be high, and there was no guarantee of successful survival. Moving on to the blue door, she said that compared to the red one, it would not be difficult for 5 people to complete the training there. Everyone immediately cast their gaze towards the white door, because they all, absolutely everyone who was in this room, thought about the same thing. But the system did not give them the answer they expected. It informed them that as soon as they entered the white door, their training would be over. Everyone screamed in unison. Some guy exhaled heavily. He was going to take advantage of the moment because this was a chance to survive. He rushed towards the door with all his might, covered in blood, intending to go in. The others started shouting for everyone to catch him and not let him do this. But he touched the handle and couldn't open it. He started shouting at the system, telling it that it wouldn't open. The system added that the order of choosing the door is determined depending on the number of points. The first to choose the door will be the person who received the most points. At this time, the guy who recently tried to open the door screamed that this was unfair. The system spoke, asking Kim Yun-jae to choose the door first. They immediately began to look at the guy, asking if this was really the same guy. Everyone shouted in one voice that with such conditions, everything had long been obvious, because the guy would choose the white door, which would end his torment. And he, in turn, stood silently and looked towards the door, immersed in his own thoughts. He remembered how hard it was for him to win, one after another, and he was able to defeat an entire boss on his own. How happy I was about the experience points I received, the new skills, and the increase in my personal statistics. As in every fight, I thought only about becoming stronger and meeting my loved ones. How he opened the chest with trembling hands, forcing a smile to shine on his face. How he walked a little shaky into the unknown, remembering only one most important goal in his life. He continued walking without stopping, moving only forward. The people's dissatisfied cries continued. They were all furious about this, still screaming about the unfair choice, because it was obvious to them that the guy would choose the white door. And at this time, our main character was still standing without any movements. His gaze showed all the determination he could muster. He made up his mind, swallowed his saliva, and looked around. And then, in a cold, extremely calm voice, he said his choice. He was going to go through the scarlet door. There were surprised cries all around him. No one could believe that he had chosen the most difficult doors. Everyone around him started asking each other the same questions. They began to discuss among themselves that if the strongest person among them chose the scarlet door, it meant only one thing, that he thought that all 10 could survive. Joy appeared on their faces, because this meant that everyone would be able to survive. Thanks to Comrade Kim, joyful cries were heard throughout the room. But the system wasn't going to give them time. Asking the next participant Park Ju-ho to choose a door, he immediately answered her without any pause that he was choosing the white door, which surprised the others. And after they recovered from their surprise, they immediately started pointing in his direction, angrily asking him if he really didn't understand why Kim chose the scarlet door, calling him a selfish bastard. He, unable to withstand the pressure from the others, turned to them with a sullen face and asked why they thought so, asking if there was a guarantee that if he chose the scarlet door, they would do the same. And his last words about what was most important was that he would survive, asking if he should give up such a perfect chance. Shut up everyone around him. The next one behind him, hanging his head in shame, chose the blue door with an uncertain voice. The second one was pleased and watched as everyone else who followed also began to choose blue doors. These actions brought a smile to his face. The maroon-haired man turned to our protagonist, saying that he had made a rather stupid choice by going through the scarlet door, about to add something. But our hero interrupted him, asking him if he really thought he had made the right decision. He immediately asked him what he meant, to which the main character, turning in his direction, added that apparently he considered his choice to be correct, since he made it. He made a sullen face and thought that our main character had started talking nonsense out of shame. And the black-haired guy with the sword continued, telling his interlocutor that choosing blue would have been much better than white. The doors began to open, and the system announced that one person would be in white, 5 in blue. The rest would be automatically assigned to scarlet. Everyone had to enter the doors within 10 minutes, and disgruntled cries began to be heard. One of the men was sweating from fear. His whole body was shaking. All his thoughts were only about the fact that if he went through the red door, he would definitely die. Looking towards the opening white door, he thought that he had to go through it at all costs. Only a couple of meters separated him. With each passing second, his look became more and more painful. He was about to do something that was against the rules. He rushed towards the door, intending to run into it, while the others stood still. It was the burgundy-haired one who started shouting, asking where he was going. But he didn't manage to run into it. He hit the barrier, which seemed transparent to him, with all his might. A man immediately attacked him, kicking him with all his might, calling him all sorts of names. He started to swing at him, asking him how he dared to do such a thing. Because he almost took away his chance to survive. He scared him a lot. But his hand was stopped, interrupting all his statements in the direction of the already beaten man who was lying on the ground. The protagonist, squeezing his hand, said that he had had enough, adding that this man would be trained with him. The maroon-haired man felt the full terrifying power of the protagonist. With fear on his face, he thought that there was a huge gap in strength between them, although he was in 12th place in the second stage. The system said that there were only 5 minutes left, and after that the doors would be closed. Releasing his hand, our hero said that there was no time left at all. Lowering his hand, the guy did not answer the main character, because he understood that the difference in their strength was very big. He could not do anything to him. As he walked through the white door, he wished them luck and told them to try to survive. And after entering it, the door immediately closed, and the light coming from it stopped coming into the room with people. The blue door was also already closed. Looking around, our main character said that everyone had already entered their doors, so it was time for them to go too. Everyone started to enter the room. The hero, turning towards the man lying on the ground, who had recently been beaten, addressed him, asking if he was coming. And he, trembling and curling up into a ball, answered him that he did not want to, he could not go with them. At this, our black-haired guy exhaled heavily, turned towards the door, and told him that it was entirely his choice. To this, the man lying on the ground did not respond, continuing to shed tears and tremble. Upon entering the room, the door behind the main character began to close, and the light from it began to disappear. The door closed with a loud bang, the system notifying that the time for entry was over. The man lying on the ground began to scream. His whole body was shaking, because he could not even imagine what awaited him next. Sobbing and screaming, he asked why he had to die here. He didn't understand it. Suddenly he felt some warmth that began to surround his entire body. Opening his eyes, he began to peer. And then, getting up, he saw how a whole column of flame surrounded him, and with every second the temperature in the room rose more and more. Looking at all this, he thought that it would be better to go into the room, because at least there was a chance to survive. A hellish cry of pain was heard, and then it also suddenly died down. Entering the scarlet door, our main character felt some kind of freshness, as well as bright rays of the sun. Looking around, he saw houses, a road. The first thought that came to his mind was that he had ended up in a village. Approaching one of the houses and starting to examine it, he noticed that all the houses were overgrown with plants. This only meant that the village had been empty for a long time, when suddenly someone turned to him. Turning around, he saw a girl and a man standing with swords in their hands and looking intently in his direction. He immediately asked their names, because it was quite important for our main character. They named them. The girl's name was Kim Eusji, and the guy's name was Yu Jung-yu. The guy answered much more confidently than the girl. The main character's attention was drawn to the guy's bloody clothes, because they were all covered in scarlet. His face was angry. He looked at the guy with a frightening gaze, turning to him. And then he screamed that he had risen, killing people because these bloody stains did not look like the blood of monsters. He looked at his clothes and tried to formulate an excuse, and the girl, seeing him, was horrified. And then the hero said in a calm voice, "Well, that's good," adding that it was better to rise by killing people than to be a coward and a fool. These words finished off the guy. He stood completely confused. Their dialogue was interrupted by the system, which said that the rules of training for the third stage behind the red door would now be announced. The main character suggested that he finish their conversation for now, because they needed to listen carefully to the system. They nodded their heads, and the system began to notify, saying that the third stage would last 10 days, twice a day, that is, 20 times in total. Monsters would be summoned to the village. The summoning time is not set. When the monsters appear in the village, they will have to block them. If the stone in the middle is broken, they will lose. Our protagonist thought about it, thinking that this stage is considered defensive. The system continued, saying that there should be more than one person left in the village, which surprised the boy. If there is no one left here, the participants outside the village will be automatically summoned depending on the distance to the village. Our protagonist understood everything even before the system finished speaking. And she continued, saying that it was safe outside the village, and then congratulated them on the beginning of the third stage of training. Our hero, clenching his teeth, lowered his head, thinking that, as it seemed to him, they would not see unity, because in such a situation, usually someone would run away. And then he went to the center of the village, suggesting to first go to the side of the stone. The rest of his companions for the next 10 days agreed. The main character walked frowning, because this meant only one thing. These 10 days would be extremely difficult, but his task had not changed. They needed to survive. While walking, the main character thought about how best to build a dialogue with them. And then, thinking that there was no point in this, he stopped. Asking them directly whether they were going to fight or run away left both of them stunned. The girl, lowering her head, began to ask the hero if they would fight. Would they be able to survive? Because they were told that it was difficult even for 10, and there were only 3 of them. But the words of the main character gave her optimism, because he answered her that he assumes that it is difficult for 10 people because of the rules. He explained that there should be more than one person left in the village, and it was safe outside, asking them if they hadn't felt it. Adding his thoughts, he thought that even if all 10 people were to undergo training, there would probably be more than one person who would leave the village. If one leaves, the rest will gradually start to leave, and eventually you will have to go through training with a small number of participants. He apologized for his thoughts and thoughts about them, adding that it seemed to him that they were thinking about the same thing, and they immediately lowered their heads in shame. The guy, clenching his teeth, answered in a loud tone that even if he ran away, nothing would change. He explained his words by saying that even if he escaped and they both died, he would be returned to this village. And if he was not there, the likelihood of their death would increase sharply. Our protagonist smiled to himself, saying that the guy was right, adding that they needed to stay and fight, because 2 were better than 1 and 3 were better than 2. Looking at them, he thought that there were only 3 of them, and this might help interaction, because the fewer people, the less chance of them leaving. He also thought about the fact that there were still not enough clues as he started walking again. As he approached the stone, he thought that in the diary he chose the blue door, so he had no information about this place. And then, touching the stone, he said that even if there were only 3 of them, he didn't think that training would be impossible. After all, this is not the world they knew. The black-haired guy continued to console his companions. He told the guys that here, when killing monsters, their statistics increase, and proportionally they become stronger. If there are 3 of them, then the number of monsters they will kill will also increase. But he was thinking about something completely different, because that's why he chose the Scarlet Door, since in this case, he would earn the most points, and in the end, they would all be gathered together at the 4th stage anyway. The people who passed through the Scarlet Door were so strong that they couldn't even match the strength of others. The main character recalled from his diary entries. The girl screamed, asking if he really thought this was all a game, since he was happy that there would be many monsters to hunt. But he did not let her finish, interrupting her. He asked her to shut up, which surprised the girl greatly. And then there was a fairly powerful crack of the earth. The ground under the hero's feet began to crumble. The black-haired man shouted to his comrades that they were not given time to rest. They needed to prepare for battle. Right from under their feet, hands began to appear in the cracks and gather outward. And after their hands, faces appeared. They were real goblins. A huge crowd appeared behind them. Their total numbers were simply terrifying, and the system notified them that the devilish goblins were standing in front of them. The girl asked with a trembling voice how this could even be possible. Because there were so many of them, and our main character ordered them to protect the stone so that it would not break. The guy just wanted to ask the guy if he was really going to fight the majority alone, but he didn't have time. Right in front of them, he suddenly disappeared, starting to chop down the devilish goblins one after another at incredible speed. Kim's attitude was evident on his face. He was not going to give up. The main character's allies stood there looking at all this in utter shock. Their shock was conveyed through their facial features. They both didn't understand. How is it possible that one person can stand up to so many monsters at once? But because they were stuck watching the main characters fight with the hellish goblins, they missed one. At the last moment, the guy noticed the attacking monster. He immediately became scared of it and was taken aback for a second. But he was able to come to his senses and block the blow. For a second, it seemed to him that his whole life flashed before his eyes. The protagonist's allies stopped standing with their mouths open and joined in the defense of the central stone. Looking at them and fighting at the same time, the main character thought only about whether they would be able to survive. And because of these thoughts, I almost missed the attack, managing to dodge at the very last moment. He was separated from life and death by only a few millimeters. A small cut remained on the protagonist's neck. Going on the counteroffensive, Kim immediately cut the attacker into two parts. At that moment, the next one jumped on him right from behind, preparing to deliver a precise blow to the guy's body. The hero managed to notice the attacker, but he didn't have time. He needed to act quickly. At that very second, he activated the active skill Strengthen, protecting his back. A moment after activation, the attack caught up with our hero, hitting him right on the back. The devil goblin looked at his broken weapon with confusion. He was very surprised by this, opened his mouth, and then screamed loudly, making terrible sounds. But at that very second, the head flew off the monster's shoulders. The guy breathed a sigh of relief, because now it was really dangerous. He began to look around the area, trying to come up with some kind of plan that would improve their situation. Breathing heavily from fatigue, he looked towards his fighting comrades, and they barely fought back, covering each other. It was much harder for them to deal with the monsters, even though their numbers were not very large. Seeing this, the black-haired guy immediately rushed towards the guy and the girl, hurrying to help them. He shouted to them that he was running to help, thinking that everything turned out to be much more difficult than it seemed at first glance. Having fought back, the girl and the guy were sitting on the ground leaning against a rock. The girl was breathing heavily, and the guy was laughing hysterically. Kim, approaching them, immediately asked you if they were injured. The boy immediately pointed to the girl sitting next to him, saying that he was okay, but that she had a wounded shoulder. The black-haired boy told her that they needed to stop the bleeding first, and then she would need some time to rest. But he assured the terrified girl that because her stats were much higher than the others, they would heal quickly. The system notified the heroes that they had 19 more attacks to fight off, and the boy began to help wrap the girl's wound. Looking at his new comrades, the protagonist thought that if the situation worsened, he would have to do everything alone. After they finished treating the wound, they needed to rest and also have a snack to gain strength. Time passed. Everyone was busy with their own business, waiting for the next attack. A cool breeze was blowing. The main character, who was sitting on the ground, was distracted from his thoughts by words of gratitude. Kim immediately asked the guy what he was thanking him for, and the boy replied that it was for his help, because they had helped them a lot. And then he sat down next to him. These words of gratitude seemed strange to Kim, so he decided to clarify whether his interlocutor needed anything else, to which he heard an unconvincing refusal. There was an awkward silence. The black-haired guy looked towards the guy who was squeezing his knees. Looking at his uncertain face, he felt that he was simply shy. Without waiting for the guy to make up his mind, Kim said that if he had something to say, then now was the time. And the boy's face immediately began to flow with sweat. With a trembling voice, he began to talk about his words earlier. Starting to tremble and squeeze his knees, he said in a pitiful voice that he did not want to kill anyone. The main character did not understand this, and after clarifying, the guy with tears in his eyes began to explain that he did not want to do this. But he had no other choice, because the man was going to kill him. Kim was surprised by these words of the guy, asking if he really remembered those words of his. And the brown-haired man, in response, with tears on his face, began to scream hysterically. asking how he could forget them, because he killed him, but not because he wanted to. In his explanations, he added that if he had not done this, he would have died himself. At this time, the main character thought that he was still young, asking himself whether he had been too rude. He began to slap the wall of his crying interlocutor, trying to console him. Smiling and looking at this situation, the hero thought for a second that he was lucky enough to meet such a good guy. Suddenly, he switched to another thought, which alarmed him quite a lot. Starting to look around, he asked the guy where Kim Yoon-ji had gone. The boy, immediately wiping away his tears, stood up and went off to search. Having looked everywhere, he ran back to the stone, saying that she was nowhere to be found. The black-haired guy held his head and laughed, saying that if she really wasn't in the village, then she definitely ran away. Explaining this action, her injury, because most likely she was too afraid that she would die because of this, adding that most likely she thinks that they will leave the attacks of monsters and will be able to survive. Sweat ran down the guy's face. He screamed that this couldn't be happening, because 3 and 2 were like heaven and earth. And the main character explained that this is called self-justification, and this is not a situation in which one can think adequately. Having fallen to the ground, our hero sighed heavily, and his comrade, lowering his head, asked what they should do now, to which he received a questioning answer. If there were fewer of them, shouldn't the number of monsters also decrease? The main character suggested that he at least start by simply thinking optimistically and not hanging his head. He didn't understand this, making a displeased face and looking towards his partner. And he laughingly said that he told him right away that he would not be able to protect this thing alone, pointing his finger at the stone. The guy understood this perfectly well, saying that he was not going to run away. Suddenly he fell silent and his face changed, deep in thought. He wondered what would happen if the stone were to break, to which I received an immediate response that in that case the training would fail, and in addition, they would die. These words did not ease the guy's condition one bit. He fell into an even deeper stupor, and then, starting to groan, he fell to the ground. Kim asked the guy for the next attack, so that he would take on 10 monsters. Hearing this, he immediately began to deny it, asking how he alone could fight 10. To which he also received a question about how the main character could fight several dozen at once. After a short pause, the black-haired man told him to stall for time so that they could not reach the stone, and he, in turn, would help him. Night had come, and this meant it was time for a new attack. A fierce battle was going on, fighting with a huge number of goblins. The hero still managed to control the guy. Watching him successfully defend the rock, Kim thought that this guy was holding up much better than he thought, and the huge number of attacks forced the hero to use the active skill strengthening. He kicked the monsters with all his might, sending them flying in all directions even with his arms and legs, thinking that his skills made them seem weak. For each goblin he killed, he received 15 experience points, and his stats also increased from time to time. Suddenly his gaze was drawn to a goblin who attacked the boy from behind, already having managed to swing. But his face was struck by a stone that flew straight into his cheek with incredible speed. Kim shouted at his ally to look around every now and then, and not just forward. Catching his breath and looking towards the stone that was protecting him, the black-haired man wondered how long he could hold out at this pace. But watching him attack them back made him smile, because as his points increased, freedom of action gradually appeared. Raising his sword, he looked at the statistics window, thinking that compared to the time when he was catching moss ants, the points had increased quite a lot. The heroes, looking at the huge number of corpses, recovered their breath listening to the system, and it congratulated them on the successful completion of the first day, rewarding them with a random skill point, as well as providing food for the day. Looking at the guy sitting on the ground, trying to take in as much air as possible, he praised him. The results appeared in front of them, for which the main character received 980 points, which surprised him greatly, because there were still 19 days left. If everything goes as written in the diary, then on the first day 1 random stat point was given, on the second day 2, the third 3, and so on every day, and unlike the blue one in the number of days, therefore, even just staying alive, you can get 55 random points. Add to that the extra reward that comes at the end, but before he could think about it, he heard his partner tell him that he had gained the skill. This surprised the main character. He asked again if he had heard everything correctly, to which the surprised guy replied that everything was correct. It was called the Devil's Bargain. If you activate it, then strength and agility will be increased by 5 points, and health and physical defense will be reduced by 2. He asked the guy how many monsters he had killed, because according to his count the number was 26, to which he received an immediate positive answer. A little embarrassed, the hero answered him that he had killed as many as 98, but he had not been given any skill. In response, the boy sitting on the ground told him that he was a real greedy man. At this time, the girl who had escaped was sitting in the forest, eating bread and thinking. Looking towards the village, she thought that the boys were doing a good job of justifying their actions. She didn't understand how she could calmly fight against such terrible monsters, because if she couldn't do it, she would definitely die. While chewing the bread, she asked herself if these two would be killed. And then, suddenly starting to shake her head from side to side, she thought convincingly that this would not happen. After all, that man, Kim, is definitely a very strong man who is not afraid to go into battle. They should be fine, the girl continued to think, reaching for the flask of water. Time passed, and our heroes continued to defend the stone. The fourth day was no different from the first. After each battle, they were extremely tired. Lying on the ground, Jong said that the further it went, the worse it got, gasping for breath. After hearing this, our main character agreed with this, because they had already been attacked by moving trees, huge rats, and orcs. After all, it was the first time in his life that he had seen such monsters. The black-haired man continued to think silently, looking at the wound on his comrade's leg. Grabbing a piece of his shirt, he tore a section off it, squatting down. He told the guy lying on the ground that even though his clothes weren't very clean, it would still be better than prolonged bleeding, the main character said, starting to wrap his leg. In response, the boy thanked him with a satisfied expression on his face. And then, in a sad voice, he asked Kim if he thought he could survive, explaining this question by the fact that this is just training, and only the third stage. Will there be anything after it? Will he be able to survive? To which the main character replied that he shouldn't ask stupid questions, because they definitely needed to survive in order to continue living, and then squeezed the guy's leg as hard as possible with part of his shirt. And he, laughing a little sadly, asked if he died, what would happen to his younger ones, and then added that he should under no circumstances die. He began to think about them, wondering if they went to school, if they ate on time. His shoulders began to shake. He was very sad, because they were probably missing him and crying because he was gone for so long. Looking at how the guy was worried about his relatives, the main character became thoughtful, and he cried, telling Hen that he didn't want to die, because they were waiting for him at home. The hero looked at the crying guy who asked for a chance to return to his loved ones. Looking at him, he understood that he was the same. He wanted to bring back his loved ones. He also wants to live happily, as he managed to do before. He needed to survive. Gritting his teeth through them with maximum malice, he told the guy that he would not die, and then he shouted about it, adding that at least now, because he was not going to let him die. Starting to beat himself on the chest, he guaranteed this, saying that they had already been able to endure 4 days. There was only a little left, the crying guy in response, calling his comrade a braggart, wiping away tears. And then he added that these words calmed him down a lot, because this was his chance for survival. There was an awkward silence. The faces of both heroes were sad, but each of them understood why they were suffering so much. They were told to rest a little and then continue these difficult battles again. The child lay in the crib and made heartwarming sounds. He saw someone, joyfully turning over and starting to make joyful syllables. At that moment, a joyful female voice was heard, asking her husband if he saw how she herself turned over. The woman was crying, saying that she didn't have time to take a photo of it, and the happy man next to her was saying that it was all because she needed to film it. These words cheered up the woman. She immediately began to ask the man if he filmed it. In response, the black-haired guy began to put the phone away, saying that it was especially for him. She, screaming that it was not at all fair, hit him on the shoulder with her fist. They started having a cute fight over the video. They were both happy, their faces were sparkling with joy. But their fight was interrupted by the cry of a child, which made them immediately run to her. The man, reaching out to the child, asked what their princess didn't like, and the woman, leaving, replied that it was all because she wanted to be fed. The black-haired boy immediately took his child in his arms, saying that now they would feed her. Looking at her, he could not enjoy her face, asking the child who she took after for being so beautiful. And the woman who came in with a baby bottle answered, in her, of course. But looking at her husband's face, she asked him, confused, what was wrong with his face. And the guy's face shone brighter than the light in the room. He asked her what was wrong with his face. Jong asked our main character what was wrong with his face, to which he replied that he simply remembered something from long ago. At this time, the system notified that the 10th day of the 3rd stage had begun. A young boy asked the main character why no monsters had appeared today, to which he received the answer, I don't know. The main character also added that because of this, he was starting to worry more and more. The guy said with joy on his face that they might have been given a rest on the last day. and the main character asked in response whether he really thought the system was so kind. Usually the first time they appeared was around noon, and the second time in the evening. The main character hoped that they would not all come at once. Jong was worried about Kim Yoonji, saying that the girl still hadn't returned, and Hyun told him how she could return after she ran away. He also added that she was most likely very ashamed to look them in the eyes. During their discussion, bright rays began to appear in the ground, predicting the appearance of monsters. Jong noticed this and brought it to the attention of his new friend, asking him to take a look. But suddenly, a wild scream was heard which began to deafen them, and then an ominous aura began to appear, which greatly frightened our heroes. The rock started to crumble. The young boy started asking Kim Hyun what was going on, and he ran away, shouting at him to retreat. The boulder began to sparkle more and more with each passing second, and just a few seconds later it was cracking at the seams. Jong couldn't even imagine what was happening, because why did they protect the stone for all 10 days, only for it to collapse at the very end? And the main character was able to guess what it was, because he had only one option in mind. With wild sounds that frightened our heroes, the stone began to crumble, and then it completely broke down. Both of them did not take their eyes off it, waiting for the system notification, when suddenly it said that the seal was removed. Jong started asking what kind of seal this was. Was it really a portal? And the hero, raising his hand so that he would not come closer, asked him to take a closer look. A huge shadow covered the rays of the moon that had previously fallen on our heroes. They looked up with frightened faces. A huge bull skeleton appeared before the heroes. The system notified that the monster sealed in the stone had been released. It was a boss, a demon lich, who made our heroes tremble with just one breath, and he was surrounded by a crowd of skeletons. The gazes of people and monsters met, each of them understanding that today only one of them would survive. And the boss considered himself to be this survivor, starting to roar loudly and emitting a terrifying, powerful aura. Hen immediately shouted to his comrade not to get distracted. In response, the boy asked in a trembling voice what they should do about it, and the main character asked him to do only one thing: stall for time, adding that he was taking on this huge monster. He needed to deal with the little things that had begun to surround them. During these 10 days, the main character's friend had leveled up quite a bit, and they both agreed to survive. The demon lich laughed, because he did not see the human as an opponent who could pose a danger to him. The main character felt this. This behavior on the part of the monster made him very angry. At the same time, they rushed towards each other with the intention of killing their opponent. But our main character was much faster. He accelerated to superhuman speed, approaching right under the monster, preparing to strike first. The attack successfully caught the monster. The sword passed right through the lower part of the monster. Looking towards the protagonist, Jong consoled himself, thinking that his friend would be able to deal with the boss himself, and he needed to focus on these little creatures and not let them get close to his partner. The skeletons outnumbered the heroes by several hundred times, and they laughed at the people. But the guy wasn't going to hold back, immediately activating his active skill Devil's Deal, increasing his strength and agility. The monster managed to throw the main character back, but he managed to group himself and thrust his sword into the ground. But because the attack was very powerful, it flew quite a long distance. The monster screamed angrily, but the hero had no intention of retreating, approaching him again with incredible speed. He struck a precise blow at it, beginning to cut through the flesh, from under which rivers of blood seemed to flow. The main character, standing on his back, did not understand why he was running towards the building. Suddenly it dawned on him that this bull was going to throw him off his back in this way. But it seemed it was already too late, because the building was right in front of them. And just a second later there was a loud explosion, and a column of dust rose into the air. The dust began to clear, and the building was completely destroyed. Our main character was all battered, his breathing was ragged, and his body ached. Trying to get up, he thought that this monster was about to kick the bucket. But the animal's cheerful, completely painless cry made him start looking around. Sitting on the ground and running his eyes, he looked for this huge monster, thinking over his plan of action. Kim Hyun gritted his teeth in anger, because he really hoped that he could defeat him. And then he saw something that shocked him the most. He couldn't believe his eyes. After all, the wound on his body began to sparkle, giving off a light color, and the blood stopped flowing. And then, with incredible speed, it began to tighten, and he was healing. The hero, looking at the approaching monster, could not believe that he had the ability to regenerate. Looking at all this, he thought that this could really drive him crazy. At this time, the girl who ran away on the very first day was breathing heavily. Her breath was taken away by the horror on her face. She couldn't believe her eyes. She looked at the guy running towards the monster, who attacked him without a trace of fear. Her comrade, who just a few days ago could barely cope with one goblin, is now calmly killing a huge number of them, biting her nail until it bled. She wondered how they had become so strong when she had come here because she was worried about them dying. She didn't understand what was best for her to do because she couldn't just go back, but they might decide to take revenge on her for her escape. Blood began to ooze from her finger, and the nervous girl continued to bite it, thinking that they might want to finish them off. Her face began to move nervously. At one point, she bit it off completely, wondering what she should do. At this time, the black-haired guy, watching how each wound of the monster was healing, gradually began to think that this monster in front of him was immortal. The monster was slowly approaching the guy at this time, and the black-haired man, looking towards the boss, thought that he must have a weakness in any case. With incredible speed, the monster attacked him. Kim Hyun noticed the attack from the side at the last moment, and also at the last moment he was able to dodge, thinking that now it was very dangerous. He swung his sword and rushed towards him, thinking that simply knowing about his regeneration would not help. He split the boss's attack limb into 2 pieces, sending one of them flying into the air. The limb began to fill with blood, falling to the ground, while the guy looked at it. She began to shine, and some kind of disgusting tissue began to ooze from her insides. With a dissatisfied face, the guy began to move away little by little, asking himself if he really had an endless recovery. He leaned firmly on his legs and was about to attack again, because now was not the time to give up. Thinking that all he could do was continue the fight, he rushed towards the monster. The boss lich had no intention of staying put and waiting for the attack, rushing towards the main character. None of them were going to give up. Everyone needed a victory. Flying over the monster's head, the black-haired boy swung, raising his sword above his head. With incredible speed, he delivered a precise blow to his skull, trying to wake him up in 2. In the very center of the forehead, some kind of red light appeared, and inside it a stone sparkled. Naturally, our main guy noticed this, which interested him quite a lot. When suddenly someone shouted at him to be careful, he glanced to the side, and just a moment later, Jong appeared in front of him, followed by a powerful explosion. The main character, covering his face, saw a huge column of smoke from the explosion in front of him. But as soon as it began to dissipate, it began to show the silhouette of the protagonist's friend, who was all beaten up and barely breathing, saying that he felt very bad. Taking a closer look, the main character noticed a skeleton with a green cape in the crowd. He could not even imagine that there was a magician among them. The black-haired guy was just about to reach out to the guy in order to wrap him around, but he was not allowed to do so by the attack, which passed tightly over our main character, not allowing him to do anything. Jong immediately cast a fearful glance at the main character who was flying into the air, and he felt all the power of the boss, taking a precise blow to his body. His entire face twisted. Pain pierced every part of his body, causing him to writhe in pain. But the boss wasn't going to let the guy recover, rushing towards him again. But our hero immediately activated the fortification, protecting his body from another powerful attack. But even this didn't help him. Some kind of liquid came out of his mouth. And because the fortification could not withstand the attack, he flew straight into the building, crashing into the wall and breaking it. Our hero seemed to be crushed. His body seemed to be torn into small pieces, and his breathing was knocked out. He did not have enough air. All his thoughts were only about the new skill, the Berserker skill, which he received by chance on the 5th day. Without it, he would have had big problems. Our hero continued to think, trying to free himself. And then, having fully come to his senses, he grabbed the bull by the horns, thinking that this was his chance. After all, that very sparkling stone, as it seemed to him, was the vulnerable point of this monster. With a scream for him to die as quickly as possible, he raised his entire curved sword straight above his head, preparing to attack. And then he struck it straight at it, breaking it into 2 pieces. The skeletons that had cornered Jong began to disintegrate into small pieces. There was a puzzled look on his face. He didn't immediately understand what had happened, but then it suddenly dawned on him. And at that moment, the system notified that the demon lich was killed. It congratulated the heroes on their victory. The boy, holding his crippled body, could not believe it, because it meant only one thing. With joyful cries, he rushed towards the guy, intending to congratulate him on his victory. But when he ran up to the boss's skeleton, he didn't see Kim Hyun. He started calling him. But the guy didn't respond. The brown-haired guy lowered his gaze, starting to scream loudly that this couldn't be. Tears started to appear on his face. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard, asking why he was crying again. This voice brought the guy back to a good state, and the main character himself, at that moment, crawling out from under the huge bones, said that it was too early for him to die. Noticing the guy, Jong immediately rushed towards Hyun, starting to shout, asking if everything was okay with him. to which he immediately received a positive answer. He continued to laugh joyfully. Suddenly he stopped abruptly and tears began to drip from his face, one after another. He asked with a trembling voice if they had really survived, if it was really all over. And in response, he heard a heartbreaking answer, probably. The boy immediately clenched his teeth, began to tremble and clenched his fists. Our main character at that moment could not believe his eyes. Just a little more and it seemed like his eyes would fall out. And the guy jumped up with joy, starting to shout about their long-awaited victory. Suddenly his mood changed, and his face changed. It seemed his soul was leaving his body. Behind him stood the same girl who had run away on the very first day. And the guy's body was pierced through from the back. Scarlet blood began to fall to the ground. The main character immediately shouted his name loudly, but the guy himself, looking towards his comrade, heard absolutely nothing. The girl instantly took out her weapon. Zhang was unable to keep his balance and fell to the ground. The hero was going to reach them as quickly as possible. And the woman who had recently killed a man could not believe that she was able to do it, because she had just stabbed a man. But from her surprise at her abilities, she was pulled out by a cry asking why she did it. The questioner was Kim Hyun, who was shouting furiously towards her. She responded with a trembling voice that they would have dealt with her. It was her self-defense. The guy lying on the ground was covered in blood, and the girl herself was screaming that they were going to kill her, just like they killed other people. She screamed hysterically that she would survive, she would live, she was not going to die in such a place. She looked at the main character with a crazy look, hysterically screaming something incomprehensible. She screamed that by finishing them off she would be able to get experience points, and she was very lucky that their bodies were very badly wounded. She slowly approached the main character lying on the ground, dragging her sword along the ground. And approaching him, still with the same look, she knocked him over by the head, wishing him a quick death. There was a sway that raised quite a strong wind. The girl did not understand what had happened, because she had not yet carried out the attack. But her hand became light. Taking a look, she saw a huge amount of blood splatter. And then she screamed in pain, bursting into tears, and grabbed her hand. And at this time, the main character, covered in an aura, standing with a bloody sword, asked her if she really thought that he was dying. The girl began to tremble. She came to her senses, holding and trying to stop the bleeding. She asked how it could be that after such a hard fight, he still remained on his feet. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun, who was walking towards her, said in the most angry voice that she had acted very stupidly. The girl only now realized the seriousness of the situation, because right now she was going to die. And just a moment later her head flew off her shoulders, flying into the air. The main character with a cold-blooded face looked at all this, without even raising an eyebrow. His rage was not conveyed through his face and eyes. He was angry. Approaching the guy lying on the ground, he lifted Zhang, who asked him in a barely audible voice if he would die, to which he heard a confident, affirmative refusal from the lips of the black-haired guy. Tears streamed down his face, and with a smile on his face, he said that Hen was bluffing until the very end, because it seemed to him that his days were numbered. He began to say goodbye to his new friend, to which the main character loudly shouted for him to shut up, taking out and starting to open some kind of ampule. Saying that he promised him that he would survive, the black-haired boy began to pour a potion directly onto his wound, which was immediately absorbed into the wound. A bright light began to illuminate his body, and the blood immediately stopped. The young boy lying on the ground did not understand what was happening, because he already had one foot in the next world. The protagonist was holding a low-level elixir at this time. It was an excellent medicine, although weak in effect. The hero himself at this time remembered that he received it after defeating the Queen of Ants. In a dangerous situation, it could become his spare life. But now there was no choice, because he had done a lot for our hero during these 10 days. Zhang began to gradually come to his senses. He asked his comrade what he was doing, and he asked him to keep quiet. Gradually the wound almost healed. The boy immediately began to joke about it, saying that it was high time to use it, for which he received a blow to the head. And then, having completely come to his senses, he stood up saying, "Did I really survive?" And Kim Hyun responded by saying that he had promised him, and promises must be kept. Looking at his comrade, the protagonist thought that if he said that he didn't feel sorry for using him, then it was a lie. But I started to remember everything they had gone through together. How they met, how the guy poured out his soul, cried, not at all embarrassed to show his true feelings. How he covered the hesitant protagonist with his body, taking the full brunt of the blow. And after that, he didn't even turn in his direction so that he could praise him, because he did all this on reflex, covering him. At that moment, a smile appeared on his face. He thought that he just needed to make it, so that he would no longer be of use to him. At that moment, Zhang pounced on the guy. Starting to hug him, Hyun did not understand what the guy was doing. Sometime later, the heroes were standing near the buildings. A young guy, looking towards his comrade, asked if everything was okay with him, asking if he felt any strange feeling when you killed a person. Our hero asked him if the same thing had happened to him, to which he received the answer that with Zhong it was much worse, because he was nauseous for a very long time. Closing his eyes, the protagonist tried to concentrate, normalizing his state, and having started to stretch his back, he replied that the sensations were indeed very lousy. Suddenly, the system interrupted their conversation, saying that from that moment the third stage of training was successfully completed. She congratulated them, saying that they would receive an additional reward for killing the demon lich. Naturally, the additional reward really interested our guy. Meanwhile, Zhong began to reason that if they were given an additional reward for killing, then they could simply hold out for 30 minutes, and then they would complete the mission, to which Hyun agreed with him. The system awarded the main character almost 41,000 points, and also gave 10 points of random stats. Looking down, he thought that it was a good thing that he was able to kill him, because thanks to this, he became much stronger. The system also notified that our hero had received the shackles of Jahar 218. They immediately began to appear on his hand. Looking at his reward, the hero wondered if it was an additional reward and what the number at the end of the name meant. He was going to use the check on them to see their statistics, but he was distracted by the system, which again interrupted his thoughts. She informed that a door had appeared, because they could now move to the location of the next training by passing through the one that had appeared at the location of the stone. They looked at it with their mouths open. They couldn't believe that they had managed to wait for this moment. And then we immediately look at each other, thinking about one thing. They thought it was time to go back and started walking towards the door. When they came out of it, the light blinded them too much. They were immediately unable to see anything. But what caught their attention was the surprise of the man on the left, who was the first to notice them. Kim Hyun immediately turned to him, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, to which he heard that they had just broken up. He couldn't understand what for a long time meant. This surprised Zhong, asking how this could be, to which the protagonist thought. The protagonist thought that everything was correct, because no matter which door you go through, the fourth stage will start for everyone at the same time. The boy stood there looking in surprise at our heroes, and Hen continued to thinking that while they were getting stronger for 10 days, he had not done anything, and so he can only regret it. And after that, the other doors also began to open, and people began to come out of their doors, because the fourth stage would begin very soon. People began to emerge from the newly appeared door, attracting the attention of our main character. The same two characters who not long ago wanted to kill our main character in the moss cave with ants came out hugging. Looking at them to the side, he wondered if only two could survive. Our main character was immersed in his thoughts, thinking that it seemed to him that they also came out of the scarlet door. And there were two options, our main character thought, starting to peer at their bloody clothes. Either they cleaned it up together, or they killed their comrades. As soon as all the doors closed, the system began its announcement. 56 people survived, going to explain to them about the fourth stage. The fourth stage of training is the rivalry between camps. From this moment, all the players here will be united into one group. As a team, they will compete with other participants who are in another place of training. The camp that kills more monsters and gets more team points will be decided as the winner. Listening carefully to every word, the guy who came out of the white door thought that this stage would be much more difficult than the others. After a short pause, the system added that the fourth stage was considered the final one. As soon as those around heard this, they screamed in unison with joy. But they did not shout joyfully for long, because she also added that for the losers, everything would end in death. A white door began to appear, and the system explained that team points would be awarded to them if they dealt with the monsters behind that door. Following it, a black door appeared, in which, as the system announced, you can increase your personal stats, as well as get individual points. And it also said that every day at midnight in this very place, various items will be given out, which interested absolutely everyone, because it is a wild rarity. Having commanded, it was possible to return to the place of saving, even having lost in the team competition. 10 players with the highest individual points will be able to undergo the final training. The system finished explaining. The red-haired guy thought that even if he lost, he still had a chance to enter the top 10 in individual points. He was 12th among 148 people, which meant that among 56. It's much easier to get into the top 10, especially since they give out items there. He didn't need to go through the white door. But he was surprised by one fact that immediately knocked him out of his thoughts at that very second. His gaze was riveted on the two heroes. Our main character and his new friend were walking towards the white door. He wondered if they were pretending to be good people on purpose. Looking at the heroes with a terrifying smile, he thought that they were real simpletons and idiots. This fact made him laugh a lot. After some time, all the survivors and those who passed the previous stage entered their doors. The new test began successfully. The system wished all the players good luck. A loud human scream was heard from one of the doors. One of the players was quickly running away from someone. He was running away from two one-eyed monsters who were holding weapons in their hands, because the level of these monsters was too high, unlike the monsters in the second stage. If he could still try to fight with one, but against two or more at once he had no chance. He needed to find shelter as quickly as possible in order to survive. Suddenly his gaze turned to the side, straight at these monsters, because they screamed in pain, and blood began to ooze from their bodies. Looking in their direction, he continued to run away. Fear still made his body tremble, because if these two monsters were dealt with, there was a monster much stronger than them. But when he looked closer, his mouth opened in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes, because there were two people standing right in front of him. These people were our main character and his comrade. The guys dealt with two strong monsters in an instant, dealing only one blow each. The red-haired man was still standing in shock. He was still so surprised that he couldn't move or take his eyes off them, because the brown-haired man was much weaker than him before the third stage. The main character laughed as he left, because behind the white door there was a long corridor, and then a forest. His comrade assumed that this was only the beginning, so the monsters were quite weak. The protagonist suggested that those who had passed the previous stage with the help of the white door would be unable to handle these monsters, which made the face of the recently escaped man become covered in sweat from fear. Our heroes were about to head deep into the forest before midnight, but the guy himself still stood and did not move, looking in the direction of the departing saviors. He lowered his head down, looking in his direction. The main character's friend with a smile on his face told him that he really liked this picture, because thanks to it he even gets in the mood. He also asked Hen about his new item that he was given in the last stage, to which the black-haired man replied that the bracelet was quite ordinary, but at the same time it was not bad. Looking at his hand, he thought that this was actually an incredible item that was in Class B. They had an incredible effect. The shackles created by King Jahara from a part of his own soul increased the strength of the owner, absorbing his mana. Their power is directly proportional to the amount of it used. It reduced the cost by 20%, and it was a very good feature because it would make using skills much easier. Moreover, when it is pumped, his attack and defense power will increase, and the armor of opponents can be taken into account. In addition, if you constantly develop and become even better, the main character continued to think, while his comrade looked in his direction with a lewd smile. He asked him sarcastically if this bracelet was not just not bad, to which he received an affirmative refusal. And then, as if nothing had happened, Hen cut down another monster. Still lost in thought, he sheathed his sword, thinking that he needed to find that guy before the 5 days were up. While they stood in the room and listened to the notifications from the system, which said that the first day of the 4th stage of training was completed, at this time the team and individual points of each participant were being counted. And just a minute later she announced the results. Everyone started to glance in their direction, saying that this Kim Yun-jae had taken first place here too, by too large a margin. The main character himself was interested in the heroes he met in the ant cave. He thought that during the campaign, they also went into that thicket. The brown-haired man standing nearby told his comrade that everything was as expected. No one except them had earned team points, to which he heard the answer that it was for now. And then the system announced that the opponent's command points were equal to 28,000, which made everyone scream in surprise. They couldn't believe it. She continued, saying that now, depending on the individual points, a reward will be given. She counted the individual points of our main character, and then awarded him one random number. The mana was increased by 1 point, and the hero himself received 12 coins. Putting his hand out, coins began to appear in his hands, and the system explained that they could exchange the coins for the desired items and skills on the last day of training. Looking at them, he thought about what was written in the diary, that the item acquired for the moment was simply incredible. He didn't know if it would give a head start to the shackles of Jahar, but for now he was going to just save them. And one thought did not leave him, turning his gaze to the dissatisfied crowd, whose attention was fixed intently on the main character. Turning towards them, he extended his hand to them, saying that he had a proposal for them. He introduced himself by saying that his name was Kim Yun-jae, adding that they already knew a little about him. But no one was interested in the guy's words, his name, and what he was saying. They all wanted to hear the proposal he had mentioned at the very beginning. Laughing, he answered the most interesting question, because he suggested, saying that there is a way for everyone to survive together, which greatly surprised everyone. The huge man from the cave smiled, thinking that this was very interesting, because what kind of a great way was this, with the help of which everyone would be saved? He spread his arms out to the sides and began to talk about how he hoped it wasn't something ridiculous like earning team points, and the bloody girl standing next to him nodded in agreement with her comrade. But the answer that this was the correct answer took away the grin from the thug, because if they really won, they would have a chance to survive together. But the pumped-up guy, after a short pause, laughed loudly. His frightening laugh made everyone shut up and be surprised, because they did not understand the reason for the laughter. This alarmed our protagonist quite a bit, causing him to frown and his comrade to become wary. The others looked at him in surprise and confusion, thinking of only one thing. Suddenly, he fell silent, exhaling heavily, and began to glance in different directions with his menacing gaze. And then, with a very serious face and a menacing voice, he replied that he was against this proposal. With a terribly dissatisfied voice, he asked why he should do this, since he could survive without collecting command points, to which our protagonist replied that he was right. In the calmest voice possible, he added that he was in exactly the same situation at the moment. He explained that they still had the last stage left, and no one knew what would happen in it and what would need to be done there. It was unknown when they would need to combine their forces again, so it would be better to survive as a whole. These words made them grind their teeth in anger. And the main character continued saying that his proposal was simple. Everyone earns a certain amount of team points. After that, freedom. Everyone can earn individual points or go to bed, and then asked everyone how they liked the idea. To which followed logical questions like how many points would need to be scored. To which our hero replied that according to his calculations, 1,000 should be enough. Our main character himself added, saying that he would earn 2,000 points daily since he raised this topic, which surprised everyone. They even began to look at each other in surprise, asking each other if they had heard each other correctly. Everyone started talking about how good an idea it was, saying that they were for it. With each agreement, the pumped-up man started getting angrier and angrier. The gazes of the two strongest ones locked. The black-haired man asked his opponent what he intended to do, and he continued to nervously grind his teeth. Suddenly, his patience snapped. He screamed at the top of his voice, angrily asking if all this was really for their salvation, since he was not a saint. Our hero answered just as cold-bloodedly that he had already explained that in the future, a large number of people might be needed. The pumped-up man asked how he could believe his words without a single piece of evidence. To believe or not, it's your choice. Well, what will you do? Asked our main character, still looking at the embittered hero. Our protagonist's comrade said that he didn't know that he was an apostle of justice, which put the black-haired man in an awkward position, and he laughingly replied that it was a fairly appropriate metaphor. The boy continued, saying that the way to save everyone together, this is what the boy is trying for, to which he heard an affirmative refusal. He said that it seemed that he did not quite understand. If those here remained alive, then someone fighting them would die. Depending on his actions, those who survived and those who died could change. He does this only so that his team can survive. And while talking about this, he thought at the same time that everything in the diary was exactly like this. But the guy was still wondering if it was necessary to save everyone. At that very second, he heard an affirmative answer. The guy explained that it was for his own benefit. After all, with the normal passage of this stage, there is a chance to get a prize. This is the best thing that can be done to achieve both awards. Speaking the main character, opening the doors. He suggested that they get the required number of points as quickly as possible, because he had already finished with it. And only he, the boy walking behind with delight in his eyes, remained. And he agreed. Already inside the door there was a fierce battle, in which our hero used that very unique bracelet. He fought with a huge blue monster. He was going to gain individual points behind the black door, because his main goal did not change. He was going to become the strongest in this training. Using the bracelet, he swung his sword, preparing to deliver one of his most powerful blows, because he could not lose. All his thoughts were about only one thing. In every battle, the faces of his daughter and wife appeared before his eyes. With this blow, he cut the huge monster in half, sending it flying, his face conveying all the anger he felt towards these monsters. And then the monster fell to the ground, raising a huge column of dust. His severed legs flew in different directions, and the bracelet continued to shine. Looking at it, he thought that the result was good. But this spirit really sucked out mana. Who would have thought that in one strike with the sword he would lose half of his mana? Because of this, even his hands began to shake. Because he overdid it too much, he needed to save it, even if it took more time. The running comrade of the main character asked how he did it. Did he really already manage to get a new skill? Because this body is as hard as a rock, and he was able to defeat it with just one blow. Looking at his sword, he answered that it was not a skill, but also added that it was something similar. The brown-haired man laughed and asked which of them was the real monster. Sitting down on a broken tree, he asked the black-haired man if he thought they had gone too deep into the forest, since it was too dangerous to go further. The main character asked the guy what he had told him not long ago about risk, to which he immediately heard the answer that high risk means high return. Our guy praised him in response. He was silent, looking towards his older comrade, tormented by his own thoughts. Having collected his thoughts, he turned to Hen with a trembling voice. It was difficult for him to formulate his thoughts. He asked the black-haired boy if his goal was really more than just survival. This question surprised our guy quite a lot. He looked to the side, and then raised his head and looked at the sky. He began to talk about his goal. He said that he had her, and it was not enough for her to just stay alive. Naturally, the young guy began to be interested in the question of whether he was trying to get into the ordinary world, to which he heard something like that. After this answer, our main character continued to silently look at the sky, thinking about something, and then, suddenly starting to walk, saying that it was time for them to go and rest. The guy sitting on the log was unhappy, because a little more, and he would have found out the guy's real goal. Suddenly their attention was drawn to a cry that was emitted quite loudly. Both heroes understood that it was far from a scream, but something else had attracted their attention. For the first time in a long time, the main character's face changed. He was shocked. He could not believe his eyes. After all, in the distance, right on the hill, there was an object shining that emitted a warm beam, as it seemed to our heroes. But looking closer, he saw a golden monster. And our hero remembered from the notes that on the last day of the 4th stage of training, he heard a rumor that someone had discovered a golden goblin in the depths of the forest. A goblin in a forest inhabited by orc monsters. At first he didn't believe it, but later he found out that he was the key to something hidden in the 4th stage. Remembering this, he shouted for the guy to catch him. Both of our heroes rushed after this goblin, intending to catch him. Our hero was not going to miss such an opportunity. At this time, the rest of the people had already gathered at the gathering place, discussing the fact that everything had become much more complicated lately, because many unexpected things had happened. One of the guys said that there was nothing to worry about if they won the team competition, but there would be difficulties if they lost. Only 10 people will pass, which means that one of us 7 will die, because the rest of those strong guys will be able to survive anyway. Another boy supported him, saying that this was the pure truth and worth accepting. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a loud and rude voice, which said that they had an interesting topic for conversation, and then laughed loudly. They began to stand up, taking out their weapons, looking at the shadow of the tree. They asked who he was and what he was doing here. The moon began to illuminate the man's body with its rays, and the same big guy who asked not to react so violently to his appearance began to show. After all, he and his girlfriend didn't come to fight. With satisfied faces, they began to approach the guys, and all their clothes were even more bloody. A pumped-up man with a sullen face looked in their direction, showing his superiority with his whole appearance. The men standing in front of him asked him what he wanted, asking him not to come closer, because if he did, they would consider it a challenge to fight. But in response, they heard the same sullen laughter. The man told them that he came to them with an offer. This interested the crowd of men. They began to ask him what proposal he was telling them about. Raising his hands up, he told them that it could not but be beneficial to them, and would allow them all to enter the top 10. With a sullen expression on his face, he asked if these words interested them. At this time, our heroes, not suspecting anything of what was happening, continued to catch up with the Golden Goblin. The hero was getting pretty tired of catching up with him. The speed and agility of the monster far exceeded theirs, the human one. The goblin jumped from one branch to another as if nothing had happened. Looking at the people catching up, a smile never left his face. It was the smile of a winner. He was pleased with himself. Both guys stopped, breathing heavily. They tried to catch their breath as quickly as possible, and the main character's comrade begged the guy to leave him and finish the pursuit. The main character got angry and started calling the monster names. Every breath was quite heavy. Having hit the tree with his fist with all his might, he thought about how to catch up with it. He thought that he was running on purpose so that they would run into other monsters, and they would delay them. At this time, the black-haired man's comrade fell to the ground without strength. He was wondering whether it was necessary to catch him, to which he heard an affirmative positive answer. Our heroes had 3 days left to catch him. Exhaling heavily, he answered that he himself understood everything perfectly well. The brown-haired man stood up and said that they needed to go back, to which he heard a disgruntled agreement. At that very second, a white door began to appear next to them, and a young boy approached it first. And the frowning protagonist himself thought about the fact that it was written in the diary that he was the very essence of the 4th stage of training. He needed to catch him at any cost. Already in the room, the system announced that the 2nd day of the 4th stage of training was completed. Everyone was fixated on counting the team and individual points of each participant. Looking towards the crowd, our protagonist thought that at the moment 6 people were missing. Crouching down, he realized that these people had already begun to act. He had not thought that it would happen so quickly. Looking at the disgruntled big guy standing out from the crowd, he thought that he was a real scumbag. Looking at the count, he wondered how this could be 0 points, because that was not what they had agreed on. At this time, the system announced that the opposing team had earned 70,000 points, and a man approached and asked Kim Hyun what had happened. In front of him appeared a crowd with whom they had agreed to earn team points. Our hero immediately asked why they had not kept the communication, to which the big guy said that he didn't remember him responding to his proposal back then. Hugging his new comrades, he added that he and these people simply believed that team points were not that important. The young guy standing behind the pumped-up man stood and fussily glanced in different directions. Our hero noticed this. He started shouting loudly that they might not consider everyone here a team. He was wondering if they had decided to leave other people to die. But the big guy himself didn't answer. He just spat in the direction of the screaming guy, and then he nervously began to wipe away the saliva with his foot. He said that the trash pretends to be kind right up until the very end. He was writhing in anger, and his veins began to bulge. He was screaming at him not to stick his nose where it didn't belong, otherwise he might actually die. The face of the recently screaming boy changed, and in the coldest voice, he asked if this was really so. With a cold-blooded look, he told him to try to kill him. But at that moment, a hand fell on his shoulder and then began to squeeze the guy. It was Zhong who asked the guy in the quietest possible voice what he was doing, adding that he should think carefully, even though they hadn't completed the communication. They had no right to force them to cooperate. He also added that, in addition, the 9 of them had united, and the pumped-up hunk began to ask with displeasure what they were whispering about. And then he grabbed the sword, and with a satisfied face said that he would try to kill him right now. But a hand appeared right in front of him. The boy standing next to him said that it was enough. He asked his new comrade if he was really going to engage in massacre, since they were the first to break their word, so they should leave them. He also added that they would score the promised group points on the last day, asking for understanding, as individual points are more important to them. Kim Hyun silently listened to every word the guy said without interrupting him, and then he also silently turned around and began to walk away, without saying anything. The crowd silently watched the 2 heroes who were taking the leading positions in the rankings leave. The pumped-up hunk asked the man standing next to him with displeasure what he was doing, because he said that they needed to get rid of him so that they could survive, and he completely agreed with him. Looking at the backs of the departing heroes, he added that they needed to think carefully, because they would not receive any benefit from this in the future. The man with the scar on his face did not understand these thoughts, as well as the words in general, and asked again what he meant. He, in turn, explained in response that it did not matter whether they were only collecting individual glasses or not. They promised to save everyone and declared war. He knows how to influence people. It's definitely not a battle of 9 against 2, the boy added. The surprised man stood and listened to everything with his mouth open, asking if he really did it on purpose. And the guy next to him said that the black-haired guy was much smarter than he actually seemed. The big guy with the scar asked his new friend what he suggested to do in such a case. A smile began to appear on the man's face. After a short pause, he replied that he was gradually making his way up to victory and survival. After all, it is not necessary to start with them, looking towards the confused comrades who supported him. After some time, our heroes sat down to rest, discussing, because Zhong was interested in why he was going to fight them, to which he heard the confident that in the end, they would have to fight anyway. Therefore, if a battle cannot be avoided, sometimes it is better to carry it out as early as possible, so that the opponent does not become stronger. The main character continued to think out loud. The boy, turning again to the main character, said that this was too much as it seemed to him. After all, he had already said that they could not force them to help them, to which Kim Hyun replied that he understood this perfectly well. He looked coldly towards the crowd, adding that they wouldn't care if they just quietly continued to accumulate individual points. Zhong didn't understand what his comrade meant, and Hen himself thought that everything was as written in the diary, One team of 6 people had disappeared. All his accumulated hatred was transmitted through his eyes. After all, they dealt with people in order to take their coins and individual glasses. The black-haired protagonist, looking in their direction, confidently thought that they did it. After all, those who passed through the red door and became strong enough are Park Sung-soo's team. They will definitely continue to kill people for coins and points. If nothing is done to them, they will not be able to win in the team competition, although it is a little dangerous. But he was interrupted from his own thoughts by a question. A guy sitting next to him asked what he was thinking about. In response, Hyun asked Jong what he would do, but the boy did not understand the question and asked again. The black-haired man explained to him that it would now be much more dangerous to go with him. Perhaps they would have to exterminate not only monsters, but people as well. Jong opened his mouth in surprise, making some kind of strange sound, saying in a sighing voice that Kim Hyun looked at him with an insistent gaze, wondering if he had expressed himself incomprehensibly. Putting the sword aside, he told Jong to listen carefully to his every word. The 3rd day of the 4th test arrived. Our heroes continued to catch the Golden Goblin. Already quite tired, Jong asked Hyun if it was necessary to catch him, to which he heard a positive answer. The hero thought again. He understood that they wouldn't be able to catch him just like that. Hen shouted to his comrade that he had thought of it all. At this time, the running goblin continued to mock the heroes who were catching up with him, just as before. The goblin jumped onto one of the trees, beginning to jump from one branch to another with incredible speed. And our main character himself was waiting for this, because his plan was based on the fact that in the end, like last time, he would start running away from them through the trees. How suddenly, before reaching one of the branches, he was unable to get onto it, because Kim Hyun cut him down with one swing. The goblin began to fall down, the satisfied smile disappearing from his face. And the black-haired protagonist himself jumped up straight towards the golden goblin, flying down. But he wasn't going to give in so easily, throwing dirt at the attacking man. Because of this, the hero was taken aback, and the goblin rushed to run away while the boy wiped the sand from his eyes. Grabbing one of the branches, he hung in one place, turning towards the guy. He looked towards the man with a satisfied face, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face again. Seeing this smile and clenching his teeth, our hero thought that he would catch him anyway. Jong suddenly started pointing his hand to the side, shouting to the guy in a trembling voice that something was happening to the left. Looking to the side, the guy saw a huge ogre who, breaking trees, was approaching our main character. Kim Hyun realized that the goblin had deliberately lured them here to confront them with this huge monster. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he came up with something that would change the situation. After all, right in front of him was an opportunity that most likely would not come his way next time. At this time, a huge blue monster grabbed a tree, preparing to attack the man. And our hero himself at this time did not take his eyes off the goblin, thinking that now he had relaxed, hoping for this brute. He only had one try and he knew it. He started using his bracelet, squeezing his sword tighter. While he was thinking, a huge blue ogre had already torn a tree out of the ground and swung it, preparing to attack the man. Jong asked his older friend what they should do, and the black-haired guy himself thought that let it be like this. Jong was just about to propose his plan, but his senior comrade did not let him do so, disappearing right before his eyes. At this time, a huge tree was flying straight towards the main character. But just a moment later, it was cut into 2 pieces, flying in different directions, and the blue orc's body began to shine in a straight line. He froze in one pose, not moving and not making any sounds. And then his body fell apart in half, and our hero was still not visible on the horizon. The smile on the golden goblin's face disappeared. It was replaced by a dissatisfied face. He couldn't believe that his hope could be defeated so easily. And Kim Hyun himself exhaled, saying that this game of catch-up is finally over. He plunged his sword straight into the goblin's body, and he didn't even realize it at first, dropping his pouch from his hands. He screamed in pain, starting to spit and cough up blood. The black-haired protagonist breathed heavily, telling the monster that he had finally been able to do it. Jong himself looked at this with his mouth open, because literally a second ago they were standing next to him. He could not believe the speed of his comrade. There was silence. The sun's rays covered the thick, dark forest. At this time, the crowd was discussing something heatedly. They were wondering if everything would be okay. One of the men said that most of those who hold the leading positions in individual points hunt in the thickest of the forest. And if they want to catch up with them, they too need to take a little risk. After all, it was important not only to survive, but also to become a little stronger, because even if they pass this stage, the final training awaits them. Everyone listened to these words silently and with their heads down, agreeing with the man's opinion. He suggested that they think about the future, because they cannot remain on the edge forever. Everyone agreed with his words, because he was telling the pure truth and everyone understood it. But they were afraid to admit it. Silently, they began to move towards the thicket where most of the monsters lived. Suddenly, one of their comrades screamed in pain. Something pierced her. Someone rushed towards her, asking if she was okay. The rest began asking who was there. The man emerging from the shadows apologized, because he had missed a little. Another silhouette appeared after him, saying that, as befits those who will soon die, they said touching things that brought tears to their eyes. They were surrounded by a crowd of armed people. They could not understand why and for what reason they were doing this. The pumped-up, scar-faced hunk answered their question with satisfaction, since they were attracted by their coins. The man sitting on the ground asked how they could take them back then, if he wanted to. He would give away those he would receive later. But the man didn't let him finish, interrupting him. He closed his mouth, saying that if they stayed alive, everything would only get more complicated, especially since they could appropriate their individual points, so murder would be the best option. The man's face began to break out in sweat, and he was at a loss for words. And the big guy continued, saying that he didn't need to call for all the details. And in general, he wasn't going to explain everything. He suggested to his comrades to finish everything as soon as possible. His smaller comrade raised his hand, thus giving an order to the others. They took turns taking out their weapons, their gazes as cold-blooded as possible. Each of them understood that they were doing this in order to survive. The people surrounded asked to spare them. They could not understand why they were doing this, because if they all united, they could survive. The pumped-up hunk who approached her replied that this was all because it could be done that way. His look said it all. He liked killing. He was crazy. After all, why was it necessary to suffer and fight with strong monsters if it was possible to kill weak people under the same conditions? These words morally killed every person sitting on the ground. But at that very second, a plaintive cry came from behind the pumped-up man, which he paid attention to. He saw one of his comrades, covered in blood, begin to fall. And the boy walking towards him said that he really was a real piece of trash. On the other hand, there was exactly the same plaintive cry, which he noticed when he turned around, sweat running down his face. Our protagonist said that they actually killed other players, so there's nothing surprising about that. These actions angered him. He understood that their whole plan was going in one direction. After all, right in front of him appeared two heroes who were in leading positions. Their looks spoke for themselves, and the pumped-up big guy understood this. Jong stood and shouted happily, his eyes running in different directions, because they opened the goblin's bag. There was a huge amount of coins and items in it, and the young boy happily asked Hen if they were lucky. And the main character himself, at this time sorting through the objects, thought only about the fact that they should be here. One by one he went through the objects, and as his eyes began to rejoice, he found what he was looking for. In his hand he held some yellow ampule with liquid, because he spent several days catching up with the goblin because of it. Looking at it from different angles, he thought that he needed to check it, because luck was on his side. This item might not be here. These were the tears of the goddess, one of the 3 tears left by the goddess. Despite the small volume, it gives a fairly good effect. After use, it permanently increases the volume of mana and the speed of its recovery by 20%. Standing up, he told his younger friend that he was taking her for himself. Jong immediately asked if he could choose something for himself because he really wanted her. The departing protagonist told him that, of course, having asked only not to take everything, he laughingly said that he, of course, still had a conscience. As he walked, he opened the ampule and drank it. The system immediately notified that he had used the tears of the goddess. His body began to glow, and the system continued to notify, saying that the mana volume had increased by 20%, as well as the mana recovery rate. Looking at the empty flask, the protagonist thought that the item permanently added 20% to the recovery speed, and the value of the most important stat of mana. In addition, it returned all the mana that he had just spent on the ogre. Clenching his fists, he thought that he was now experiencing an excellent and pleasant feeling. At this time, nearby, Jong, who was choosing an item for himself, shouted, asking his friend to look at this cool item. Turning in his direction, he happily asked the younger one what he had found. At that very moment, the brown-haired man swung his sword, preparing to strike. And then, with incredible force and speed, he cut down the standing tree. It fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a column of dust. Looking at his weapon, Jong said that it was cool, because the skills, this one is really cool. He got the passive skill of Swordmaster. He couldn't believe that he got it from just one book that he just opened. And the main character himself responded by saying that he was right in his reasoning, because stats are stats. But skills and items are also important, which is why he wanted to catch the Golden Goblin. In addition to the goddess's tears, He also chose a warrior-killing sword that enhanced cutting abilities, as well as a mana conservation ring that allowed him to use the mana concentrated in it as his own. Jong happily said that if he thought about it, it seemed to him that his senior comrade knew a lot about this world. He explained this by citing the example of how he chose the scarlet door instead of the white one, or how the golden goblin was caught, although he himself did not understand at first why he did this, because every deed of his senior comrade led to a good result. He happily shouted that it seemed like Hen could see the future, while the main character himself thought that it was just because he had a diary. Turning around and starting to leave, the black-haired protagonist told him to stop talking nonsense. It was time for them to go, because they now had more work to do. Kim Hyun began to distance himself, moving away as if there was still some business left to do. Jong didn't understand this, looking questioningly at his comrade. After some time, he was looking angrily in different directions, shouting that they were real bastards. In response to this, the man standing next to the pumped-up hunk said that all their actions were justified, because this was a world in which one could only survive in this way. Jong continued to call them names, asking since when killing a person became something self-evident, and he replied that a coward who could not even do that would have a hard time surviving here. These words made our hero even more angry. He clenched his teeth in anger. The wounded and frightened people who were trapped began to run away, screaming and asking to be spared. The pumped-up big guy raised his sword and shouted at them, asking where they were going. He was about to catch up with them, but stopped because one of the guys blocked his way. This guy was our main character, who was going to solve everything here and now. The man with the scar on his face asked what he was counting on, butting in like this, starting to laugh at the black-haired man, saying that he had several lives left. But in response he heard calm words about how, even though he only had one life, he really did have something to hope for. Behind him someone attacked the woman. She screamed in pain and her body began to bleed. And the black-haired protagonist answered in a cold-blooded voice that these were abilities. The pumped-up man shuddered. Because he didn't even have time to notice this attack, he realized that he was stuck. Turning to his subordinates, he asked them why they were still standing. He gave the order to kill him. They stood silently, looking down, and were silent. There was fear in their eyes. The man with the scar on his face gritted his teeth and called them cowardly bastards. But he wasn't going to wait for the black-haired man to attack first. He went first, rushing with incredible speed towards the main character. And then he delivered a powerful blow with all his might. But Kim Hyun took the attack, instantly reacting to it. From the tension of the body, veins began to appear on the pumped-up man's face, and with each passing second they swelled more and more. At this time, the main character himself stood relaxed, thinking that he really was better than Jong-gyu. But he was unlucky with his height, our main character thought as he started using his unique bracelet. At that very second, the pumped-up man began to feel that he was losing his superiority. Both swords began to tremble, but our protagonist gradually began to lift the attacker's sword. The big guy's body started to shake. He couldn't believe that he could push him away despite his superior strength. And just a couple of seconds later, he threw the attacker back with incredible force, sending him into the air. The attacker's comrades were not going to let him lose so easily. They immediately jumped in, heading off to kill the main character as quickly as possible. These actions made the black-haired man smile, because the prey itself was coming into his hands. He easily cut down one of the attackers, intending to attack the woman. But Jong got ahead of her. Repelling her attack, he was not going to stand aside. These actions surprised the woman, and Jong asked her if she had forgotten about him. But she angrily shouted in response that he should get out of there as quickly as possible. At this time, the main character dealt with people one after another. The man who had recently been making loud speeches could not believe his eyes. He stood without any movements, thinking that this was happening. His face changed more and more with each passing second. Sweat began to appear on his face, and his body began to tremble. The man with the scar on his face was breathing heavily, asking himself what kind of nonsense was going on. He was filled with anger. It made him grit his teeth because this simply couldn't happen. With these words, he grabbed his weapon as tightly as possible and rushed towards the main character. But our main character, with the same cold-blooded face, told him not to talk nonsense. And then he delivered a powerful kick straight to the body of the pumped-up man, sending him flying again. This time he couldn't stay on his feet. He fell to the ground, landing with a loud thud and hitting his back. But Kim Hyun wasn't going to give him a break like he did last time. This time he was going to kill him. With a powerful and quick blow, he cut off one of the man's hands, and he didn't even immediately realize it. But a second later, pain pierced his entire body, and it seemed like his eyes were about to fly out of his body. He screamed in pain, starting to shout throughout the thicket, and the black-haired guy himself stood right above him, still with the same cold-blooded face. He asked the kneeling man what he wanted to tell him, and he was breathing heavily, trying to come to his senses. He was just about to ask our protagonist to spare him, but he heard an immediate refusal. And before he could even finish speaking, our main character raised his sword. Hen told him that he just thought that maybe he wanted to apologize to those he killed, remorse, regret, and all that. And the man lying on the ground laughed, answering that he pretended to be a good guy until the very end. Our main character put a sword to his neck, and he, with the same terrifying face, began to call the guy names, shouting at him to cut. The main character praised him in response, saying that since he himself wants it, he will do so. He thanked him for helping him get rid of the last of his remorse, and then with a light swing of his sword he cut off the pumped-up man's head. For his murder, our hero received almost 15,000 individual points, as well as 50,000 personal experience points. At this time, the unarmed woman screamed and begged for mercy, because she was only doing what she was ordered to do. She begged for mercy on her. These words made Zhang's whole mood take a back, and then she continued, saying that this man threatened her that he would deal with her if she did not obey him. The brown-haired man continued to listen to her silently. He began to doubt his actions. She asked him to consider it all a mistake. She continued to beg him, but at that very second our main character appeared, who pierced her with the words, telling her that if she took a man's life, justifications would no longer change anything. The woman who had recently begged for mercy began to spit blood. Drawing his sword, the protagonist said that there was no excuse for her, just as there was no excuse for him. The black-haired man turned to his younger comrade, asking him if he hadn't come to his senses yet, but without waiting for a clear answer, he began to shout, asking what if she had suddenly attacked him, and he stood there like a pillar. Would he really want to make a hole in his body again? Grabbing him by the shoulder, he shouted at him that this time he would not be able to save him. He asked the guy to pull himself together, because next time he himself could become a corpse. And he stood in silence in response, lowering his head and looking at the ground. At that very second, the main character turned around and started to walk away. Zhang asked where he was going, to which the black-haired man replied that they had missed one. At this time, inside the thicket of the forest, one of the pumped-up man's comrades was trying to catch his breath, because he had been running with all his might. He thought that he wouldn't give up so easily, he just needed to gather his strength. With a vicious face, clenching his teeth, he thought that he would definitely rip out their guts, make them pray for mercy and whine about how they didn't want to die. But he was pulled out of his thoughts by a cracking sound behind him, which was getting louder and louder with each passing second. Right in front of him, a huge blue ogre appeared, approaching him with the intent to kill. Looking in his direction, he thought about what he could do because it was difficult to defeat him even with the whole team. And now he was alone. He turned around, preparing to run away, because at the moment he saw no other option. But he was suddenly distracted by this option, his eyes filled with surprise. After all, the monster that had recently frightened him so much had split into two equal parts. He turned around in the other direction, and at that very second, a huge body fell to the ground, covering the ground with blood. He saw a man approaching. The guy was slowly approaching him, swinging his sword from side to side. And the guy's eyes were filled with horror. He understood that he would not be able to win. After all, right in front of him appeared an even more terrifying monster, which surpassed the strength of the previous one. Our protagonist smiled while the man opposite him begged for mercy, saying that he was wrong. His face was covered in sweat, and his trembling voice begged him to have mercy, because the world had changed. He justified himself by saying that his mind had changed for a moment. He promised that he would not do that again. But he wasn't going to listen to this nonsense to the end. With one swing he woke the man up without even raising an eyebrow. He had no intention of leaving him alive, so he had no intention of listening to his requests. Looking at the body lying on the ground, he said that it was disgusting even to kill people like him. After some time, he returned to his younger comrade. He began to ask Hen if everything went well, if he was able to catch the one who escaped. Having looked at the main character more closely, he asked what was wrong with his facial expression. But looking around, he understood everything, because the main character killed everyone while he himself did not know what to do. Bending over one of the corpses, he picked up a coin, saying that they needed to collect the coins first. Handing over one of them, he told him to start collecting as quickly as possible, but Zhang immediately refused, saying that he didn't really want to do it. But the main character grabbed his hand, forcibly inserting one of the coins, saying that it was unpleasant for him to do this too, but he needed to get used to it, because it was unknown how much longer they would have to do this and endure all this. Zhang listened to every word of his senior comrade with a lost face. He understood that all this was necessary in order to survive. After a short pause, he replied that he understood everything perfectly, to which the black-haired man praised him. Already inside the room, everyone was discussing how 2 people were able to kill 9 people who were in the top 10. On the one hand, it was good that they were killed, but the number of people decreased, and now the team competition will be much more difficult. They were already far behind, but now there were fewer people. At that very second, the system announced that the opponent's command points were 30,000 more, which completely killed the team's fighting spirit. But their own torments interrupted the words of the protagonist. He said that such a difference could be quickly reduced. The gap was much smaller than he expected. They stood there and couldn't understand how this could even be possible, because the difference in points was too great. One of the women asked in a trembling voice what kind of way this was that they could survive. And the black-haired guy explained, saying that everything was simple, because they just needed to continue doing what they were doing before. He hit his comrade on the back. He didn't expect it. He even screamed in surprise. With this movement, he pointed at his comrade, shouting to everyone that they would definitely come up with something. Sometime later, our heroes continued to kill monsters. Jong turned to the main character and asked what he meant when he said that the 2 of them would do everything together, since he still didn't understand that. And he explained that they would hunt here all day, otherwise they would lose without it. Looking at his older comrade entering the door, he asked him what he could understand about who Hen really was, and he replied that it was enough to think about it. They needed to quickly go to the next room. It seemed to Jong that they had been hunting for more than 10 hours. The black-haired man asked if it was hard for him. He answered that no. In response, the main character said that then they need to move on. If they lose by a small margin, they will later regret it greatly. After these words, the brown-haired man headed towards the door. Because it was true, he would greatly regret it. Sometime later, the last day of the 4th stage arrived. Our heroes leaned against the wall, trying to catch their breath, because they had worked well in the last days. Sitting on the ground, Jong asked what he thought would come out of all this, to which he was told that all that was left now was to wait for the results. Everyone in the area started praying, asking the system not to make a mistake. Some of them had already resigned themselves to death, while some hoped that even if they lost, they would be able to survive. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts while the system was calculating the rating. Arguments even began between them, because everyone had their own opinion about everything that was happening, and confusion began. The main character himself, looking at all this, thought that he had done everything he could. First place in individual points, caught the Golden Goblin, and even got rid of Park Sung-soo's team. Now all that's left is to win the team competition so that all his plans can come true. The system began to speak, congratulating everyone on the end of the last day of the 4th stage of training. These words interrupted absolutely all arguments, and the words that the team and individual points of each participant were being counted made absolutely every person standing in this room tense. In the individual count, our main character came in 1st place, followed by Jong-gyu, and An Min-soo came in 3rd. In the team competition, the situation is the same. The total number of team points was 219,200 points, but no one was happy because they were waiting to see how many team points their opponents had. Even the main character was tense, waiting for the results, because he didn't want to lose at all. Jong stood with a menacing expression on his face. He believed in their victory, because his senior comrade really tried this time. They could not lose. The system notified that the opposing team had scored 217,000 points, and immediately congratulated our heroes, because they had passed the 4th stage of training. No one immediately believed these words. They all remained shocked and silent. Slowly, smiles began to appear on their faces, as the realization dawned on them that they had done it. They were able to win. The crowd was jubilant. Joyful cries filled the room. Jong's face turned into a smile, because they were able to save so many lives. Looking at Kim Hyun, he told him that they were able to do it. They were able to win. In response, the main character smiled. Suddenly the floor seemed to rise upward, and the bodies of all the people began to sparkle. The brown-haired man turned to his older comrade and asked with a shout what was going on, but he answered that everything was fine, and they would see each other soon. The boy didn't understand a single word Hen said, and his body continued to disintegrate into small particles. Eventually, it disappeared completely, just like the bodies of other people. The room, which had recently been bursting with joy, fell into dead silence as the system announced that the 4th stage of training had been completed. The main character's team points amounted to 65,000 points. The best result in team points was recorded, the system announced. The achievement was accomplished. Listening to all this, the black-haired man began to open his eyes. The system sent praise to the protagonist for his just actions. All stats were increased by 4 points. Opening his eyes, The protagonist did not understand where he was. He also received 137,000 experience points. He thought that if all stats were increased by 4 points, then in fact 24 points were added. He was glad that his efforts were not in vain. In addition to all this, he also received 63 coins. He had a total of 162 coins. And the system explained that from now on, within an hour, he has the opportunity to spend them. Looking at the wrapper in which the coins lay, he thought he was interested in what the store looked like. But before he could imagine it, it immediately appeared before him in the form of a system window. This surprised the guy, but he quickly came to his senses, starting to review each tab. He couldn't believe that there was nothing in it that would raise his overall stats. After all, he had enough items, but he was hoping for something completely different. He came to the conclusion that the only thing left to spend money on was skills. But when he found them, he saw that the numbers were too high. Suddenly one of them caught his attention and he began to study it closely. It was the skill Jahar Mana Source, Class B+. Thanks to it, the Mana Source, power level, and recovery increased by 25%. He was attracted by the name because he had a Jarak bracelet on his hand. Looking at it, he thought that perhaps the skill was somehow related to this item on his hand. And then, looking back into the store, he began to think and reflect. After some thought, he chose this particular skill. He thought that there was no point in thinking for long because this effect was very good, especially since for unknown reasons it had a similar name, and it could be improved. At that very second, the system notified that 160 coins had been spent, and the hero himself had received a new B+ class skill, the Source of Mana Jahar. She asked the guy if he was going to study it right now, to which he immediately responded positively. The main character's body was covered with a blue glow, which gradually began to be absorbed into his body. The system notified him that he had successfully learned a new skill, and the bracelet itself began to glow, which attracted the attention of the main character quite strongly. Looking at it, he thought that nothing seemed to have changed. But as always, the system distracted me from my thoughts by announcing the beginning of the 5th stage of training. She also announced that the reward will be determined based on the class and level of completion. Clenching his fist, he thought that although he had expected it, it would not be easy. A huge door began to appear in front of him, which was much larger than the others. Looking at her, our hero was surprised by her size. But his goal did not change. He needed to become as strong as possible and win. The expression on his face was still the same, cold-blooded. He was immersed in his own thoughts. He let out a heavy breath and laughed, because he had no choice but to walk through the doors of the S-Class. Starting to walk towards the door, he said that in this situation he could not understand absolutely anything. After all, it doesn't matter what will happen there. You just need to clear everything out, Kim Hyun said, starting to open the huge doors. He thought about them waiting just a little longer. Entering them, he felt a cold breeze that touched absolutely every part of his body. He was brought back to normal by a light touch. Someone touched his shoulder. Some man in armor asked our main character who he was, stubbornly repeating his question several times. Our main character looked around, seeing a huge crowd of people running in front of him. He was wondering if this was another training session, and the man standing next to him was still wondering who he was. Grabbing his hand, he began to pull him to the side, shouting loudly that now was not the best time to stand like a pillar. He needed help. At this time, the voice of the system in his head gave him a new task. He had to protect the cursed fortress from the dead. Looking down at the fortress, he saw a huge crowd of some silhouettes that were trying to break through the walls, making terrifying sounds. Looking closer, he saw a huge army of skeletons that emitted a terrifying aura. Looking at them, he understood what the system was talking about. The cool breeze continued to blow over his body. Down below, near the doors, several people were trying to hold the doors closed. They were shouting that they were being pushed very hard, and the doors began to open. The cracking of the wood became louder and louder with each passing second, and a skull appeared from behind the crack. Suddenly a sword was thrust into his head, the sound of bones breaking was heard, and the skeleton stopped. At that very second, the system awarded our main character 50 experience points, and the warriors standing nearby did not understand what was happening. They started asking who he was, but they never got an answer. Our main character broke through a small crack straight to the crowd of skeletons. With incredible speed, he began to chop them down left and right, not even giving them a chance. With each kill, he was surprised that the system gave such a huge amount of experience for such weaklings. With each blow, the skeletons became fewer and fewer. The black-haired guy was going to deal with them as quickly as possible. The standing men in armor looked at all this and trembled. They could not believe their eyes. Suddenly, someone sat on the main character's shoulder. He didn't understand it. noticing it only at the moment of the attack. Looking at his shoulder, he saw some kind of dark energy clot coming from that part of his body. But without missing a beat, he cut down the attacker without giving him a chance. From the place he touched, dark energy was still emanating. Looking at it, our hero thought about whether the bodies of these monsters were really made of poison. Casting his gaze towards the crowd, the black-haired boy thought. He was sure of that. But they were definitely slower and weaker than he expected. After all, if you were careful, everything would go quite easily in that case. And he also assumed that if they held out until dawn, then most likely all these skeletons would disappear. So, based on all this, all he had to do was hold them off until dawn. Sometime later, the bright rays of the sun began to envelop the earth, and the skeletons themselves began to gradually disappear, their bodies gradually evaporating. The fight ended, and our main character exhaled heavily, because he had to try and put in much more effort than he expected. In the end, all the skeletons disappeared, and the main character, hiding his sword, thought that the beginning had been successfully made. The man who approached from behind thanked the black-haired stranger for his invaluable help, extending his hand. He said that only thanks to him they were able to protect the fortress gates. He also introduced himself. His name was Max. He was responsible for managing the fortress barns. In response, our protagonist also introduced himself, but the man in armor was confused by his unusual name. He asked Kim Hyun what kind of unusual person he was who suddenly appeared and started throwing around these piles of bones. In response, our main character promised that under no circumstances would he become a hindrance to them. Max folded his arms and thought for a moment, then exhaled heavily and said that he would no longer ask who he was until the boy himself wanted to tell. He looked down and apologized for his shameless request, but he asked her to fulfill it. He said that this fortress has been attacked by the dead for more than 10 days. Even if they are killed, after a while they come back to life. This goes on every day, and there is no sign of an end. Naturally, the main character had questions. He asked what they were, because he did not understand how they continued to appear, and he, lowering his head even more, answered that they only knew that they came at sunset and disappeared with the onset of day. But where these living corpses came from and who they were, no one knew. Clutching his head, he nervously began to say that there was still hope, because if they could hold out for another 10 days, reinforcements would arrive here. The problem was whether they could hold out until then. At this time, our protagonist thought that this was very strange, because it didn't look like an S-class difficulty level. Standing against those skeletons for 10 days was too easy a task, which was not suitable for this difficulty class. Almost the same level of difficulty as in the C-class described in the diary, our main character thought. But he couldn't let go of the thought that he was leaving something out. The man in armor himself continued, begging to help them hold out until then, because he would greatly help them in defending themselves from these monsters. Naturally, the main character agreed. Hearing this, Max jumped up with joy, shouting that he would not remain in debt. Standing up, he said that just before that, he would leave for a short time. And then he began to walk towards the door. Naturally, the man did not understand what was happening. Night was falling. It was starting to rain. The weather was getting worse, and dead people were starting to appear in the distance. There was a scream. It was a scream that called everyone to the wall, because the skeletons were already approaching. Max, standing on the fortress and looking towards the approaching crowd, thought about where our main character had gone. Clenching all his muscles, he thought that he had most likely escaped, because it was too selfish to rely on him. He exhaled heavily because he had no choice but to fight again with his own strength. After that, he immediately began to give orders, dividing the people, who goes down and who stays to defend the gate. But his orders were interrupted by his comrade, who pointed his finger somewhere into the distance, asking his commander to look there. He shouted and showed that someone was already fighting the dead, and successfully, that someone was our main character, who began to destroy monsters left and right. With a cold face, he thought only about how he needed to hold out for a few days. And then, with incredible speed, he rushed towards the door, shouting for it to be closed. All the men standing below began to close the doors, and a loud thud was heard. Helping the rest of the crowd, our hero tried to catch his breath and rest as quickly as possible. And Max himself, running up out of breath, asked what the hell he was doing. The black-haired guy, not letting him finish, shouted loudly what he had found. He found the reason why these creatures appear. The chief of this fortress looked towards the main character with a puzzled face. There was a group of summoning the dead hiding in the forest wasteland. I had to get rid of them as soon as I found them. But because of the rain, it didn't work out. At this time, Max, who was walking behind the main character, said that he probably found the reason for their appearance, which was already a huge achievement. He explained that now it was necessary to finish all this before nightfall. So he took with him the best warriors of the fortress. They would definitely help our main character. The main character himself thought that this was S-class training. It was unknown what awaited them ahead, so he was not sure that he would be able to take care of these people as well. He intended to focus for now on successfully completing the final stage of his training. A crowd of people in cloaks were talking about how lucky he was to escape last time, adding that it would have been better if he had pretended not to know anything. After all, in that case, he is simply hastening his death, while our hero himself silently listened to them. The people in cloaks shouted that they would not be able to stop them while the sun was high. They were free to command as much as they wanted. But however, when the topic came, the dead would kill everyone. Having listened carefully to every word they said, our main character thought about it, and then, gritting his teeth, our protagonist asked them if that was really the case, since he was not going to give up. And then he dealt a powerful blow with his sword to one of them, raising a huge column of dust. The energy shield around them began to crack, which surprised them quite a bit. One of them turned to the main character and told him that he was not an ordinary person. And then he immediately ordered the others to hurry because they needed this power. Energy began to fill the entire space inside the center of the shield. And our main character, seeing this, immediately gave the order to all the people who were walking with him to attack them. They began to try to break through the shield, each of them understanding that this was their chance for survival. Our black-haired hero also dealt powerful blows to the shield, thinking about what these magicians were doing, because they would not be able to summon the dead. But he had a very bad feeling about this. He needed to sort it out as quickly as possible, so he started using the bracelet. And after that he delivered a powerful direct blow to the shield, breaking it. The people in armor took advantage of this and began to break through inside. They were going to finish everything here and now. But every man in the cloak began to laugh loudly, because they turned out to be much faster than these little people. A powerful surge of energy stopped them, causing them to almost fall. They could not move, and our main character, having understood everything, shouted at them to retreat, his face covered in cold sweat. After these words, there was a pitch-black silence that eclipsed everything around. And then came a powerful blow that rose straight into the air. A powerful pillar of energy rose straight into the sky. The people inside, at the center of the impact, were left speechless by the powerful surge of energy. Their bodies began to gradually disappear. The energy was too great. Our main character also found himself in the center of the attack, and he understood why this mission was S-class. He felt every grain of this terrifying energy. It even frightened our hero. Right in front of him, some huge monster began to rise up, asking the guy standing there what kind of tricks this was. After all, the sun is still above, and they called it, the monster continued to say. It was dissatisfied. It asked why they had called it so early, to which the standing man in the cloak, in a trembling voice, tried to formulate some kind of proposal. But eventually, one of them was able to formulate it, saying that it was all because of one guy, pointing his finger at our protagonist. He immediately grabbed the man in the cloak with his huge, creepy hand and began to squeeze him, displeasedly asking if he had really been called so early because of an insignificant mortal. He still answered in a trembling voice that it was all true, trying to apologize. But before he could finish speaking, his body was compressed, blood spilled in all directions, and a terrible black energy began to emerge from his body. Everyone standing around tensed up because his power and terrifying aura were felt by absolutely everyone. And the monster itself screamed terribly, starting to make some strange animal sounds. And looking closely at the man at whom the finger was pointed, he laughed, saying that this little man concealed mana within himself. Looking at this huge monster, our main character shouted loudly that he would take on the remaining magicians. But there was no answer. Behind him, all his comrades had lost hope of victory. The monster, laughing at this time, asked if the man was really going to resist him. And our main character himself, raising his sword, asked the monster if he really had poor hearing. But in response, he heard only loud laughter from the monster. He could not believe that some person was saying such loud words. But Kim Hyun himself, looking at this huge monster, understood that the enemy was most likely the heaviest of all those with whom he had fought before. But he had no choice but to pour mana into the shackles and defeat it in one blow. He remembered that it worked on the ogre, but would it work on this monster? But his thoughts were distracted by a powerful aura that began to gather around the monster. And then the winged monster dealt a precise blow to where our main hero stood. Kim Hyun barely managed to escape from the area of the strike. He couldn't understand what just happened. After all, now this monster seemed to have suddenly teleported in his direction. He couldn't believe his eyes. The surprise on his face described all his thoughts. But the monster was not going to let the man rest, delivering another precise and swift blow. The main character, who barely managed to dodge, made a face and thought that he was incredibly fast. He understood that there was no point in wasting time. He needed to finish before the sun went down. He needed to use half of his mana at once, the black-haired hero thought as he started to use the bracelet. And then, rushing towards the monster, he was going to cut it down with one blow. With a precise blow to the hand, he was able to cut it into two parts. Due to the recoil of the blow, he flew back, thinking that even if he didn't deliver an accurate blow, it worked. Because if he hits the vital point next time, he will be able to win. The monster, raising his severed hand, could not believe that his body could be cut up so easily. He said that this was definitely not an ordinary person in front of him. He was interested in what kind of bracelet was on his hand, because it didn't look like an ordinary thing. And our hero himself nervously answered him that he didn't really want to tell him anything. Hearing this, the monster, out of anger, immediately attacked the protagonist, intending to crush him. Kim Hyun understood that he wouldn't have time to dodge, because the speed was much greater than his. The precise strike raised a huge column of dust, and the sound from the strike spread throughout the surrounding area. The rest of our main hero's comrades also came to their senses from this powerful blow. The black-haired hero's legs were shaking, the force of the onslaught exceeding his expectations. With each passing second, his body began to tremble more and more. It was very difficult for him to restrain this monster. Seeing that some person was holding him back, the winged monster became even more angry and began to press harder. He screamed with anger. His screams seemed to be heard everywhere. But the main character was surprised by something else. He couldn't believe it because his sword cracked. With each passing second, the crack became bigger and bigger. The main character needed to come up with something. Trying to shift the blow, he succeeded and was able to escape from the powerful pressure. Part of the sword flew to the side, it was broken in half, and the monster shut up. Looking towards his sword, he thought about how the blade had shattered into pieces, probably due to the damage it had accumulated from fighting the undead. Looking at his belt, he thought that he was very lucky that he took a spare one, because the previous one didn't hold up. But from his thoughts, he was pulled by the words that this time his life would definitely end. Because right behind him, a huge dark monster appeared. The main character was surprised by his speed again. He couldn't even keep track of how he moved right behind his back. At the last moment, he was able to react to the animal's attack, trying to block the powerful blow again. But this time, everything turned out much worse than the previous one. He was thrown several meters to the side by a powerful blow. Trying to get up as quickly as possible, he thought about how this winged one had once again moved behind him in an instant. Now he was sure that this was the ability to teleport. Standing right in front of him, the monster addressed him, saying that he was going to tear his flesh apart and chew it up properly, and turn his soul into his subordinate. He was going to show him eternal torment. And the main character himself continued to watch him, reasoning that, apparently, he cannot use his ability on a permanent basis. He was waiting for this moment. With these thoughts, he rushed towards the monster, intending to deliver a precise blow. Starting to climb towards the attacker's head, he was about to deliver one precise blow. But naturally, the dead man was not going to simply wait for the attack, intending to strike first. This time the main character easily dodged it, still continuing to watch every action of the monster. And then he delivered a precise blow to his leg, intending to cut him down. After that, he immediately jumped back from her, continuing to watch the actions. He needed to understand how his opponent acts and moves. He used the bracelet again to increase the power of his punches. He couldn't give up. Thanks to this, his speed increased incredibly, and he rushed towards the monster. In the blink of an eye, he was right above the animal's head. All the black-haired guy's thoughts were that he had to win. Looking closer, he realized that he had to aim straight for the throat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have another chance. Having accumulated and concentrated all his mana on the tip of his weapon, he was about to deliver a precise blow. He didn't succeed in striking with one blow, but he wasn't going to stop. Following the first blow, he immediately struck another, and then another. But the last blow missed the dark animal. It appeared right behind him, saying that he no longer felt the mana coming from his body. He swung and shouted that it would all be over now, but the black-haired hero only laughed in response. But this time, our protagonist used the ring of mana conservation, preparing to strike again. Turning with the same incredible speed towards the attacker, he delivered a precise blow to the neck. The blow severed the neck, sending the dark monster's head flying into the air. His body began to gradually disintegrate into small particles, which evaporated into the air. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He shouted that he finally could. But his joy quickly passed, because the huge body of the monster began to fall right towards him. The main character was taken aback for a second out of fear, screaming awkwardly. Lying under one of the monster's wings, he tried to get out, breathing heavily because he was very lucky. His death was very close this time, our hero thought, starting to crawl out from under the body of his defeated enemy. At that moment, his comrades approached him with anxious cries, asking him if everything was all right. Max shouted with delight that it was truly incredible, because he was able to deal with such a strong monster. They would never have been able to resist him. Getting up and standing on his feet, the protagonist answered them that he was lucky that he was able to defeat him, because apparently he was summoned in an imperfect form, and he was also receiving damage from the sun. Their dialogue was interrupted by loud laughter, which asked the black-haired little man not to put on airs. The monster continued, saying that if he had a different shell, he would never give in to someone like him. In response, our hero was surprised that he was still alive, and the monster continued to laugh, asking the unusual person to think about the fact that they are just ordinary puppets, because what will be the price for the suddenly acquired power? Kim Hyun swung his sword, shouting for him to shut up and finally die. The monster's last words were that they would definitely meet again. Immediately after that, the system notified that the completion percentage had reached 100%. The S-class training had been completed, for which he received 200,000 experience points. Max turned to the main character and told him that it was finally all over, because if it weren't for our main character, they could have had big problems. Hen asked him if they knew anything. He replied that it was the god of death, a demon who fed on living and dead people. Looking down, the protagonist thought that after completing their training, they would have to fight with people like him. The man in armor continued, offering to return since he had helped them out a lot, and as he had promised, he owed them a big debt. Our hero refused, saying that it was time for him to go. In response, Max began to say something about a reward, but the main character interrupted him by extending his hand. In response, Max replied that the next time they met, he would definitely repay him. As he began to move away, he thought that on this note the training had come to an end. Our black-haired guy walked up to the huge stone door, completely lost in his thoughts. After all, they could have found themselves behind the door, starting to remember the smiling faces of their family. Behind these doors was a path that would give him a chance to meet them again. Only thanks to these thoughts, he was able to get this far. Walking through the door, he found himself in a place where a cold breeze was blowing. He walked through what seemed to him to be a huge number of clouds, which gradually disappeared as soon as they were touched. Starting to look around, he saw something that caught his attention. He understood where he should go. After all, right before his eyes there was a huge structure. The clouds began to disperse before him, showing him the way. Having entered this huge building, our main character was stopped by a heavy male voice, which asked him who he was that he could open this place. The black-haired hero himself could not believe his eyes. After all, a huge bearded man appeared before him, looking at him with a piercing gaze. The bearded man himself was looking at the little boy when suddenly something caught his eye. This something was a bracelet on the guy's hand. The huge man asked where he got this item from, because he had lost it a long time ago. But that wasn't the only thing that interested him, because the mana flowing through his body was also unusual. But the main character didn't let him finish, asking if he knew the king. The bearded man folded his arms and introduced himself, saying that he was a vassal. His name was Aryan. But he was still interested in the question of how the young man got here. But our hero himself did not know the answer to this question. He said that he passed by a place shrouded in fog and clouds, and then he saw this huge temple. After listening to the young man's story, Aryan thought about it, saying that it all sounded like the truth, because it didn't look like he was trying to deceive him. And then he completely fell into his thoughts, stopping to respond to all questions from our main character. Suddenly his face changed. It seemed like his eyes were about to fly out of his face. Raising his head up, he looked into the distance for quite a long time. And then, in a light and calm voice, he said what he had guessed, adding at the end about some kind of majesty. And then, casting a glance towards the guy, he replied that the king seemed to be favorably disposed towards him, which our main character did not understand, and he immediately asked whether the mortal agreed to receive great power, but explained that in all likelihood it would be difficult for him to cope with it. He also said that he did not know whether this power would become his pain, or, on the contrary, a test. But even if he successfully took possession of this enormous power, it would come with an equal amount of responsibility, and he asked the boy if he was ready to shoulder such a burden. The main character himself at this time lowered his head and listened attentively to his great interlocutor, pondering his every word. After a short pause, he shouted that he naturally agreed. The bearded man laughed, asking if he was answering like that because he knew what she was like, to which he received a negative answer. After a short silence, the tall one asked a logical question. Why does he need this power then? To which he received a convincing, without any doubt answer. He has people he wants to meet, and for this, he was ready to do absolutely anything. Beginning to shake his head, the huge man replied that he understood him, and then began to extend his hand towards the young man. Touching our main character's body with his finger, nothing happened. These actions surprised our guy. But just a moment later, his body was pierced by pain that went through absolutely his entire body. He tried to stay on his feet, but she was beyond his patience. He could not contain his emotions. Falling to his knees, he screamed in pain throughout the temple, while the man with the beard stood smiling. He explained to the guy that in order to gain this enormous power, he would have to endure mortal pain, so if he wants to get it, he must endure it. At this time, our main character almost lost consciousness from this soul-rending pain. His whole body was covered in sweat, and every muscle was clenched. He screamed in pain throughout the temple. His cry could be heard in every corner of this huge building. He didn't want to give up, but he ended up losing consciousness anyway. At this time, the bearded man sat next to his body, folding his hands. He thought about whether he would be able to stand. But the main character himself suddenly woke up, starting to get up. He was going to take this power in order to meet with his loved ones. These persistent actions on the part of an ordinary mortal surprised the recently reasoning man. Blood poured from our protagonist's mouth. Through the blood, he spoke the names of his daughter and wife. He was going to take possession of this power no matter what it cost him. With each passing second, more and more blood came out of his mouth. And the huge man himself, looking at the mortal, thought that he was too stubborn for an ordinary person. He spoke loudly throughout the crash about not giving up, because there was very little time left. But the main character did not hear this. All his thoughts were about being killed, because this pain was unbearable. It was unbearable. He mentally begged to end this torment. But suddenly his thoughts changed dramatically, because he heard a voice in his head. This voice told him that this would not work. Still writhing in pain, he asked who was in his head telling him. And the voice in his head continued, telling him to think carefully about the reason why he should survive. After thinking about this question carefully, his face stopped writhing in pain. All his thoughts were about only one thing, and his body itself gradually began to plunge into some kind of light energy. It seemed to him that all the pain had gone away. He slowly began to open his eyes. Opening them, he saw a light that pierced his eyes. And against the background of this light, he saw the smiling faces of his family. He pulled his hand from the recent pain. He felt absolutely nothing. He wanted to touch the faces of his loved ones. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he had to survive to meet them. He couldn't stop here and die. Suddenly, he jumped up sharply, without realizing what had happened. Could he really come to his senses? The black-haired hero thought. But from his own misunderstanding, he was torn away by a question that asked him if he felt any changes. Trying to catch his breath and gradually come to his senses, he asked himself if he was really dead. But he also couldn't shake the question of what that voice was in his head. The bearded man began to explain, saying that in his chest was the heart of a king, although it was a little different from the heart he imagined. Holding his chest, he thought about whether the king's heart was a reward for completing S-class training. But he felt that it was not that simple. He thought about who the king really was. Looking towards the bearded man, he asked him if he could ask him something. He in turn replied that he would answer him if he could, giggling along the way. Our main character was interested in what a king was. Whether it was something like a god, his interlocutor, scratching his chin, replied that he found it difficult to answer this question. Naturally, our main character wanted to assume that perhaps it was he who called them here, but he was just about to say it out loud. But a bearded man interrupted him, saying that it was enough, because the time had not yet come. It was time for him to leave here. He had already received 3 gifts from the king. These were shackles, a source of mana, and also a heart. Our boy began to loudly object, asking to give him another minute. But no one was going to give him that minute. The king's vassal wished good luck to our main character, and at that very second, he disappeared. After the young man disappeared, he laughed loudly and turned to the king. He said that he would also try to check this mortal, just as he believed in him. At this time, the system notified the protagonist that the training was completed, and he himself was transferred to the village of the beginning. He found himself in some kind of crowd. None of those standing there understood where they were and what they were supposed to do here. Some of them assumed that this was the real other world. Looking at the people around him, Kim Hyun thought that there were a lot of foreigners here, but surprisingly he understood their speech. At that very moment, a familiar voice was heard calling him anxiously. This voice was made by Jong. He happily rushed towards the main character, intending to hug him, because he was very worried that they might not meet again. But their anxious reunion was interrupted by loud stomping and the clink of armor. Our heroes also noticed this sound, because a crowd of armed people was approaching them. Suddenly one of them shouted loudly that everyone should shut their mouths. There should be complete silence here. One of the men came out and greeted everyone. He called them greenhorns. He also introduced the participant who appeared in this world 7 years ago. His name was Alvin Walker. Looking in his direction, the main character thought, "Are there really people here who got here so much earlier?" After all, 7 years is a huge amount of time. Looking at this huge crowd, he wondered why there were no traces of disappearances left on Earth, since so many people had disappeared. Naturally, the crowd that stood behind the transparent wall had many questions that tormented them. They were unhappy because they did not know much. Alvin Walker answered the frequently asked question by saying that he did not create the wall, also adding that it was the girl who stood next to him, Lois, who erected it. He also added his answer by saying that they were all most likely confused because the training was completed, but they never returned home. In response, the entire newly arrived crowd shouted they were unhappy. They shouted loudly that they were being released from here right now. They also shouted that as soon as this wall disappeared, they would kill him. At first, Alvin held back, but eventually he screamed, ordering everyone, absolutely everyone, to shut up. This frightened the crowd that had recently been shouting dissatisfied words. They became afraid, and Alvin, taking hold of his sword, continued to shout discontentedly about how they didn't even realize what had been done for them here, what kind of nonsense they were talking. But his cry was interrupted by Lois, who asked her comrade to calm down. Placing his hand on the wall, he explained that it was made specifically for their protection, because this place was so dangerous that they would remember their training as a funny joke. It was installed specifically so that all those here without experience would not go anywhere further, because it was very dangerous there, Alvin continued to say, as everyone else looked at each other in fear. Turning sharply and starting to leave, he said that he would tell them everything else on the way, unless, of course, they wanted to attack him. And then, after a short pause, he turned to them with a terrifying face and said that in that case he would finish them all off with one swing of his sword. A little later, walking, he explained that this was the place where they were sent. This was the village of the beginning, Melon. This should have been known to them, because the system spoke about it. Turning to the side and pointing his finger, he said that they were unpleasantly waiting on the other side, although this did not apply to all cases. He explained that even on the way there they could encounter monsters much stronger than those they had encountered earlier in their training. The question of what was behind those mountains confused Alvin. For a second he was even taken aback by this question, but after he clearly answered that there were demons and angels there, everyone, absolutely everyone, was surprised by such an answer. One of the crowd asked if they were really a danger to them. The answer was immediate that they were, and they were much stronger than ordinary monsters. But it was too early for them to know about it. At that moment, our protagonist remembered his S-class trial. He remembered the warlock demon. Alvin stopped abruptly, pointing his finger into the distance. He replied that it was right there. The first village in the world, in which they would now live, was found. It was the village of Melon. Each of them was surprised when they saw it, because its size and beauty exceeded their expectations. No one could believe that it was an ordinary village. Alvin continued to explain, saying that from now on, all accommodations and basic food in Melon would be free for them. But this only concerned 10 days, including this one, after which overnight stays and food procurement would become a personal concern for everyone. He also added, telling them not to forget that all these amenities and their protection will be taken care of by the Skyscraper clan. Although the village seemed large, the rooms where they would live were actually small. Sometime later, our heroes were sitting in a room, discussing everything that had happened to them today. Jong said that it seemed to him that there would be a good life here. And the main character ruined all his positive mood by saying that this help could also mean that without such help it is very difficult to survive here. Lowering his head, the main character's younger friend asked what they should do in that case, to which Hen, falling onto the bed, replied that he didn't know yet. Jong said that since they said that they would only provide them with housing and food for 10 days, they needed to do something during that time. For the first time in a long time, our main character agreed with this, because he hadn't heard smart things from his friend for a long time. The main character himself thought that the most important thing for him was to meet his wife and daughter again, and returning to their real world was already a secondary task. Jong jumped up sharply, standing up laughing. He said that he should go rinse off first, adding that he didn't even remember the last time he took a bath. As soon as his younger comrade left, our protagonist took out the diary. Looking at him, he became lost in thought, tormented by doubts. As he opened it, he thought that he should be able to meet them again. Having turned one page, he was surprised and even made a sound out loud. Before this, he couldn't turn this page. He didn't understand why he suddenly succeeded. As he began to look at it, he thought that he needed to read it first. He immediately began to study it carefully, reading every line. But his mood changed dramatically. This was evident from his facial expression. The sun's rays began to gradually enter the room, and my hands began to tremble. He shouted words of surprise out loud. He could not contain his emotions. He couldn't believe that this bastard had been here all along. Thanks to this, he was able to find out for sure. But in surprise, he was pulled out by Zhang, who shouted that he had washed himself, and now it was time for our main character to take a bath. Closing the diary, he cried out that he was already on his way, continuing to think. It was late at night, when his friend had fallen asleep, and he lit a candle and opened the diary again. Lying and looking inside it, he thought that he had roughly understood everything about how he would need to act now. But he was very sorry that there was no information about angels and demons here. After all, even with the diary there was too much unknown. Although perhaps this is not something he will be able to do right now, our main character continued to think. Suddenly there was a loud knock from behind the door, and a voice behind the door asked if Kim Yoon-jae was there. Getting out of bed, our hero asked who was there, wondering at the same time if this was what was said in the diary. The voice that came from behind the door asked to open the door for a moment, because he needed to say something. Zhang woke up because of these sounds and asked if it was the owner of the inn. Our main character showed him to behave more quietly, which greatly surprised the guy, but the man behind the door kept asking to open the door as soon as possible, insisting on it. This made our heroes nervous, and then they grabbed their weapons, because they weren't expecting anyone in the middle of the night. After hanging up his weapons, our protagonist asked what they wanted from them, and the guy behind the door said he would tell it straight. His name was Dean. He was from the Bram clan, and he came here to recruit our main character. Dean asked not to worry, because they were under the protection of skyscrapers, and conflicts between the participants were prohibited. Our heroes looked at each other again, thinking that this was true. Our main character went towards the door, and then slowly, still tensely, he began to open it, expecting any development of events. Dean from the Bram clan greeted our heroes with a smile on his face. Entering inside, he was surprised to see not only Kim Hyun, but also the protagonist's neighbor who greeted him and asked to give him 1 minute. And then he introduced himself again, saying that his clan had previously occupied this starting city. In response, the main character introduced himself and also introduced his younger comrade. The black-haired guy was interested in the question of how he found out about him, and Dean, with a smile on his face, said that the rumor had been circulating for a long time that he had distinguished himself in training, and the work of a large clan is to search for especially gifted people. The smiling guy continued to say. He said that the head of the clan is waiting outside, of course, if our heroes don't mind, but they can discuss the offer to join them with him. Zhang cried out in surprise, "Really right now?" And Hyun asked what made him come so late, since he could have found time for this during the day. Dean began to apologize with a smile on his face, wanting to start telling the reason, but he was immediately interrupted by our protagonist, asking if there was any reason why everything had to happen at night, which rather dampened the mood of the recently beaming Dean. And our hero continued to say that he didn't know what the Brahm clan was like, but it was better for them to go back, because if necessary, they would find them themselves. And the man from the Brahm clan himself began to sigh heavily, nervously scratching his hair. Making a face and showing all his disgust, he told them in a bold voice to just follow him in a good way. Zhang didn't understand what was going on, and what kind of verbal altercation was going on between them now. And our hero himself at this time grabbed the handle of his sword. He showed with his whole appearance that he was ready for battle. Dean kept asking in the same voice if he had really figured him out, to which the protagonist replied that right away, the protagonist's younger friend tried to find out what was going on here. The older comrade explained to his younger one that the Brahm clan was just a lie. In fact, it was a gathering of vile cutthroats, an ordinary clan of murderers. At this time, he was thinking that if he hadn't read about this clan in the diary, he would have followed him, because they are scum, luring unknown newcomers and killing them for items. Our main character once again remembered his family, the faces of those he so strongly longs for. His face showed all the hatred he felt towards him. He thought that there was no forgiveness for people like him, because a bunch of such bastards would make up a huge clan. At this time, Dean himself, with a smile on his face, said that he couldn't even figure it out, as he understood. But even if so, he would prefer not to drag it out with time. He offered to give them all his items, and in that case, he wouldn't kill them. At this time, our main character pulled out his sword. With all the accumulated hatred, he shouted for him to get out of here. The smile disappeared from the Brahm clan member's face, and in a low tone he said that it was truly a pity. With a vile expression on his face, he began to shout insults at our heroes, At that very moment, he evaporated from the place where he stood, and a cool breeze rose. In an instant, he found himself behind our main character, who was still looking at the place where Dean had recently stood. And then there was a powerful clash of weapons and a loud sound was heard. Our protagonist reacted to Dean's attack, managing to block his blow. After this attack, our hero's enemy disappeared again, preparing to strike again. He also approached Zhong in the blink of an eye, but he somehow dodged it at the last moment. Our main character took advantage of this and quickly approached the attacker in order to attack him. But the attack did not catch Dean. With the same incredible speed, he disappeared again. The power from the protagonist's attack rushed forward, cutting through the wall, and a loud sound was heard. Dean sighed heavily, sliding across the floor, as he also barely managed to dodge. He couldn't believe that someone who had just recently been trained could move so fast. A bead of sweat ran down his face. He thought about the fact that this wasn't just a newbie standing in front of him. This was much more tiring than he could have thought, but he needed to get this all over with as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the Skyscraper clan would come here, which would lead to bad consequences, and after that, his body began to gradually evaporate, as if his body was turning into smoke. Zhong screamed in fear that this guy had suddenly disappeared, and his older comrade watched attentively, looking around. At this time, a smile appeared on Dean's face, but now it was a smug smile that showed his superiority. He bent down and thought about how they didn't know where he was, since the regular players couldn't see him when he blended into the darkness. And these greenhorns certainly won't be able to do this, the enemy of our heroes continued to think. Grabbing and raising his sword, he said that they would die, without even suspecting why, and then laughed. Looking towards the black-haired guy, he thought about what about him, since he looked the most dangerous. But the face of our main character did not change. He was immersed in his own thoughts, because he had thought everything through long ago. A second later, Dean appeared, with Kim Hyun's sword stuck inside his body. The man with the sword in his chest coughed heavily, asking himself how this could have happened, and then he immediately disappeared again, leaving behind the raised darkness in place of his body. Holding his stomach, he couldn't believe that this had happened, because even with his abnormal mana level, he couldn't surpass his stealth skill. Gritting his teeth in hatred, he asked himself who this jerk really was. As he approached the door, he realized that it had become too dangerous here, so first he needed to get out of here. But at that moment, our main character came right up to him from behind, swung his arm, and asked where he was going. And then he dealt a powerful blow to his back, causing the man to cough in pain. The blow was accurate. The man was unable to stay on his feet. He fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Looking towards his motionless opponent, Kim Hyun exhaled, thinking that it was quite dangerous now. At this time, Zhong was surprised and asked how Hyun knew where he was, since he suddenly cleared up like fog and then appeared from the shadows. He continued to shout that he couldn't see anything. He didn't understand how the main character could understand where he was, and our hero himself at that time was thinking that he didn't understand what he was talking about. And then he remembered the gift he had recently received. Looking towards Dean lying on the floor, our heroes were deciding what to do with him. Zhong asked his older comrade what was the best thing to do, to which he received a counter-question about what their fault was. In fact, the younger one did not understand what our main character meant, and he looked in his direction with a smile because he had already thought everything through. All that was left was to make it all come true. There was a buzz in the street that someone had been hurt. Everyone was asking numerous questions, but they didn't know the answers, and on whose basis the rumors were based. Through all this noise walked two men, to whom everyone around made way. There was surprise on their faces, and fear on some. Everyone was shocked to see them. That someone was the Skyscraper clan. Alvin and his comrade were purposefully going to challenge our heroes. When he entered, he asked the man standing behind the counter where the brats were, to which he was told that they were on the second floor. With an incomprehensible expression, he thanked the man, and then went with his friend towards the stairs. At this time, Zhong could not find a place for himself, pacing from side to side, while Kim Hyun himself, sitting on the bed, was waiting for guests. Elvin, entering the room of our heroes, told us that Dylan Alador, 2 years in the game, a famous robber, attacking recently arrived newcomers, a member of a clan of assassins. He asked our heroes if his death was really their doing, thinking that newbies wouldn't be able to kill an experienced player. To which our main character, with an unperturbed expression on his face, replied that everything was exactly like that, asking along the way what problems there might be. At this time, Alvin thought that after a long time, as he thought, a really big shot had arrived. He exhaled heavily and paused briefly before replying that there were no problems. He opened a notebook, looked into it, and then began to read out loud that for the capture of Dean Alador there was a reward of 30 gold coins. Our protagonist asked again if they were really entitled to a reward for this, to which he received an answer from Elvin that it was so, because this bastard was wanted for serious crimes, and for this a reward was due. The face of our protagonist's younger comrade lit up upon hearing this, and with the same look he threw it towards his comrade. Our heroes began discussing the reward, not noticing the warriors from the skyscraper clan standing in front of them, which put them in an awkward position. After waiting a little while for them to discuss this, he shouted loudly so that they would pay attention to him, and then he suggested that they both join the skyscraper clan, which greatly surprised Comrade Elvin, and his mouth dropped open in surprise. Our heroes were also surprised by this proposal, because the clan is quite serious. Kim Hyun, still with the same imperturbable face, asked if we were serious about asking them to join, to which the man with the scar on his face replied that everything was serious. While thinking that he had never seen a noob who would grab someone like Dean Alador, this guy in front of him was a real diamond of colossal size. He should not let him go under any circumstances. Looking towards the black-haired man who had thought about it and was standing there in surprise, he was sure that they would agree, because their clan was one of the most powerful, and such an offer for newcomers was a great chance. Some time passed. Elvin asked in a rough voice what they had decided. He wanted to hear the answer as soon as possible. Some time passed. 2 members of the skyscrapers were walking down the street. Alvin's comrade was saying that he was too hasty with his proposal, explaining this by the fact that it didn't matter that they managed to capture Dean, because the guys themselves were still inexperienced, and besides, they still had situations when they took newcomers into their clan. To which the walking commander closed his eyes and began to speak in a light voice. "So you." And then his face suddenly changed. His voice was rough. He asked if his comrade had really forgotten how to use his eyes. If so, then he should rip them out. These actions on the part of the senior comrade left him at a loss. Sweat ran down his face. He did not understand what his commander meant. And then, exhaling and laughing, he said that he was just joking, while lightly patting her on the back. Walking a little forward and then stopping, Alvin said that he was serious about recruiting. He was interested in that very black-haired man. Starting to smile, he added that the boy had caught Dean not by chance, because he seemed ordinary, but in himself he was quite an interesting guy. A little earlier, our main character, after a question from the commander of the skyscraper clan, bowed and refused. This baffled the members of this clan, and as soon as they realized that he had refused, their mouths dropped open in surprise. Elvin, confused, began to ask why. Did the boy really not yet understand what a clan was? Our hero replied that he understood everything, and at the same time apologized again to his older comrade. The clan commander thought that this was unthinkable. He couldn't believe that the guy had options much better than this. He couldn't believe that in front of him stood a newbie who had just arrived here. And then he glanced towards the main character's partner, asking if he agreed with him. Naturally, this pressure made Jong very tense. For the first couple of minutes he couldn't answer anything. His thoughts were all mixed up. And then, bending down a little and holding his head, he also apologized to his older comrades. Elvin was not surprised by this, thinking that he was most likely just sticking to the black-haired one. And then, raising his finger and pointing at the heroes, he said that he would send them the reward in the evening, and as soon as they received the money, they had to pay for housing first. Our protagonist immediately understood where Elvin was pointing his finger, looking at the wall that he almost cut in half with his attack. Turning around, he said that if they changed their minds, they could find him in the skyscraper clan by name. After all, as he had already said earlier, they would always be welcome there, after which the clan members left the hotel. Already in the evening, our heroes received their reward. There were 30 gold coins in a tied bag. Looking into the bag, Kim Hyun was surprised that there would be so many of them, and Jong agreed with this, because he had imagined completely different sizes. Taking one of them and starting to examine it from different angles, he said in surprise that such a coin in Korea would cost 1,000,000 won, and if he had them, he wouldn't have to worry about money. But his entire contented mood suddenly disappeared. He asked our hero why he did not accept the offer to join the clan. Did he really have other plans? To which he received the answer that there were some tentative ones. He asked our hero to tell him about them, but Kim Hyun replied that it would happen in time. Asking why he refused, Jong explained that he did not deserve it, because it was not he who got that killer. With a smile on his face, the black-haired guy asked his friend not to worry, because he had one idea, but he didn't know if it would be better than joining the skyscraper clan. Jong immediately asked in surprise what the idea was, to which our protagonist replied that it was a meeting with the Supreme Mage. He said that they were heading to him right now. Our hero's younger comrade did not understand which supreme mage was being talked about. After some time, our heroes approached a huge square. It was Melon Square, where in the center stood a gray-haired old man. Approaching him, Kim Hyun asked if he was Mr. Abram, which surprised the old man. He asked tensely what they wanted. If they used the portal, they had to pay 50 gold. If they didn't have any, they should get out. Our main character explained to him that they had other business with him. But the old man immediately after these words turned around and replied that he had nothing to do with it. But Kim Hyun immediately responded to this by saying that they would find the location of the laboratory especially for him, which made the old man immediately turn back to the young guys with interest. Already more tense, he asked how they found out about this, since no one knew about it except him. The black-haired hero replied that they had merely heard that he was looking for the lost laboratory, which was why they had approached him, and that they would help him find out where it was. The old man became thoughtful and stopped responding to the words of our heroes, falling into his own thoughts. He began to examine the heroes standing in front of him, lowering his gaze. He was surprised. After all, he saw the bracelet on the guy's hand. He couldn't take his eyes off it. The old man could not understand where he had seen him before, going through all the possible options. But our main character was not going to wait long for an answer. He again turned to Mr. Abram, which immediately brought him out of his thoughts. The old man immediately replied that he agreed, because of one oath given to him, he could not leave this place. But if their search was crowned with success, he would reward them appropriately. After a short pause, he added a huge and bold, "But our heroes had to get one thing into their heads." And then, looking at them with a terrifying gaze, he added that if they were to think of anything, he would let them taste pain worse than death itself. Jung was horrified by this look, scared enough that a drop of sweat ran down our protagonist's face. But he did not show any sign of fear, answering that they would definitely keep this in mind. Having already left the old man, Jong asked his comrade where he found out about the laboratory, to which Hyun answered him that he found out about it, thanks to village rumors. Naturally, this confused the brown-headed man, because he had not heard about them. Also, the younger comrade asked whether the best options would be to search for a laboratory rather than joining the skyscraper clan. Our main character answered him that in his opinion, this option is better, adding that if his comrade does not trust him, he does not oblige him to follow him. Jong got angry when he heard this, but suddenly switched to the fact that the old man in the square was acting quite strangely. The black-haired man explained that according to rumors, he used it before and killed people and used them for magical ingredients. Hearing this, Jong screamed in surprise. He couldn't believe his ears. And Hyun continued, saying that for this, he was nicknamed the Human Butcher. He clutched his head and screamed in fear, his eyes filled with tears. He was very scared. In response, our hero interrupted his screams, telling him not to make a mountain out of a molehill, and then asking if he really hadn't heard what he said. And then he explained that because of some force he couldn't get out of there, and they just needed to find his laboratory. With tears in his eyes, Jong nodded at every word of his older comrade, when suddenly the black-haired man shouted that they had found it. Raising their heads, they looked at the huge rock. Jong couldn't believe that they were able to find it so quickly, asking if it was really her, to which he received a positive answer. Taking hold of one of the protruding rocks, our protagonist said that it was time to demonstrate his rock-climbing skills. At this time, our main character was thinking that, if the diary is to be believed, the opening of the location of Abram's laboratory had caused quite a lot of noise in Melon, since nothing like this had happened here before, and the discovery itself was located right in the rock, not far from the village. However, the fact that this gaming area was discovered was not even significant. The main focus was on her main prize, a collection of experimental materials that had been studied for years by the supreme mage Abram. The skyscraper clan came to the conclusion that the effect from it must be colossal, since the height of its level is immeasurable. Our main character continued to think as he climbed inside the cave. Entering it, the system notified our heroes that they had discovered Abram's lost laboratory. Zhang, looking around, said that it was very creepy here. Our heroes had to explore this location and return to Abram, telling his partner to keep his ears open and be ready to fight immediately, and then thinking he was interested in a top-notch reward, he had to find it first. He was extremely sorry to refuse the offer to join the skyscraper clan, but by contacting them, it would become much more difficult to get hold of this trophy. As they went deeper into the cave, Jong told his comrade that it didn't look like she was there, but Kim Hyun insisted that she should be there. While walking, the main character's younger friend asked how it happened that Abram himself couldn't find his own laboratory, since it was located quite close. The black-haired hero replied, all because he lost his memories. Naturally, Jung had even more questions. One of them was why he lost his memory. But our protagonist did not give an answer to this question. After thinking for a while, the brown-haired man cried out, saying that perhaps it was all because of his oath that he told them about. Kim Hyun continued to look around and answered that he didn't know. Maybe it was so, because it was also possible that he lost his memory due to some powerful spell, and because of this he became the guardian of the portal. Jung continued, asking if he wanted to find this place. Why not make the search large-scale? Why should he keep everything a secret? But our protagonist did not answer his comrade. The younger one suggested that some treasure was hidden in the laboratory. But suddenly our main character raised his hand, shouting at Jung to stop. He saw something in front of him. This made Jung scared. He couldn't believe his eyes. Kim Hyun in response did not look away, but directed his gaze straight ahead. They saw in front of them a huge number of corpses, bones and remains of people that lay right in front of them. Jung was disgusted to see this. He asked in a trembling voice if this was really the work of that same old man, to which our main character replied that apparently it was. The young boy's frightened face turned to aggression. He could not imagine that someone was capable of such atrocities. After all, to do something like that you have to be a real psychopath, Jung added, still angrily. Suddenly, the sound of bones cracking began to be heard, and an incomprehensible roar arose that spread throughout the entire cave. What followed was something unimaginable. The skeletons that had been lying motionless until recently began to rise one after another. Behind them, the rest of the ghoul-like bodies began to rise, making zombie-like sounds. Our main character, looking at all this, said, "Now it is clear why it was so quiet and why it is called a location." Taking a fighting stance, he shouted to his comrade to prepare for battle. Hearing this, our main hero's younger comrade immediately prepared for battle. At this time, the dead with terrifying sounds rushed towards our heroes. Their aura spoke for itself. They wanted to kill the people who disturbed their peace. But our heroes weren't going to just stand there and wait for them to attack them. They were going to fight too. They were going to finish it quickly. The dead silence of the cave was replaced by the sounds of battle. Now in every corner there were terrible sounds of battle. The air in this location began to fill with the smell of rot and blood. And the bodies of the dead themselves emitted a terrifying black aura. It seemed that each of them was cursed. Our hero killed several at once with one attack, chopping each attacker in half. But their number was incredibly numerous. This battle reminded our main character of the last stage of training. One of the ghouls waited for a moment and rushed to attack, right from behind our main character, intending to bite him. Our hero did not notice this. The monster sank its teeth into the main character's shoulder, as it seemed to him. But at the last moment, the hardening skill was activated, which protected the attack site, preventing it from biting through the boy's body. There were no options other than using that same bracelet. Kim Hyun immediately activated it. And then, in an instant, he cut the attacker into several pieces, sending him flying. Jung, as soon as he noticed his comrade being attacked from behind, immediately rushed towards him with an anxious cry of questioning whether everything was okay. After some time, all the opponents were defeated. Their bodies began to crumble. Jung, looking around, said that everything went much better than he thought. The only thing was that now he was in a bad mood. His gaze was anxious. He looked around the area and could not believe that these were all former people. He wondered what was happening here, what this monster was doing to them all. Suddenly, our main character noticed something sparkling among the huge lying crowd. It attracted his attention. Coming up, he bent down to get it. He felt something incomprehensible. Having taken it out, he began to turn it over, examining it carefully. And then it dawned on him. He said, "This is it." But his comrade immediately interrupted him, asking what it was and why it was in his body. The object in our hero's hand began to sparkle. The black-haired hero replied that it was an impulse. It was the Chimera's mana stone, the mana stone used by the Archmage to create the Chimera, containing an impressive amount of mana, the energy of which makes the Chimera move. Looking towards the younger one, the protagonist told him that he didn't know if it was right or not, but they should take this item with them. Jung nodded his head, showing that he agreed with this decision. Our heroes continued to explore the cave. Several days passed. Jung, sitting on the ground, asked how many days they had been there, to which Kim Hyun replied that it had been about a week. While eating and resting, he asked the younger one if he had rested, and he, looking back at the mountain of chimera corpses, replied that this was not the place to rest. Our hero replied that in that case, they were coming in. Approaching the huge, beautiful door, Jung warmed up, saying that he really hoped that this was the last one. Our main character asked him to be attentive and look around. At this time, looking at the door, he thought that this is where the reward for the first person to find this place is located. His attention was also drawn to the chain that wrapped around the doors. These doors were locked with magic. Zhong took out his sword and was about to cut it down with his swordmaster skill. Having struck the chain with precision, a powerful echo ran through the entire cave, causing the stones to tremble. With a satisfied face, he said that surprisingly he succeeded. Hen answered in a raised voice that he should open them faster. Taking hold of the doors, they began to push them with all their might. It turned out to be a little more difficult than they thought. The doors gradually but very slowly began to open, making a loud creaking sound. Our heroes continued to push her with all their might, and with each passing second the creaking became louder and louder. A fairly large gap already appeared, and then the door continued to open by itself. Looking inside, our heroes were very surprised, because they did not expect to see such a thing. They saw a room of enormous proportions, in the middle of which stood a huge capsule with liquid and someone inside, and huge bookshelves. It seemed to them that there was some person inside the capsule, and they began to peer into it. The man inside was with his eyes closed, air bubbles enveloping his entire body. At this time, in the skyscraper clan building, a junior member brought a report on the status of Abram's location to his commander. He took a stack of papers and began to slam them on the table, straightening the sheets, and then began to read. After a while, Alvin exhaled heavily, closing his eyes. He told the comrade who brought the report that these were not the right papers. But he could not believe what he heard, because he could not have made a mistake. And then Alvin continued, saying that there was not a word about the key to solving Abram's location. They were constantly searching, but there was zero news. This could not be, while his subordinate listened silently. He threw the papers angrily on the table and shouted at him to go and bring him the correct report, and he could throw this one in the trash. A drop of blood ran down the subordinate's face from excitement. He was about to start making excuses. But he was interrupted by an angry commander who said loudly, 2 months, they have been looking for this location for 2 months already. And then he got even more angry, starting to shout that even if these were just false rumors, what difference did it make if the skyscraper clan, consisting exclusively of the elite, had been of no use all this time? He continued to shout that they could do anything themselves, since they were not even capable of catching elementary murderers themselves, while his subordinate listened to his commander's screams with his head down. And he, raising his hand and pointing to the door, added that he should get out and find out at least something. The pumped-up man, still with his head down, answered, "Yes, obey." He was about to leave, but he was stopped again by Alvin's question. He was asking what was wrong with those brats. The subordinate did not understand who he was talking about. He asked again, and the commander explained that he was interested in whether there was any news from those who had finished off Dylan a week ago. The pumped-up guy replied that there was no news from them, and the commander calmly told him to get out of there. As soon as his subordinate left, he collapsed into his chair, breathing heavily. He asked himself what the hell they were doing here. He didn't understand it. At this time, our heroes were in the very laboratory that the skyscraper clan was looking for. Zhong, looking directly at this container with liquid, asked what kind of research was being conducted here. But our main character didn't answer him, going to look around. And Zhong continued to say that there was nothing further than the corridor. So, apparently, they reached the very end. Looking around in all directions, our main character thought that if they were in place, then what he came here for must be somewhere right here. Noticing a pen in the bookshelf, he thought that perhaps it was there. It attracted his attention quite strongly. Taking hold of it, he exhaled. He really hoped that it was there. And then he opened it abruptly, and a loud creak was heard that echoed throughout the entire room. On one of the shelves, he noticed flasks. This was the very thing our main character was looking for. Looking at them, he thought that this was a collection of the research results of the Supreme Mage Ambar. But he didn't know what kind of purple vessel this was, because nothing was written about it in the diary. Taking the flasks in his hands, he was going to take everything. The goal was successfully achieved, so they did not need to linger here any longer. But he was distracted by his friend, who loudly asked him to look here, because it seemed to him that the man inside began to move. The main character immediately began to approach him anxiously, asking if this was true. And the young boy answered that it was only slightly, but he opened his eyelids. He was sure of it. Looking up at the face of the man floating inside, all they could hear was the air rising and bubbles bursting. But they did not take their eyes off his face. Only our main character was about to look away. As the man inside opened his eyes slightly for a second, air bubbles came out of his mouth. And then they immediately closed, and the bubbles stopped coming out. Our main character spoke in surprise. Was he really alive? Zhong asked him what they were going to do. Kim Hyun paused for a moment and replied that since this was a person, it would be wrong to leave him like this. He grabbed his sword. He was going to break the glass. although he was tormented by thoughts that it was better not to do this. Some time passed. Our heroes returned to the city to the old man, which surprised him quite a lot when he saw these guys again. He began to insult them, giggling along the way that he knew they would fail. But our main character interrupted all his mockery, saying that they had found his laboratory. Hearing this, the supreme magician Abram could not believe his ears. He was speechless with surprise. And then he shouted loudly, "Did they really find it?" Adding that this couldn't be, but the guys continued to claim that they found it. But then Zhang joined in, looking menacingly at the old man. Having said that, first they wanted to hear what kind of research he was doing there, because they had discovered monstrous things there. The supreme mage did not answer immediately, but after thinking for a moment, he asked what they had found in his laboratory. Our heroes were quite embarrassed when they heard this question. They fell into a stupor. But our main character immediately took the initiative, asking anxiously if the old man himself really didn't remember what was there. The supreme mage replied that everything was exactly like that. He did not remember what was in it. He only remembered that it was there and that he was doing research there, but he did not remember specific things. Zhang asked, both worriedly and angrily, since he couldn't remember anything, why he had looked for her then. And Abram answered that everything was because he was sure of only one thing. She belonged to him. And that was the reason for the search. All of Zhang's ardor died down, and Kim Hyun, who was standing next to him, replied that there was no arguing about that. Our main character asked if the old man would be able to find this place if they told him about the location, because he was attached to this place where they were now. Abram answered that he could leave it for a short time. Our main character, exhaling, answered in agreement and began to explain to the old man where she was. He described in detail where the cave was, but was less detailed about where it was inside the cave itself, thinking that it would take him much longer to search inside. The old man listened attentively to the instructions on how to get to his cave. He started to smile, and then suddenly started to laugh loudly, holding his head. He shouted that he remembered exactly, although he forgot that he hid it right under everyone's nose. And then he took out 2 scrolls, which he handed to our heroes. He replied that this was a reward for help, adding that he did not know if they knew how to handle it, but he could not offer them anything else. Our hero thanked him. Taking it in his hand, he was going to look at the characteristics of this scroll. The system explained that this was a teleportation scroll that allowed one to move to a desired village, where they had never been. But after use it would disappear. Our main character was happy, because he was now holding 50 gold in his hands. In addition, he also received a ring. It was a B class. The ring gave the desired property. Spending mana in accordance with the properties, it could also accumulate mana in itself. Looking at it, the black-haired boy thought that if you look only at the class, then this ring is on the same level as the shackles of Jahar. They received wonderful rewards that they could not even imagine. Our main character was as happy as the screaming Zhang. The old man laughed and began to disappear, saying that on this note he was leaving the young guys. He told them that they would definitely meet again. Zhang asked in surprise if this was really instant teleportation. Eventually, the old man disappeared completely, and in his place, some dark particles began to evaporate into the air. Kim Hyun said that he wouldn't be too upset if their next meeting didn't happen, and Zhang asked if anything bad would happen since they let him leave so easily. Taking something out of his pocket, the main character replied that time will tell, because in the end, we are talking about a man who has lost his memory. Having taken out some kind of elixir, he added that they had already taken the most important thing from there. The young guy asked what it was that they had taken from the laboratory, and our boy, with a smile on his face, shaking the flask, replied that perhaps this was the reason why the old man was looking for his laboratory. At this time, the old man with a hysterical look peered into the laboratory, and just as hysterically spoke about how he had finally found it. At this time, our heroes rested. Zhang said that he was worried, because he did not know what to do for the next 10 days. But in the end, everything turned out just fine. After all, they received unique items, and money, and apartments much better than they had before, and all this thanks to their senior comrade. In response, our main character answered that this was their common merit. Falling onto the bed, Zhang joyfully shouted that now was the best money, because he thought that he would die during these 2 weeks in the location. Kim Hyun began to rustle through his pockets and replied that he had something while they were resting, which alarmed Zhang, and he shouted out what else could be there. Our hero threw him a red and blue vessel. He was surprised, because these were the same ones from the laboratory. Looking at them, he saw an explanation from the system that the blue one contained a life potion, and the red one contained a mana potion. Their characteristics were not available. Having opened his own, our main character explained to his younger friend that he should first drink the red one, and then the blue one. Zhang, a little distrustfully, asked if he knew exactly what it was. Our protagonist replied that it would pump him up quite a bit, so he couldn't spill a drop. And then he started drinking it. Looking with the same distrust towards his older comrade, he became embarrassed. And after exhaling, he began to use the blue potion first. He thought about the fact that he trusted Hen, but the torment still bothered him, so he did not immediately begin to swallow it. But as soon as his mouth was completely full, there was no choice. Having knocked it out, he felt warmth in his chest. He screamed in surprise that it was as if energy was spreading through his body. Suddenly, pain pierced their bodies. Their faces twisted. They did not expect this, so a scream was heard. Both heroes fell down. Their bodies seemed to be pierced by pain. Twisting, it seemed to them that they were being torn apart. They screamed throughout the room. All the main character's characteristics began to increase, writhing in pain. He thought about whether it was worth drinking it all at once. Trying to catch his breath, he continued to think about the fact that he took these potions because they were supposed to raise the body's level, but they seemed to burn it from the inside. His whole body began to sweat, and his teeth clenched in pain. He was going to endure it. After all, compared to the last time in the temple, it was much more bearable than then. The pain was much less. Clenching his fist, he was going to endure her. He couldn't just give up here. His body began to tremble, but it was no longer because of pain, but because of the anger that filled our main character. At this time, Jong continued to scream in pain. His face was covered in tears, and his body was covered in cold sweat. Some time passed, the pain went away, and our main character, all wet, tried to catch his breath. Sitting on the floor, he asked Jong how he was, to which the boy, also breathlessly, replied that he had seen his great-grandmother. Kim Hyun laughed when he heard this answer. Having jumped up, he asked how much time had passed and how his older comrade was feeling. Since he had immediately drunk 2 whole ones, he anxiously asked if everything was okay with him. The black-haired guy getting up answered that everything was fine. He didn't know if it was the merit of this red potion, but his health bar was immediately restored. The brown-haired boy, looking at his body, said that this thing was truly amazing, because his stats, health, mana, had increased greatly, already standing firmly on his feet. Kim Hyun said that if this old man had drunk it all by himself, a real catastrophe would have awaited them. After a short silence, Jong asked why Abram didn't drink them immediately after he prepared them. Naturally, our protagonist replied that he did not know the answer to this question, but it was time for them to move on. They needed to visit the skyscraper clan. The guy's younger friend was shouting that it was already night, and it would be better to do it tomorrow. Our hero exhaled. Looking at the street, he agreed with his friend, because such a late visit really was too much. Some time passed, Jong went to bed, and at that time our hero took out the diary. Sitting on the bed, he opened it, lost in his own thoughts, slowly turning the pages and hoping that the next pages were already available. Having managed to turn the page, he was surprised, because the very page that had not turned was now accessible. He began to read it carefully, slowly rereading and memorizing, concentrating on each line. Suddenly, something confused him and he reread the same line several times. With each rereading, his face became more and more horrified. He could not believe his eyes. And then, abruptly closing the diary and rushing towards his sword, he grabbed it. Rushing towards the door, he shouted at Jong to follow him quickly. The young comrade didn't even have time to ask what happened. He shouted to his older comrade to wait for him, and then just as quickly grabbed his weapon and rushed after the guy. Already on the street, our heroes stubbornly continued to break down someone's door. The black-haired hero did not stop knocking on the door. Jong, trying to catch his breath, asked his comrade why they were in such a hurry to get to the skyscraper clan building. Our hero, gritting his teeth, said that everything had gone wrong. They didn't have time. Suddenly, he screamed loudly, asking if everyone was dead, adding that every second counted at that moment. Suddenly, his scream was interrupted. The door opened, and a man inside the building asked what had happened to them. Why were they breaking in so hard? The main character screamed that he needed to see Alvin Walker right now. He insisted on it. This angered the man who opened the door. With the same angry voice as his face, he said that he was not the kind of person you could meet by simply brazenly knocking on his door, because there was a procedure. But our main character was going to let him speak further. He said that it was all about Abram's location. This surprised the man. He asked to tell them that they were unable to find her. But our main character continued to scream, asking to call Alvin as soon as possible, because now nothing could be more important than this. There was a sound of footsteps behind the man. It was Alvin who approached the door and asked what happened. Seeing our main character, he asked if he had finally changed his mind and decided to join the skyscraper clan. Coming closer, he asked what had happened to them, asking them to explain everything in a few words. Our hero, having calmed down, replied that he came running here because of Abram's location. Alvin began to ask forcefully if they had been able to find her, to which he received a positive answer from the black-haired hero. Our guy was going to explain to him why he had come running here, but the man began to beam, joyfully shouting that the boy was something, laughing along the way. Hugging his subordinate, he began to point his finger at Kim Hyun. He began to praise them, adding along the way that he thought so, that the guys did not catch Dean by accident, starting to joke about their clan comrade. But our main character suddenly and very loudly shouted the name of the skyscraper commander so that he would pay attention to him. He immediately began to explain that Abram would soon attack Melon in a new guise. They did not have time for all this useless trepidation. Jong opened his mouth in surprise. He couldn't even imagine such a development of events. And our hero stood with the most serious expression on his face. Both representatives of the skyscraper clan stood silently, thinking about the guy's words. They couldn't believe it. The first to come to his senses was the pumped-up guy who asked what he was talking about. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them saying, "Here's where they are." And our heroes immediately turned to look at it. After watching, everyone was surprised to see this picture. No one expected that everything would happen so quickly. Jong cried out loudly and in surprise. Could it really be that same old man, the Supreme Mage Abram? Jong couldn't believe his eyes. He screamed at the top of his voice in surprise. And then he turned sharply towards his older comrade, still shouting in surprise that this was the same guy from the lab. Kim Hyun responded by saying that they should have destroyed everything there back then. Our protagonist remembered when they first noticed him. They couldn't even imagine that this was a new body for the Supreme Mage, because if they had known, they would have finished everything much earlier. Something started approaching our main character at an incredibly high speed. At the last moment, he was able to dodge. It was an attack. A huge fragment crashed into the wall, making a loud sound. The black-haired hero tried to catch his breath. As at that time, Alvin looked at the wall, and then towards the man, asked who he was and why he was attacking. The long-haired man replied that he was not at all interested in him. He came here for those two, pointing his finger at our heroes. In response, our main character said that if he came for those potions, then they had already drunk them, and starting to take out his blade, Abram, laughing, said that he would make more of those. He came here to take the shackles, and also added that if our hero resists, he will lose his hand. Naturally, the main character was confused. Hearing this, he asked what he knew about them. In response, the long-haired man began waving his hand, saying that he knew much more than he did. And then, shouting for him to give them back immediately, he attacked him, sending several dozen stones towards the guy. Our hero reacted instantly to this attack, starting to reflect every stone with incredible speed. But their number was huge. Our hero thought for a second that he might miss a few, but suddenly they all flew apart into small pieces, starting to fall loudly to the ground. And before our heroes appeared an armed Alvin, who said that this all sounds like a bad joke, but it looks like he really is Abram, because when he realized that he was not in the village, he decided that he was no longer there. The skyscraper commander wondered how he was able to remove his curse, and in addition was able to find a new body. But there was no response from the Supreme Mage. He looked at our heroes with a contemptuous gaze. Alvin chuckled a little and let out a sigh, since he hadn't expected any kind of sensible answer from this decrepit old man anyway. And looking towards our heroes, he said in an angry voice that he would definitely talk to him again. But at that very second, our hero rushed towards the long-haired man. He was not going to give all the honors to Alvin. Alvin tried to catch up with Kim Hyun, shouting at him to stop, as he was not someone that a newcomer who had just arrived here could handle. These actions amused the Supreme Magician. He thought that the boy already wanted to go to the next world. He began to concentrate lightning in his hand. And then he sent his charged attack towards the main character running towards him, intending to kill him with one attack. Alvin, looking in the direction of the attack, understood that he would not have time. He shouted that the black-haired idiot. But our main character's mood was obvious. He was also going to finish everything as quickly as possible. He immediately began using his ring, absorbing the Supreme Mage's attack. And then he sent his own attack in his direction, putting in another grain of his mana to strengthen the attack. The attack hit Abram, leaving a wound on his cheek. He was taken aback, because he did not expect that he could be wounded. Raising his hand to show the ring, Kim Hyun asked the attacker if his gift was really good, since he himself had given him the ring. Alvin let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. He didn't expect the younger one to have such a strong trump card. Naturally, the Supreme Mage was writhing in anger, because he had done something wrong to himself. But at that moment, a junior member of the skyscraper clan approached him from behind. He was about to drive him into the ground. The powerful blow caused the earth to fly in all directions, and a column of dust rose up, obscuring the entire attack zone for several seconds. Alvin's subordinate made a disgruntled sound, raising his head and looking up, because when the dust settled, Abram was nowhere to be seen, and the Supreme Mage himself at this time thought that without elixirs, this body was too weak. While in the air, he looked at his opponents, realizing that he had been too hasty and that he would not be able to cope with them now. But a second later, his body was locked in some kind of magic cube. He didn't expect this at all. The approaching girl asked what was going on here. It was she who used magic. Alvin thanked Lois, explaining to her that the killer Abram had paid them a night visit. Lois couldn't believe her commander's words, because he didn't look like the old man at all. But the man in armor answered her that he would explain everything later. A huge crowd of people began to gather at the sounds of fighting and shouting, and Alvin, standing proudly with his head held high and raising his sword, introduced himself, saying that they were a clan of skyscrapers, adding that he should have thought before going against them. Gritting his teeth in anger, the Supreme Mage himself understood that he was dealing with small fry. But looking at Lois and Alvin, he thought that these two were dangerous enough for him in the current situation. He was about to retreat. His body gradually began to disappear. The commander of the skyscrapers himself did not understand what was happening. At the end, Abram laughed loudly, saying that they could enjoy their freedom for now, but very soon they would meet, and it would end. After these words, his body completely disappeared, leaving a bright light inside the magic cube. Alvin looked towards the girl and told her that he was very disappointed in her, because she let him go so easily. Lois herself screamed, and answered that Abram was in front of them. She could not do anything. And then he laughed, saying that since he had escaped, they just needed to catch him. But suddenly changing his face and looking towards our heroes, he turned to them, saying that they needed to talk, because they knew what was going on here. He ordered them to follow him, adding that this was not a request, but an order. Already inside the clan building, our protagonist told everything. Jong could not believe that they drank elixirs that were made from hundreds of human lives, and our protagonist explained that this information could only make everything worse. Alvin thought for a moment, and said that their strength and magic were the result of those same elixirs. This could be believed, but it was impossible to believe that they were newbies. Lois, interrupting her commander, asked if they really had drunk the potion that Abram had prepared for himself, to which she received a positive answer. Our black-haired guy explained to them that after changing his body, Abram planned to use them to become more powerful, because these potions can increase the level of his strength and magic to an incredible level. To this, Alvin replied that he now understood why he had come for them. That explained everything. With an unperturbed expression on his face, Kim Hyun replied that it was all true, and he was right. He also said that for some unknown reason, Abram has a strong contempt for humans, and he will still try to vent his anger and get the ingredients he needs. Lois anxiously shouted at this for our hero to stop with his story. Because Abram was cursed, and therefore guarded the portal in the village, she does not understand how he managed to escape and get into the laboratory. Our main character naturally didn't know the answer to this, thinking at that moment that even if he knew, he still wouldn't have said it. Alvin stood up and asked if he would definitely try to make new potions, to which he received a convincing and confident positive answer from his interlocutor. The skyscraper commander began to point a finger at our protagonist, saying that he should be ashamed to ask for help, knowing that he had taken and stolen the potions, but agreed that most likely the High Mage would soon arrive in Melon again. And then he began to cough awkwardly, accidentally uttering his thoughts out loud about how Abram was still so weak thanks to the fact that they stole the potions. He abruptly extended his hand, thanking our main character for this. Naturally, our hero did not expect such actions. He immediately jumped up, extending his hand in response. But as soon as their hands were about to touch, Alvin immediately removed his, starting to make displeased sounds. With the same dissatisfied face, he asked the guy how he knew all this, because a newbie couldn't know so much useful information. Awkwardly beginning to connect incomprehensible sentences, he thought that because he needed his help, he told too much useful information. He couldn't understand what to answer. Was it really worth telling about the diary? Our hero thought anxiously. Suddenly, this awkward situation was interrupted by a man running and shouting at Commander Walker to follow him, as it was very important. Naturally, Alvin did not understand what was happening, asking what had happened and what was wrong with him, and the subordinate himself, standing all in sweat with a frightened look, tried to formulate a proposal. The commander shouted at him, ordering him to come to his senses as quickly as possible and report to him. Having come to his senses and exhaled, he shouted that a whole horde of monsters was approaching the city walls. Their numbers were simply enormous. In the city, the number of screams only increased with each passing minute. Everyone was in a panic. The people standing with swords could not believe their eyes, while the women ran away as fast as they could. Monsters began to fill the city. They attacked a man who was trying to overcome his fear, but he couldn't. He understood that this monster was much stronger than him. He turned away from it, bending down. But the monster did not reach him. With incredible force, it hit some transparent wall, which saved the people. Seeing the activated barrier, everyone started shouting happily that the Skyscraper clan was here. Each of them realized that this barrier was raised by Mrs. Lois, and they began to joyfully shout her name. At this time, the girl herself, casting a spell, thought that their main task was to protect the city. She began to loudly pronounce the words. She said that their task was to deal with the chimeras. The heads of each district must follow the instructions of the Skyscraper clan. Zhong, who was standing next to him, was surprised, because her voice could be heard throughout Melon. At this time, with his head down, he thought that everyone around him was very cool, and he himself still had a lot to learn. He understood that Alvin Walker was right in ordering him to stand here. And Lois herself continued, ordering everyone to destroy the chimeras, while our main character and his new comrades approached the laboratory. Alvin shouted that he had taken the elite unit's fighters with him. They should help them, explaining along the way that most likely once they sorted things out here, the attack on the city would end. Chimeras were also approaching our heroes, and they were not going to let them through. And our heroes weren't going to stay here for long. Our hero attacked and cut them down with just one attack. Looking at them, he thought that they were quite weak compared to those who were in the cave last time. And then, starting to look around, he thought that perhaps it was not they who were weaker, but he who had become stronger thanks to those potions he had drunk. But after a few seconds, disgusting screams began to be heard, and behind them appeared a huge crowd of undead who intended to kill our heroes. As he began to accumulate his mana into the sword, he couldn't bring himself to use this unique skill. But suddenly he felt an incredibly huge amount of mana. Alvin waved his hand. There was an incomprehensible sound. It seemed as if he had cut the air with his swing. The black-haired hero did not immediately understand what had happened. The monsters continued to approach the heroes, who were standing motionless, at great speed. But just a moment later, some kind of yellow arc cut through their bodies, causing them to scream in pain. Their bodies flew in different directions, all of them cut down by just one attack. Alvin shouted for no one to stop. They needed to get there as quickly as possible. At this time, our main character could not believe his eyes. He thought about what he had just seen, because it seemed to him that he had cut the air with an ordinary wave of his hand. He could not believe that such a thing was even possible. Looking at the Skyscraper commander walking ahead, he thought that this man was an amazing person. Alvin shouted for the boy not to slow down. In response, our hero shouted that he was already running, rushing after the commander. At this time in the laboratory, Abram stood in the center of some kind of magic circle. Looking into some scarlet ball, he thought that souls were not gathering as quickly as he had expected. After all, by this time he had already expected to receive hundreds of thousands of souls, and these bastards who had interfered with him last time and were interfering with him now, his face was dissatisfied. He hoped to create at least one. He knew he needed to create it as quickly as possible, because they would soon appear here. Entering the cave, Alvin Walker asked a newcomer walking next to him how big the laboratory was. In response, our hero replied that last time it took him a week to get to the end of the cave. Alvin said that they had 2 days to get to its end. Placing his hands on his waist, the youngest of the elite squad said that a huge horde of chimeras was approaching them. Following his words, a nasty sound of screams began to be heard, and the long-haired man added that now he felt that there was no end to them. The girl stood right in front of the guys, raising her hand forward and with a smile on her face said that they just need to destroy them. And then she sent an incredibly powerful attack towards the monsters, destroying the walls of the cave, and there was a wild heat in the cave. Looking at this, our hero thought that this was now a mass skill. He understood that the guys standing in front of him were on a completely different level. As soon as the dust settled, only charred remains remained from the horde of chimeras, and our hero continued to think that even Abram himself would have great difficulties with them. Alvin, seeing the corpses of the monsters lying there, immediately praised the girl for her good work. Suddenly something caught her attention. She pointed at it with her finger, asking what was that sparkling inside them. She picked it up and started to spin it. The commander of the skyscrapers looked at it and said that it was quite weak, and our main character explained that thanks to it, they were moving. The clan members began to discuss this discovery, and they all came to the same conclusion. The old man had been preparing for all this for a long time, so Alvin assumed that Abram had been preparing for Melon's attack for quite some time. The girl did not understand how he managed to pull it all off, At this time Alvin, going forward, said that there was no longer any point in solving his secrets. He shouted that they had no time to waste, and went ahead, and the others immediately followed. And our hero himself looked at that very crystal from the bodies of the chimeras for a few more seconds. At this time in the city, Zhang was fighting with all his might against the horde of monsters that attacked the city. With incredible speed and strength, he chopped down one after another, not giving them even a chance to win. But their number was too great, due to which the boy got tired and became inattentive. One of their chimeras took advantage of this, trying to attack him from behind. At that very moment, Lois covered him, enclosing the attacker in a magic circle and squeezing him. Zhang turned to her and thanked her for her help, trying to catch his breath. The girl said worriedly that the guy was too tired. He needed to rest and gain strength. But the newcomer replied that he couldn't, because if he wanted to follow Kim Yun-jae, he needed to become stronger. The girl, also worried, told him that he shouldn't exhaust himself so much, because not even a month had passed since they arrived here, and he was already fighting together with people who had been here for at least 2 years. Zhang listened to her with his head down, lost in his own thoughts, and then thinking that he couldn't give up, he gripped his sword with all his might. He went to another street saying that he would not allow himself to be a burden. He was going to become stronger. A drop of sweat ran down the girl's face, and she looked at the newcomer's back with a worried look. At this time in the cave, our heroes reached the laboratory. Alvin went inside and shouted that as he saw, the old man had not yet escaped. Abram began to laugh loudly in response, asking how he could escape from people like them. Naturally, the commander of the skyscrapers said that last time he did exactly that. But the Supreme Mage's face changed, and he looked towards the commander with a hysterical look, asking him if he really thought they were in the same conditions as back then. At this time, our heroes surrounded him, and the magician himself, spreading his arms, shouted that they were in his laboratory. Some force began to act on our heroes, which seemed like it would knock them off their feet. The whole rock began to shake, small stones began to roll down, and inside the laboratory, screams were emitted that echoed throughout the entire cave. The long-haired junior member of the elite skyscraper squad was almost losing consciousness from the pressure. He was screaming. The girl did not fall to the ground at this time, but tried to resist, uttering painful groans. Alvin himself crouched down, but his resistance was much better than his subordinates. He tried to get to his feet. He asked what was going on here, and Abram replied that he was quite surprised, because he could still be conscious. With the same mentally abnormal look, he explained that this was a magic circle. It was his creation. This circle was capable of taking human souls. He also revealed that Melon's attack was just a way to get more ingredients, which greatly surprised Alvin, and the magician himself laughed hysterically, explaining that if they came here themselves, then he should have used it. Because thanks to the fact that he reduced the radius of use, the power increased, and now he can take the soul even from a living being. Alvin angrily replied to him that, judging by his actions, he really was the Supreme Mage Abram, and the magician himself continued, laughing, asking when he would beg him for mercy. But after a short pause, he added that in the end, death awaited them all anyway, because due to their interference, he was only able to brew 1 potion. And Alvin himself laughed, replying that he was amused by the fact that the Supreme Mage had to rely on a magic circle like this. These words only angered the Supreme Mage. Raising his hand towards Alvin, he said that he would be the first. And then he summoned a huge number of fireballs, which he sent towards the skyscraper commander. With a mentally ill face, he laughed as he said goodbye to the little man. Walker, clenching his teeth in anger, wondered if he really thought this was the end for him. Raising his head and looking towards the balls flying at him, he thought that he didn't know what he had done. But he was relying on you. Sweat ran down his face, caused by the enormous heat that was in the room. And just a second later, there was a huge explosion, the echo of which spread throughout the room, and a huge wind arose from the impact. At this time, our main character attacked the happy, unsuspecting magician from behind, delivering a precise blow. Abram's whole face twisted in pain. He couldn't believe that he could have been wounded. Looking at the calmly moving black-haired guy, he couldn't believe his eyes. The newcomer was preparing to strike again, and the magician, turning around, asked how he could move. Our hero was unable to make the next attack. He was attacked by a magician. Some rods began to rise from the ground, but the black-haired man successfully dodged them all. Our hero, wiping the dust off himself, stood up and then turned to the Supreme Mage, swinging his sword to clear away the blood. He said that this was exactly what he wanted to ask him. After all this time our main character stood behind the magician while he praised his magic circle. Looking at how the magic circle affected his comrades, he didn't understand why he could move calmly and not feel anything. As he began to look at his body, he assumed that it was due to the shackles of Jahar, his heart, and his magical form. But Alvin pulled him out of his thoughts. Our main character looked at him. The skyscraper commander began to distract the supreme mage so that he would not pay attention to anyone else. Our main character understood this. He understood that Alvin noticed that he could move and was specifically buying time for him. After all, thanks to this, he has a chance, because the magician himself at that time did not look the other way. The black-haired hero understood that he could not miss such an opportunity. Having taken out that very purple elixir, he also understood that it was high time to use it. Abram began to shout with displeasure, suggesting that it was probably all because of the shackles on his hand. And at that time, looking with an angry face towards the guy, he thought that he could not feel his approach, because it seemed that his magic and attention were too focused on the magic circle. At this time, Alvin raised himself up, coughing heavily. Abram understood that he needed to deal with the guy in shackles as quickly as possible. Otherwise, everything would only get worse. But our main character was not going to wait for him to attack him first. He rushed towards him with incredible speed. And with the same incredible speed, he cut it in half, and a groan of pain was heard. The Supreme Mage's body began to evaporate, turning into darkness, the wind inside the room scattering his body. Our hero couldn't believe his eyes. At that moment, the magician appeared behind the hero, getting ready to attack him. With the same mentally dissatisfied face and nasty voice, he said that it wouldn't work on him twice. In the very same second, a loud and powerful explosion was heard, and at the last moment the strengthening skill worked, which protected our hero's back. At this time, Alvin, who was standing and trying to come to his senses, thought that their situation was bad. He had no other choice but to leave everything to the newcomer. Looking at his comrades, he couldn't understand how things could have turned out like this, and he also couldn't imagine how this black-haired guy could still stand on his feet. The fortification began to crumble, and our hero tried to catch his breath, while Alvin mentally left their lives in the hands of the newcomer. The sounds of battle began to resound in the cave, growing louder with each passing minute. Our protagonist moved at incredible speed, sometimes attacking, sometimes defending. He avoided the powerful attacks of the Supreme Mage, only thanks to his high pace. He thought that he was in bad shape, because at this pace he would quickly get tired. He needed to think of something quickly. As he ran around, he looked around, asking himself how he could control the circle and use spells at the same time. He admired his opponent's abilities. At this time, Abram was discontentedly praising the guy, telling him that he was doing great at running. Suddenly, shackles appeared in the ground and rushed towards our hero's feet, and then they locked right on his feet, thereby stopping him. Our black-haired hero immediately tried to cut them down, because he understood that the next attack would follow. But he didn't succeed. A powerful magical aura emanated from these chains. The High Mage raised his hand and began to summon stone rods, laughing and telling the young boy that he would not dodge them this time. Looking towards the Supreme Mage, our hero asked himself whether it was too early or not, clenching his teeth in anger. And Abram himself, with the same face, said goodbye to our main character, telling him that it was all over. The Supreme Mage was just about to send her attack towards the black-haired boy, when suddenly something happened. All the stone rods began to fall down one after another, hitting and breaking on the ground. The shackles that appeared from the ground broke with a crunching sound, thereby freeing our hero's legs. Abram fell to the ground, clutching his head. He could not understand what was happening. His body began to melt. He couldn't understand if his magical soul had been absorbed. He didn't understand how this could happen. And at this time our hero himself exhaled heavily, thanking everyone he could, because it worked. He slowly began to approach the magician, who, kneeling, asked what the newcomer had done. In response, our main character threw an empty flask with the remains of a purple liquid in his direction. Naturally, the magician, seeing her, could not believe his eyes. He understood everything. Our main character confirmed his mental guesses, telling him that he was thinking correctly. After all, it was a soul-sealing potion. He used it on the Supreme Mage. Our hero, looking at the lying magician, told him that he thought he wouldn't even use it, so he decided to borrow it, and he, in turn, hearing this, couldn't believe his ears. Holding his sword up, our main spoke as he explained that forcing him to drink the potion was not possible. So he applied it to his blade. His soul would try to return to his old body. But thanks to the magic circle, this would not happen. And from what he said, it would simply disappear in the end. After hearing all this, and gritting his teeth in hatred, the Supreme Mage thought that it was impossible, because he could not figure everything out so quickly. He understood that the best option would be to stop the magic circle. At the moment, his main goal was to return to the old body. But there was one big but. That was that he couldn't move even one finger. when suddenly Abram spoke sharply, asking to take him to the magic circle. He was going to stop him and save his comrades. In response, our main character was silent. Our main character, turning around and looking towards the circle, asked if he really was going to do this. With a satisfied grin on his face, the High Mage Abram replied that it was the purest truth. He was going to surrender. But suddenly the grin disappeared from his face, and our main character struck him. There was a loud cry of pain, and the young boy himself at this time raised the magician's hand, asking if this was the ring he used for teleportation. He laughed and asked if he was really planning to run away after he stopped the magic circle, if he really thought he was a fool. Reaching his left hand towards the circle and making a displeased face, he began to call the newcomer names. But at that very second, our main character shut him up by kicking him with all his might and sending him flying. While he was turning over and flying further and further away from the blow, our hero told him that he would take care of his comrades himself, and ordered him to lie down and not move, because he still had questions for him. The magician's mouth began to drool. The pain he felt tormented his entire body. And our main character, smiling, said that his answers would determine whether he would spare him or not. After some time, the black-haired guy carried the elite squad of the Skyscraper clan out of the laboratory doors, carefully seating them in the cave. Looking at the unconscious fighters, he exhaled heavily, because it turned out to be much more difficult than he thought. As he was leaving, he heard Alvin say with difficulty that this had all been extremely humiliating. He talked about how everything happened, and he asked excitedly if he would be able to deal with this annoying magician. And our main character, after this question, immediately continued to stomp on, saying that he would take care of everything. He asked the commander of the Skyscrapers not to worry about it. He clutched his head and thought that he was extremely useless in the current situation. As soon as he entered the laboratory and approached the Supreme Mage, he immediately addressed him, asking who helped him return his memories of the laboratory, because our boy was sure that he did not do it on his own. And then he angrily shouted about what was obvious, what he had done. By returning her to himself, he asked the name of the bastard who had helped him. But the magician laughed, asking the guy in response if he really thought that it wasn't he who helped him find the laboratory. At that very moment, the newcomer threw his sword behind his head, saying that he would be the one asking the questions here. Abram replied that he himself had no idea about this. And for this answer, he immediately paid with his other hand. Pointing his weapon towards the head of the lying magician, our boy asked if he really didn't know him, to which he immediately heard a positive answer. Through the pain, he said that some stranger in a robe handed him a piece of paper, and after that, immediately left. Looking at the old man lying there and almost losing his balance, our hero thought that it didn't look like he was lying. The boy didn't understand what an important detail he was missing here. And then, swinging his bloody sword, he asked his next question. How did he know about the shackles? The Supreme Mage Abram immediately looked at the main character's hand, on which the shackles of Jahar were fastened. The answer came immediately. Abram replied that he had already seen them, because the person who had drawn him into this wore exactly the same ones. The surprised black-haired boy asked if it was really King Jahar. Abram replied that he didn't know for sure, but that option was also possible. But he was absolutely sure that compared to that person, the newbie didn't know at all what to do with them. Our hero immediately began to wonder who this king was, and whether there was a real treasure on his hand. Exhaling, Ji said that he would now ask the last question, starting to look around the laboratory. And then he paused for a moment, lost in thought, trying to contain his anger. But failing, hatred appeared on his face. Pointing his bloody sword towards the long-haired man, he asked why he killed them all, because those bodies were all people. The Supreme Mage looked towards the young man with a lost face, and then he answered, asking if he really thought he wanted to take so many lives. In turn, our main character silently listened to him, and he continued, saying that he needed test subjects. Initially, he had no intention of using people in his experiments, and then, suddenly changing from pitiful to his former mentally abnormal self, he asked what the guy expected to hear now. And then he laughed loudly. His loud laughter echoed throughout the entire laboratory. With every second, our main character's face changed, as did his thoughts, and Abram continued, asking if the boy had really become a saint, since he himself had killed countless people on the way here. The long-haired man was greatly amused by this fact. And then he explained that he killed them all, because he began to take human lives to collect ingredients. And then he realized that he really enjoyed killing people. And with the same face, he asked if that was enough of an argument for him. At that very second, our main character delivered a powerful blow to the magician's head, slamming him into the ground. A loud roar was heard, and the ground under the lying man's head cracked. The Supreme Mage thought his skull had burst as the stone floor of the laboratory directly beneath his head shattered in all directions. Raising his fist, the black-haired newcomer asked if he liked it. Abram made some strange sounds, and our boy said that each of these people had a family, and after a short pause, he added that he had changed his mind. With a contemptuous face and the most vicious voice, he said that he had no reason to leave such a bastard alive, and then asked if he seriously hoped to be saved after everything he had done here. And then, delivering a direct blow to the neck, he cut off the head of the Supreme Mage, sending it flying. Total silence fell in the laboratory. At this time, somewhere outside the cave, on a stone location, some surprised human sounds were heard. The girl, wrapped in a hood and sitting on a rock, laughed loudly, wiping tears from her face. The man who approached her from behind in a cloak said that Abram was dead, which surprised the girl. She explained her surprise by the fact that it happened faster than they expected, since he hadn't managed to kill even a couple of thousand. And then she exhaled heavily. They started a dialogue in which the seated girl said that the old man was too weak, but the man standing next to him explained that he had been stopped because the people had defended themselves much better than they had expected. And he also added that strong fighters had appeared in their ranks. And then the man suggested that the girl go back, because if Abram was dead, there was nothing more for them to do here. She asked him if they would return without any results. At that very moment the man got wings, saying that it didn't matter anymore. He began to fly. Following him, dark wings appeared on the girl, and she also began to fly away, saying that in the future they would still have a lot of opportunities. At this time, cries of battle continued to be heard in the city. Chimeras filled the entire city. Zhang continued to defend himself, destroying one monster after another, not giving them a chance. As they suddenly closed their mouths and stopped abruptly, their bodies began to tremble. And just a second later, they turned around abruptly and started running away from the city. Looking at this picture, our main character's younger friend did not understand what was happening here. Joyful cries began to be heard in the city, because all the attackers suddenly began to run away, without even looking back at the people. During the day, in the skyscraper clan building, a junior subordinate came to report to his commander. Walker asked how many victims they had found, to which the man replied that there were about 20,000 victims. Clutching his head, he couldn't believe that there were so many victims, and then he asked heavily if there were many newbies among the victims. The answer was yes. The long-haired man standing there explained that due to their lack of experience, they had it the hardest. He also explained that the district heads had agreed to buy the mana stones extracted from the chimeras, explaining that they would be useful as they would serve as a reward. After a short silence, he turned to his subordinate and asked whether his condition had improved. And he started laughing because the commander asked about his health for the first time in a long time, and replied that he was fine because he had not been physically hurt in any way. Alvin Walker also asked about the condition of the girl who was with them. He asked how Yi Shiho was. The long-haired man's expression immediately changed. Lowering his head, he replied that she was still unconscious. He was talking about how it was as if there was no soul in her body. The skyscraper commander slammed his fist down on the table, saying that he shouldn't have taken her with him, because he knew from the start that it would be dangerous there. His subordinate, with the same attitude, tried to cheer up his despondent commander. And Alvin himself continued, saying that he didn't even want to think about what could have happened to them if that guy hadn't been with them. Sometime later, our heroes were on the street. Walker asked the newcomers what they would do now, and Kim Hyun answered that he thought they should go to another village now. Naturally, the younger one immediately answered that he was going with him. He folded his arms and replied that with their abilities it would be the best decision. Lois, standing next to him, anxiously asked if they really didn't want to join them, but our black-haired boy immediately refused, thanking for the offer. The commander, looking towards the girl, told her that he had already offered it to them, and she, not paying attention to Walker, said that if they changed their minds, they would always be welcome. With a straight face, Alvin tried to say that he had told them the same thing, but Lois didn't let him, repeating her commander's words exactly. Laughing, the commander removed the girl's hand from his mouth, asking what the boys were going to do next, where they were going to go next in Forez or Khaltoon. But none of the skyscraper commander's assumptions turned out to be correct, because our heroes are going to go to Dark Moon. In one voice, the members of the skyscraper clan shouted, asking why they were doing this. Zhang didn't understand the reaction of their interlocutors, and Lois explained that a couple of years ago, they were thriving. But usually in each village there is a clan responsible for security, and in Darkmoon, and then suddenly fell silent. Alvin Walker continued that the clan that protects this city is a clan of killers. This city is lawless. This is the area with the highest crime rate. The whole face of Jong, who was standing next to him, began to sweat. He asked Hyun that he had made a mistake with the name of the city, but he heard a negative answer. Alvin asked if the guy understood where he was going and what the situation was there now, but he heard a very serious yes. At that very second, the black-haired man turned to his younger brother, saying that he was not forcing him to follow him because he could go to another village or join the skyscraper clan. The guy silently listened to his comrade. And then, awkwardly scratching his head, he replied that his decision remained unchanged because that time he saved him from death. So now he will always follow him, Jong continued to say. From these words, Lois closed her mouth in embarrassment, and Alvin stood with an incomprehensible expression on his face. After these words, Jong laughed strangely, emitting an incomprehensible aura, and then, noticing some strange reaction, he asked if the guys had thought of anything strange, but he didn't listen to any answer. Suddenly, Walker began to rummage in his pocket, saying that he had almost completely forgotten about their reward. Taking out 2 rings and handing them to the heroes, he told them to take them, because this was the most useful thing they found in the laboratory. Our heroes looked at the reward with their mouths open, and the commander of the skyscrapers explained that he would not be able to give them the teleportation rings because the circle had been destroyed. Taking them, Xi replied that this would be quite enough, and Walker continued, saying that they should definitely like this reward. Raising the ring to his face, the hero used the appraisal to look at the characteristics, and the ring immediately began to shine. The system gave the characteristics. It was a clock mechanism 98 Class A, allowing you to adjust your own time, consuming accumulated mana depending on the level of mana. After reading the description, he couldn't believe that they were given A-rank rings, since B was already high, but he didn't understand what it meant to regulate time. Alvin asked them with a satisfied face if they liked the reward, to which he received positive answers, and finally he told the guys that they used them wisely. And then with a smile on his face, he said that, so, they were delayed a lot. He wished the guys good luck. Lois also smilingly said goodbye to her new allies. Our heroes, with the same satisfied smile on their faces, thanked them, saying that they would look forward to meeting them again. And then he took out of his pocket the very same teleportation scroll that the Supreme Mage Abram had given them. Opening it, he thought about the name of the city in his mind. It immediately began to sparkle, emitting a huge amount of mana. A second later, they had completely disappeared, and the members of the skyscraper clan stood silently and waited for them to be transported. Lois exhaled heavily, saying that they were good guys, and her commander agreed with this opinion. And then she grabbed him by the ear, starting to pull. Alvin Walker said a painful, ouch. She started screaming and asking what he had just done, because 1 ring was okay. They had given it to him, but the second was the property of the clan. She didn't understand what they would tell their leader. She didn't understand how he could give away the rank items, and he answered with an indifferent tone that she shouldn't worry, because these guys deserved them. He explained that although everyone in the clan thought that everything happened because of them, this was far from true. This situation would have happened sooner or later anyway, and these guys really helped them cope with a big problem. Looking towards the girl, he said that she understood it herself, especially since she hadn't said anything when he gave them to them. And she, turning away in embarrassment, replied that she understood everything, because they had really done a good job. Alvin Walker didn't understand, since she understood everything, why she then began to pull him by the ear, but he didn't hear any adequate answer. At this time, our heroes began to appear somewhere in the forest, in the middle of a pile of trees, and then they went straight to the city, because today they still had a lot of things to do that needed to be dealt with as quickly as possible. Entering the city, Jong let out a sigh of anxiety, saying that they had finally arrived. Walking along the empty streets, the younger comrade looked around, saying that it seemed to him that he was twice as big as Melon, but it was too gloomy here. Tears began to stream down his face, and he lowered his head and asked what they were doing here. And our main character answered in a frightening tone that he could be here. Naturally, Jong did not understand this answer, and asked again who he was referring to, and our hero's face twisted even more. And with all the hatred possible, he replied that the bastard who killed his family could be here. He recalled that when he opened the diary, there was a short entry on one of the pages, which caught his attention more than the others, because it was there alone, while on the other pages, every line was filled with text. There was a short sentence written there, "This bastard is in Darkmoom." He also recalled how on that day in the past, there had been a heavy downpour. He was doing his job, just like on any other working day, typing something on the computer. Suddenly the phone rang. It was his wife calling. He thought that she might be worried because he should have finished work a long time ago. So, with a joyful expression. Picking up the phone, he immediately answered that he was delayed because there was a lot of work. But on the other side of the phone, he heard her say his name in a trembling voice. The guy's face immediately changed, and the woman continued. Still in the same voice, she asked to help her. She begged to save them. Our main character cried out in alarm, wanting to ask what had happened, but he didn't have time. The call suddenly ended, with horror on his face. He removed the phone from his ear, looking at its screen. And then, putting on his jacket, he rushed towards the door. He couldn't believe it. He didn't understand what was happening, but he knew only one thing for sure. His family was in danger. Suddenly he woke up, gasping for breath, clutching his head. He asked himself if it was really a dream, what kind of nightmare he had just had. Starting to walk into the next room, he loudly pronounced the name of his daughter and wife, asking if they were still asleep, because he still hadn't heard an answer. Entering the room with a happy face, he wanted to ask where they were going this weekend. But he didn't have time to finish, because he saw the bloody bodies lying there. His face turned into one of pure horror. He couldn't believe his eyes. When he arrived, he saw a picture of his wife hugging the body of his daughter, and around them there was a huge pool of blood. Falling to his knees, he screamed. It felt like he was being torn apart from the inside. Tears ran down his face. He screamed in pain. He couldn't believe what he was seeing now, hoping that it was a dream. When suddenly he heard a disgusting voice, which said that they were begging for mercy. Some black silhouette giggled, saying that their prayers allowed him to cut them down with great pleasure. Looking in the direction of the voice, the guy could not believe that such monsters still exist in the modern world. It was as if he had died for a few seconds, but as soon as he came to his senses, he immediately began to scream. But not from pain, but from hatred. In his voice one could hear contempt and a thirst for revenge, for murder. Suddenly he woke up again, waking up in a sweat. He screamed throughout the room. And then he began to tremble. His whole body began to break out in cold sweat. Grasping the blanket with trembling hands and squeezing it, he thought that it was all a dream. The scream woke up Jong, asking what was wrong with him, if everything was okay, if he had nightmares again, to which our hero replied that everything was fine, apologizing for making him worry. Looking at his trembling comrade, he was worried about him, because this was not the first time he was in such a state. In the morning, he noticed how a piece of paper had entered their room through a small crack at the bottom of the door. Picking it up, he saw that it was an information sheet that said that at noon, for all those joining the clan of killers, there would be a gathering at the square in the center of the village, and at the end it was also said that they should defend their own lives. Jong read it out loud, turning to his comrade. He asked him what it was. Our black-haired hero warmed up, answering that they were much faster than he thought. And then, taking his sword, he said that they would go and pass their entrance test. They had to catch this bastard. Already standing in the center of the village, Jong was surprised by the number of people surrounding them. He couldn't believe that these were all those who wanted to join the clan of killers, and our hero replied that he was right in thinking that all the possible rabble had gathered here. A man appeared in the sky and said that people were gradually arriving, and now there really were a lot of them. Suddenly he greeted everyone loudly, saying that he was Harold Shipman from the clan of murderers. Hearing this name, the whole crowd began to discuss among themselves that this was the same psychopathic killer. Feeling his aura, they understood that a large shark was standing in front of them. With a mentally ill expression on his face, he praised everyone for daring to try to join their clan. And around him, the loud noise of a crowd of people discussing him continued to be heard. This infuriated Harold, but the crowd continued to discuss everything that was happening. No one listened to him anymore. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion that made everyone around shut up. In fear, they began to turn their attention around. No one could make a sound after that. Only the sounds of stones landing back on the ground from the explosion could be heard. And Shipman continued, saying that if the noise continued, he would kill them one by one until he was gone. This scared the crowd to the maximum extent. Each of those who wanted to do so understood that they could die right then and there. After complete silence, Harold laughed loudly, asking the humans not to squeeze their balls too hard in fear. He explained that members of one clan are protected by a ban on killing comrades, he also added, saying that he perfectly understands that some came here in an attempt to save themselves. But he didn't care about that, just like the other members of the clan, because as long as they kill those they are told, they are considered fit. These words made our heroes extremely angry, because this ghoul didn't care about human life at all. Looking around carefully and sweeping his gaze over the crowd, he said that the test was about to begin, and then snapped his fingers. He shouted that he was as simple as possible, and a boy standing nearby scattered leaflets. Each one began to catch one, and Shipman explained that he needed them to bring the head of the person depicted on the caught piece of paper, and only those who brought the head along with the task page would pass. Looking at the leaflet, our black-haired hero thought that he didn't know who was hunting them, and besides that, they also needed to find a person in a large city. He immediately realized that although the task looked easy, it was tricky. And Harold continued, saying that the leaflets depicted not only the test participants, but also people living in Darkmoon. The members of the clan of killers, who also served as examiners, began to leave. Shipman, turning around with the same smile, wished everyone good luck and also that they had a good time. And then a powerful wind blew, and 2 members of the clan of assassins evaporated into thin air. At that very moment, Z turned to his younger comrade, saying that they needed to get out of here because staying in a place like this, not knowing who was targeting their heads, was a waste of time. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a loud scream. Paying attention to this sound, he saw how one of the men dealt a powerful blow to a person standing next to him. He screamed and asked how he could find someone among such a huge number of people. He demanded that everyone give him their papers. Zhang, naturally seeing this, became very angry. But our main character stopped his ardor, putting his hand on his shoulder. He said that they were leaving. Already walking through the city, the younger one angrily said that he couldn't believe that he was killing people and taking their assignments to increase his chances, to which our hero asked his comrade what he wanted. Because that's what the test was designed for. They began to discuss their leaflets, wondering whether they had a criminal or not, when suddenly our main character said, "Isn't it all strange? Because so many people ended up here, and in reality people remained in the dark." The younger one didn't understand this, asked again what he meant, and he explained that he didn't know how. But he believed that when people enter this world, in reality, they stop remembering their existence. Walking along carefree, he continued to talk about how when his wife and daughter were killed, he tried to find the culprit, but was unable to do so. So he returned to work, as if he had resigned himself to the fact that he would never find him. But with a twisted face of anger, he added that now he decided that he had to catch this freak, no matter what it cost him. He also added the fact that he did not understand why he remembered him. He also said that they went here because he was a killer by nature, so in this world he went to the appropriate clan. He also said that he tried to find him about 6 months ago, but by that time he had apparently already ended up here, and added that the clan of killers conducts this test once a year. If this is all true, then there is a high probability that this bastard will want to take part here. Jongno understood what was going on. He asked if he had any clues to find him in such a huge place, and our hero explained that this killer carves the letter X on his victims. Upon hearing this, Jong grimaced in disgust, saying that he was a real scum, and then the young lad held up his flyer, saying that since they were looking for this bastard here, they didn't have to take this nasty test. After all, he assumed that their targets might be innocent people. And then, looking at the main character's target, he added that his target looked pretty cute. Suddenly, a crowd of people began to surround them. They were going to kill them. Our heroes interrupted their dialogue, starting to look around because they appeared quite suddenly. The man standing there with a dagger in his hands laughed, asking if they were new, and then nervously added that it didn't make any difference to him, since they were going to kick the bucket anyway. Our main character immediately began to take out his sword, and Zhang followed his example. The black-haired guy also said that if they answered his questions, he would spare them. The man standing recently with a satisfied face did not understand what the newcomer standing in front of him had in mind. At this time, Harold's younger friend praised him, saying that he had put on quite a funny performance. Shipman made a displeased face and asked what his comrade had, and the latter laughed and told him not to pretend. He couldn't believe that he had set the new guy against that same guy. Hearing this, Harold smiled, saying that he was very excited because he wondered who would win if these two fought. The younger one laughed, saying that he was also interested in who would be stronger, the one who killed Dylan or the maniac obsessed with reprisals, and they began to discuss among themselves who would root for whom. The younger one, after thinking, said that in his opinion, he would bet on the maniac because at least he fits the clan of killers. Hearing his younger comrade's answer, Harold laughed, saying that he was very interested to see which of them would be the first to bring home the head of their target. At this time, our heroes found themselves in a numerical minority, Xi continued, talking about the fact that someone was being sought. He asked if they had heard about the one who leaves X on his victims. They began to look at each other, referring to the fact that the boy apparently did not understand what was going on here. Laughing and shouting that they would kill them now, they rushed towards our heroes, intending to kill them. Our protagonist, thinking that he generally understood that this would happen, grabbed his sword, starting to use the power of the ring. The protagonist's opponent immediately attacked him, intending to deliver a precise stabbing blow to the chest, but Jay dodged it as calmly as possible. The attacking man got very angry because of this. Gritting his teeth, he shouted some incomprehensible words, and then added that if the black-haired man dodged one attack, then he would deliver 100 blows, and then immediately began to deliver high-speed, multiple attacks. But our main character dodged these attacks as calmly as possible. As he attacked, the man's face became covered in sweat. He couldn't understand how this guy in front of him could move so fast, because he was quite fast compared to others. From behind, his comrade shouted and asked what he was messing around with that weakling, and then threw his weapon with all his might in the direction of our main hero. Looking at the dagger flying at him with an unperturbed face, Ji smiled, amused by these attempts to kill him. And then, raising his sword with the same face, he repelled this attack. An unpleasant sound was heard. Seeing that our main character grabbed him while he was spinning in the air, he couldn't believe his words. His mouth dropped open in surprise. And at this time, our main character was swinging the recently caught dagger, getting ready to attack the attacker. And then with incredible force, he threw it towards the surprised man who was standing there. He couldn't dodge the attack. He couldn't even stay on his feet from the direct hit. Looking at his comrade who had made a loud crash, the man with stubble on his chin began to realize who they had attacked, but they had no other choice. Out of anger, he began to shout loudly and call our main character names. He recklessly rushed towards the black-haired guy. Having approached as close as possible for an attack, he tried to deliver a precise blow. At this time, the body of our hero began to be covered with a blue aura enveloping his entire body. Everyone also looking with an indifferent face towards the attacker. Our hero was in his thoughts, pondering everything that was happening now. Having come to a conclusion, he thought that this should all be like this, and then began to use his skill. He used time control. The world around him seemed to freeze. He grabbed his sword, thinking that this skill could be very useful. Stepping aside, he thought about how its flow had slowed down only from his point of view. Activating the system window, he read into it. Reading that his limit was currently around 2 minutes, he glanced towards the hoop. He thought that due to the excessive mana consumption, he couldn't use it for a long time, but this item gives stunning opportunities, and then swinging his fist, he sent his direct blow straight into the attacker's face. There was a loud sound from a direct hit. The man with the dagger did not even understand what happened, because for him the picture looked completely different. Time returned to its previous state. From the strong blow he flew back several meters, and from his fall a thick column of dust rose up. Looking towards the standing Zhang, he praised him, saying that he also coped with everything. The younger comrade of the protagonist answered him that these guys lying down are real weaklings. Approaching the recently departed man lying in the boxes, he grabbed him and lifted him up. In a low intonation, our protagonist said to the one who asked him again if he knew about the freak who marks the backs of his victims with a sign of guilt. In response, the man with a trembling voice replied that it was possible, asking if he was really looking for the one who had carried out a series of murders in Anyang several years ago. Starting to squeeze him with anger, in a raised voice, our main character shouted at him to tell him everything he knew. With a trembling voice, as if on his last breath, he quietly said that he had nothing to breathe with. After these words, our hero immediately let him go, throwing him into the wall. The black-haired boy stood right in front of him and asked him what information he had about this freak, and he replied that at that time he lived in Anyang, but he ended up here before he stopped. Our hero asked if he had heard of him in this world, to which he also received a question whether, if he told, he would leave him alive. Our main character nodded with an imperturbable face, showing a positive answer. After rubbing his throat a little more, he let go of his hand, silently looking in the direction of the one who had recently overcome him. The expression on our hero's face changed. He was filled with anger, because the man sitting on the ground replied that this maniac was now in Dark Mume. He also ended up in this world, because he had recently seen a corpse with his mark. He also added that he was hunting him to join the clan of killers, because that was why he hired them. Our main character continued to listen to him silently, and he continued, saying that he was in the place where he stopped, and in that place there was a mountain of corpses with his mark. Raising his gaze to the face of our protagonist, he shrank, because he saw a terrifying face. Still with the same face, he ordered him to immediately lead him to him. Zhang looked at his comrade in surprise, seeing him in such a state for the first time. At this time, wild screams were heard in another building. These were human cries of pain. Something truly terrifying was happening inside the room. The man was drooling, and through it he begged them not to entangle him, with a trembling voice. The man, laughing, responded to these tearful requests that these words were the most pleasant to his ears, and the other, suspended, continued to beg him to spare him. After he stopped laughing, he asked the hanging man why he had to do this. Looking the other way, he saw a hanging girl, asking if he should finish her off first. He couldn't believe what he heard. The man's tears began to flow, and in a trembling voice he wanted to say that he didn't mean it. But he didn't have time to finish speaking, because drops of blood flew across the room, along with which a squeak of pain was heard. But it stopped immediately. The girl hanging nearby was killed. The man, looking at her, screamed tearfully. Looking with anger in his face towards the killer, he bared his teeth, and the man with the knife told him that he was wrong, saying that he should have said, "Take her life, but leave me mine." He delivered precise blows, killing the man. Blood spilled across the room again, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. With a smile on his face, he said that he killed him anyway. He laughed loudly. He began to praise himself, making hysterical, abnormal expressions on his face, and was amused by the murders. Putting his hand in his inside pocket, he praised this world, because here one could kill with impunity. Taking out a leaflet with our main character's face, he asked him if he liked this world. Starting to laugh even louder, he shouted throughout the room that they had met again. Our two heroes were being led along a deserted street by a man with a beard, while Jong was looking around intently. Noticing the negative mood on his comrade's face, the brown-headed man asked Jay if everything was okay with him, and he responded negatively that they needed to move on, quickening his pace, while Jong himself looked in his direction with a worried look. Suddenly, they stopped abruptly. The man with the beard seemed to have fallen into a stupor. Our heroes watched his movements intently, and he extended his hand and pointed to the building, saying that that same maniac was on the 3rd floor. Our main character began to look around the building, thinking that he was finally here. He was looking forward to the meeting, because he had been waiting for this for a very long time. He immediately headed towards the door, swaying from side to side, filled with anger. Grabbing the door handle, he paused, lost in his thoughts and thinking over every detail that had happened to him during all this time. At this time, Jong approached him. He was very tense, and our hero told his comrade that they had no right to make a mistake. And then he slowly began to open the door, and a loud creak was heard. As soon as the crack became larger, our hero began to look around carefully, thinking that that same freak was in this room. These thoughts did not leave him. Suddenly he felt danger from behind, instantly reacting to it. That same recently harmless man rushed at our hero with the intention of killing him. Jong screamed in fear. The eyes of the man with the beard were sparkling. He was thirsting for blood, and our hero's younger comrade also felt this aura of murder. But Je immediately delivered a precise blow to the face, sending him flying again. But the man managed to group himself, grabbing the black-haired man's hand with his own. Our hero did not understand this action, thinking that it was meaningless. This made him smile. But a moment later this smile disappeared, because the man's body began to sparkle with a bright color. Realizing what was happening, the black-haired man immediately shouted at his younger comrade to lie down, but he didn't understand why. At this time, Jong grabbed his sword, and our hero fell to the ground, trying to cover him with his body. After all, the mana began to thicken. This man tried to kill him at the cost of his own life. Just a second later, there was a powerful explosion that was visible from the street, and the walls of the building flew apart in different directions. Gradually, the building began to catch fire, and a few minutes later it was completely on fire. A man standing nearby, approaching the edge of the neighboring building, asked himself what just happened. After all, he was so happy that he quickly found the guy he needed to kill for the mission. And then he thought that after that, his head most likely turned into real coal. Taking out a leaflet with Jong's face on it, he looked at it and said, "I thought catching a newbie would be easy. Looks like I'll have to find another leaflet." But he was distracted from his conversation with himself by a voice, which he immediately noticed, because he had just been told that he looked worried. Turning towards the stairs, he saw a man climbing up. He immediately asked him who he was, and the man in response told him to just forget about all this and join him. Hearing how he mumbled something negatively with a satisfied face, that same maniac said that he was a stupid weakling, and also with a bad character. This amused him. But he wasn't going to listen to this nonsense. He immediately grabbed his sword, asking what he was talking about. He shouted at him to get out of here as quickly as possible if he wanted to live. But his ardor suddenly calmed down, because he saw more silhouettes climbing the stairs. Already standing there, frightened, he wondered where they all came from, because he had looked around carefully when he came here. He asked the crowd standing opposite what they wanted, but that same maniac did not let him finish, saying that he could see the level of power very well. These words were not understood by the lone killer. At that very second, the maniac's face changed. It showed all his madness. He continued to speak, saying that he was much stronger than him, and then laughed hysterically. These words angered him, gritting his teeth. He was about to ask who the man even thought of himself. But he didn't have time, because a moment later, for him, he was powerfully grabbed by the throat. From this powerful grip, saliva began to flow from his mouth. His body started to be covered in some blue spots, and the maniac continued, saying that therefore, he would follow all his orders. He used a Class A skill on him, soul subjugation. Looking at the burning building, the maniac laughed loudly, asking the same thing over and over again. Did he kill them? Did he kill them? Are they dead? And his new subordinate in the jacket replied that he didn't think that it would all be so simple. He recalled how he took control of several people and ordered them to give these guys a couple of hints. All this time he stood and watched their fight, thinking that the black-haired man had fallen for it so easily. He also believed that it was impossible to survive such an explosion, which even saddened him. Lost in thought, he said that he should have done it differently and killed the victim. Looking into her eyes and seeing her suffering, it would definitely have been much more fun that way. And then he suddenly fell silent. His mouth even dropped open in surprise as he looked down at the building's exit. Gradually, a smile began to appear on his face. He began to chuckle. He was pleased. His surprised face changed as abruptly as possible, because he saw something that he could not have expected. Although the building was completely covered in flames, it began to gradually collapse. Our heroes were still able to get out of it, slowly walking out onto the street. Zhang pulled out our main character, saying that it was stupid to take the blast, because our hero only has offensive attacks. He was very angry at his older comrade for these actions, and our hero replied that they remained alive. He simply asked to continue to support him. Zhang could not object to these words. The only thing he asked was whether Ji would be okay, to which he received a positive answer. Suddenly our main character stood up, saying that he suddenly remembered something. Some time passed. Our heroes went to rest, to heal their wounds. The cheerful man who was hunting for our protagonist's head was spinning his weapon, humming a song. He and his subordinates stood in front of the building, looking at it from the bottom up. And then, grabbing his weapon with the same abnormal look, he went towards him, ordering everyone to follow him. As he entered the building and started to climb the stairs, he thought that Kim Yun-jae wouldn't be able to resist with his wounds, and Yu Jung-gyu would be able to easily use his strong soul skill. And looking back, he thought that with so many people, they had nothing to worry about. Laughing, he thought that this would be the most fun. He couldn't wait for their meeting. He imagined the expression on the face of that same black-haired guy. At this time, our main character was telling his younger friend that they would come to them themselves. At that very second, a maniac appeared from around the corner. He saw two heroes standing there, without even a scratch on them. When he saw them, he didn't immediately understand that these were the same ones, because the recent picture was completely different. But when he came to his senses, his contented face was replaced by anger. He did not understand where this freak's wounds were. And our main character with a negative face said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, naming the maniac's full name. His name was Park Yun-sung. After this powerful explosion, Zhang dragged our protagonist to the hotel. There, the hero began to use his power to heal himself. Gradually, his wounds began to disappear from his body, and after a few minutes they had completely disappeared, leaving only dirt. Zhang, looking at this, said that this skill was a real scam, because it was possible to heal as if nothing had happened after this. But our main character, not letting him finish, replied that it was not so effective. In addition to this, it consumed a lot of mana. It was a skill, a difficult life. Zhang exhaled, praising the heavens, because everything worked out. At that moment, he thought that this was the end, but his life was again slept by his senior comrade. Sitting on the bed, our main character said that before he realized it, his legs had already taken him there. He praised his skills, because only thanks to this, he remained alive. And he also said that at that moment, he received something valuable. The younger one didn't understand the last words and asked again. But our main character began to tell the story. That at the moment when he shouted to lie down, he mechanically began to cover him with his body. He didn't understand what he should use at this moment and how best to act. But he also couldn't abandon his younger one. At this moment, the system notified that the 218th Jahar shackles had been synchronized with the strengthening skill. At this point, the hardening was upgraded to enhanced defense. Naturally, at that point, he didn't understand anything. This skill was active, and then a powerful explosion occurred that destroyed the entire floor. Zhang excitedly asked if the main character had really gotten a new skill again. And he replied that that was exactly it, but he didn't know why it happened. This was a magic armor skill, Class A. After using it, He thought that it was not just a magic defense covering his body, but he could change its shape at will. Even if it was not connected to the body, it could still be used as a fist or blade. After a short silence, Zhang suddenly remembered that his comrade was going to tell him something. Our main character answered that yes, because he remembered something, and began to take a piece of paper out of his pocket. Opening the leaflet, he said that the person depicted on his leaflet was interrupted by Zhang, who asked if it was really his friend. The black-haired guy, starting to squeeze her, replied that yes, because they knew each other very well. And then he added that this same bastard who killed his wife and daughter, the brown-haired man, could not believe these words. He immediately started shouting, asking if this was really the man who killed his family, to which he received a positive answer. But he did not understand how Zio found out about this. And our hero answered that he knew him, he just forgot. Zhang could not believe these words, because how could he forget him? Suddenly he fell silent, still standing with his mouth open because he understood everything. They were all the same here. In a calm voice, he asked his older comrade if this was all because of the transition to this world, to which our hero replied that he saw no other explanation. But suddenly Zhang shouted again sharply, asking how he knew his name and what he looked like, and our boy answered that he had already caught him once. Ji said that he had already told him how he had left the company and dedicated himself to tracking down the killer, because now the memories of that day had returned to him. About half a month after the search began, he managed to find this man and prevent him from committing a crime. But the maniac began to run away. Naturally, he chased after him, and the rescued girl immediately called the police. He managed to catch him, dropping him to the ground and twisting him, his weapon falling next to him. Influenced by anger and hatred towards him, he automatically and carefully took it. Swinging his weapon with tears in his eyes, he screamed that he would kill him now. But he was stopped. If his hand had not been grabbed at that moment, it would have killed him. At that moment, he was stopped by the police. A huge number of police officers ran straight to them. After all, the girls quickly arrived at that very call and managed to stop him, not allowing him to kill that freak. After those events, nothing more was heard about him. He asked Zhang if he found it funny. Because he was a serial killer, they couldn't help but talk about him. But what amused our main character most about this situation was the fact that no one, including him, remembered his existence. These crimes shocked the whole world, but then everything was forgotten, as if nothing had happened. And our main character simply returned to work and began to live a normal life, as if nothing had happened. Zhang thought for a moment and said that he now remembered his name, since he was constantly mentioned in the news. He didn't understand how someone could forget something like that. In one moment, he asked his older friend if he had any ideas why their memory suddenly returned, and he replied that he didn't know, suggesting that it might be because they saw his face on the leaflet. After these words, Zhang nervously began to adjust his weapon. Our hero did not understand these actions, asking what he was doing, and he shouted back that they needed to catch this bastard, no matter what it cost them. He also added with a shout that he had done so many terrible things first, and now he was trying to kill them. They needed to act immediately. But our main character interrupted him, saying that he would come to them himself. Again, the younger one did not understand this, and Ji explained that it was all because he saw his wounds, because such scum can only fight with those who are weaker than them. He began to be filled with anger, and at that very moment he said that they would wait for him, and then squash him. Our hero assumed everything correctly, because Pak himself came to them. Looking in his direction, he thought that now he would definitely kill him, and this time, no one would stop him from doing it. Starting to nervously twirl his weapon, he asked our hero what was wrong with his wounds, because he did not understand how this was possible, assuming that he pretended to be wounded. But he did not hear an answer to his questions. Our hero told him that this time no one would save him, because he would kill him right now. Pak only laughed in response. These words amused him, after all. He went through all this just to catch him. The black-haired boy replied that otherwise they would not have been able to meet face to face, because all he can do is show off in front of weaklings. But as soon as he sees someone stronger, he runs away with his vile tail between his legs. The maniac responded with agreement. He explained why he needed to fight those who were stronger than him, because it was much easier to kill defenseless women or children, and then suddenly fell silent. Our main character did not respond to this either. After a short pause, he made a sick face, adding that killing such defenseless people as his wife and daughter. After these words, our hero's face became even worse. And then our two heroes looked at each other. Our main character wanted to ask his comrade to deal with his henchman, but from the look on his face, the younger one understood everything. He replied that he would deal with the rest of the trash because they were real weaklings. After these words, our main character began to walk towards Pak, thanking Jung for helping him. He also added that he would kill him slowly and painfully. Hearing this, the maniac laughed, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and then turned around and started to leave. He ordered his puppets to deal with them, and he himself began to slowly walk away towards the stairs. Stopping, he began to wave his hand, telling Jay that they would see each other next time when the conditions were more favorable for him. But at that very second, our black-haired guy used the clockwork skill. And then, in an instant, Paka appeared right in front of him, saying that they would do otherwise. In a low tone, our hero said that there would be no next time, because he would die right now. And then our main character delivered a powerful blow to the maniac's face. He naturally did not expect this. Besides, the blow was so powerful that it immediately knocked him off his feet. He did not understand what had just happened. Lying on the ground, he screamed at his puppets to stop him immediately. Hearing this, a crowd of men immediately headed towards our main character, intending to kill him. But Zhang wasn't going to let that happen. Using his skill, he pierced one of the men. He used the giant's ring, also saying that the supporting characters should stick together. And then he added that all of them are not even secondary characters but real bots. Looking at this picture, Pa was speechless. He did not understand what was happening and how he ended up in such a situation, because everything should have been different. But our main character tore him away from his thoughts, grabbing him right by the face, and then he thrust it into the ground with all his might, causing the floor to fly apart in different directions, and a loud sound was heard that echoed throughout the entire building. The face of our main character spoke for itself. He was filled with anger. He asked the already unconscious bastard if he now understood what was what, but he couldn't even answer him. His face began to sweat from nervous thoughts. He understood that if he didn't think of something now, he would die. Pak tried to attack our protagonist with his weapon, but our black-haired guy seemed to evaporate, leaving behind only a silhouette from the air. Looking at this, the maniac did not understand how it was possible to move so quickly. But just a moment later, our hero appeared, about to deliver another blow. The man lying on the ground understood that this could be his last blow. Gathering all his strength, he dodged the attack, jumping back awkwardly. Our main character smiled, because this picture amused him. He thought that now he was just lucky to dodge. But this will not happen again. And he looked in horror at that same guy. He thought that this was impossible. He wondered where he got such strength from. Out of horror, his legs seemed to have lost all strength. He fell to the ground, not understanding, because this guy in front of him came into this world only about a month ago. Our hero used an active skill, enhanced defense. His fist was covered with enchanted armor. He rushed towards him, intending to deliver a precise blow to the maniac with this fist. After shouting the insults, he knew he wouldn't have time to dodge, so he swung his weapon, intending to strike at the hand. But at the moment of contact between the two blows, the maniac's weapon shattered into different pieces. Seeing the fist approaching right in his face, he couldn't move, because speed, strength, abilities. He understood that by all these criteria, she was much stronger than him. The direct impact produced a loud sound, and a column of dust rose from the powerful impact. The powerful blow left him unconscious and also lost his front tooth. But our main character was not going to stop there. Jumping up, he was going to deliver another blow, which is what he did, hitting the body of the maniac lying on the ground. And from this blow, he immediately came to his senses. But he immediately started coughing, spitting up. Tears poured from his eyes from the pain, and our main character at that time asked him, "Do you only kill innocent and weak people?" And then, lowering his tone, with maximum disgust, he added that he should get the same. At that very second, Pak began to beg our main character to stop. But because of this, Ji only began to add more force with his foot on his chest. He grabbed his leg, trying to at least lift it. He screamed in pain, simultaneously begging Ji to wait. But it was too late. His entire chest began to burst, and a loud crack of bones was heard. Because of this, he screamed even louder in pain, his whole body slowly breaking down. The black-haired guy had no intention of stopping, swinging again with the same look. Hitting much harder than the previous time, a powerful bang was heard that reverberated throughout the entire hotel. Maniac Pak's skull was cracked. Every bone in his body was broken. But our protagonist wasn't going to let him pass out. He wanted him to feel this pain as long as possible, by delivering numerous blows to his face. Lying motionless on the ground with a trembling voice and the last of his strength, he begged the beater to stop. At that moment, Ji stopped, asking if he wanted him to stop, to which he heard the same trembling voice that told him, "Yes, please don't kill me." These words made our hero laugh a lot, and laughing, he said that he was a real crazy bastard. And then, suddenly stopping, in the same low tone, He asked how he could even bring himself to say such a thing. His hands began to shake with anger because of all those people he killed. Starting to lift his bloody face, he continued to talk about how each of them had begged him in exactly the same way. At that moment, he remembered how he had run to meet his loved ones that very day. That same call from his wife, the last time he heard her trembling voice, who asked to help her, to save her. At that moment, he asked the maniac Pak if he had spared at least one person who begged him. At that moment, tears started streaming down his face and he screamed that he had not left a single one alive. Having delivered another powerful blow, he still asked with the same aggressive cry why the hell he was asking him about this. He started hitting him several times, screaming hysterically that because of him, he would never see his wife and child again. And he continued to beat him. Jung watched all this, standing and listening to the screams, the sounds of bones cracking and seeing how blood flew in all directions. Some time passed, and the screams coming from the hotel stopped. Our main character's entire face was covered in tears, and he himself, clenching his teeth, remembered everything. He cried loudly, looking at the barely alive body of the maniac Pak. He asked him what prompted him to do all this. After a while, he took hold of his face, starting to wipe away the tears, calming himself down. And then he stood up, taking hold of his sword. He said that it was enough, it was time to end all of this. And then he delivered a precise blow. Blood flew in all directions, and the air began to fill with the smell of blood. Some time passed. The face of our black-haired boy seemed lifeless. He lowered his head, holding the diary in his hands. At this time, Jung approached him. He didn't know how to talk to his comrade. He didn't know what words to choose. But having made up his mind, he asked what he had in his hands, to which he was told that it was his diary. He didn't understand what it was, but our hero hugged it because Yungen gave it to him. After these words, Jung realized that it was better to leave Zhou alone now. He turned and walked towards the door, just as our hero began to open his diary. Opening it, he began to read. It said, "I finally finished off this bastard. G managed to do what he couldn't do in real life during their last meeting. After all, it was his dream to avenge his family. He thought about this moment again and again. The diary also said that he should feel better now. And then his whole body began to tremble. Every part of his body seemed to be breaking out. Gritting his teeth, he tried to hold back, but he couldn't. Rivers of tears flowed down his face. As he continued reading, tears began to fall one after another onto the page of the diary. After all, it was written further that even if he killed him, it would not return Yungen and Mina to him. After all, even if he killed him, they are no more." At this point, the tears began to fall down more and more often. His death won't change anything, thought our main character, starting to pick up his diary. And then, pressing it to his chest with all his might, he could no longer hold back. He screamed from the pain that was tearing him apart from the inside. As soon as the room became quiet, Yajong entered the room, asking if his friend had cried enough. And he, after a short silence, answered in a cheerful voice so that the younger one would shut up. The boy immediately realized that his older friend had come to his senses. He immediately smiled brightly. Our hero, looking towards the smiling guy, also began to smile. And then Jong picked up some kind of bag, saying that they were lucky today because they were able to finish off Park Yun-sung and also complete their tasks. Our main character listened to him silently, and he continued to speak, because talking about luck in such a situation is stupid. "After all, this is only the beginning for them," said the brown head, but already frightened. After a short silence, the black-haired boy stood up and replied that he was right. At this time, the words passed, failed were heard on the street. The last one was a man who was leaving in anger because he had just tried to deceive the examiner who, sitting waddling, said after the leaving man that if he tried to deceive him again, he was a dead man. As soon as the man left, he immediately began to yawn, saying that he was very bored. Suddenly there was a knock, and our two heroes placed their bags with the heads of their opponents on the table. He looked towards the guys and saw indifference on their faces, and he immediately began to stand up. Opening the bags and checking them, he asked them to give him their leaflets, which our heroes did. Looking inside, he ordered the system to reveal the player's status. She immediately did this. Seeing the stats, he couldn't believe that they were able to kill this guy, because his points were quite high. At that very second, a smile began to appear on his face. And with it on his face, he thought that this was quite an interesting situation. And then, holding out his hand with 2 pills, he congratulated them on passing, adding that from now on they were one family. He told them to swallow them so that they would become full-fledged members of the clan. Naturally, seeing this, our main character was surprised, and Jong tensed up. The black-haired man asked how they knew that it was safe, to which the examiner replied that it was their business to believe it or not, they had to decide right now. Our heroes, having taken them, began to look at each other, and the examiner continued, saying that he could assure them of one thing, that it would not harm them, but, on the contrary, would give them strength. After exchanging glances at each other for a while, they finally decided to trust him and put them in their mouths. At that very second, he took out his badge, greeting the new members of the clan of assassins. After some time, our heroes returned to the hotel, and loud coughs began to be heard from it. Jung spat out that same black pill and said that he thought he would die. He asked if these were really seeds, and our main character, holding his in his hand, replied that this is the devil's seed. They give it to every newcomer. Looking at the assassin clan badges lying on the bed, the black-haired man also said that from now on they would be very busy. Clenching his fist, he thought about the terrible things happening in this clan. He was going to think everything through to the smallest detail. But suddenly black energy began to come out of his hand. It was the same hand that held the pill. Jong, who had run, asked his older comrade what was going on, and he replied that he himself did not know. And she continued. More and more energy began to leave her, when suddenly they rushed into those very shackles. A few seconds later, in the very place where the shackles were, the hero's hand began to throb, and then a wild pain was felt. He clasped his other hand and screamed in pain, while Jong worriedly asked if Hyun was okay, and he felt as if his hand was breaking. He thought that it was incredibly painful, because the shackles were tightening. Could it really be all because of that black aura? The system notified that Jahar's shackles were beginning to transform. Naturally, our hero did not understand what kind of transformation this was. With each passing second, the pain began to increase more and more. He did not understand what was happening now. Suddenly, the pain stopped, and the system notified that the demonic energy characteristic had been increased by 1 point. Our hero was very surprised by this, as a system window popped up, where it was written that the magical power had been increased by 40%, and the intensity of mana consumption had been reduced by 20%. Breathing heavily, and trying to come to his senses, he thought about what kind of demonic energy this was. He couldn't understand what just happened. He was pulled out of these thoughts by Jong's cry, asking if he was really okay. Looking at his comrade's hand, he shouted that the shackles seemed to have grown into his wrist. He asked if everything was okay with him, and the black-haired man answered that his stats had increased, which meant it was good, and now it didn't hurt at all. He fell onto the bed and thanked everyone he could, because he already thought that something terrible was about to happen. At that very moment, Jay's gaze was drawn to the seed, but it was no longer black, but gray, he guessed, because the shackles had absorbed his magic. Jong once again asked if everything was okay with Jay, but heard that his comrade himself still didn't understand anything. At this time, looking at his hand, he thought that a new characteristic. He asked if this was really good. He also understood that over time, he would find out everything. He told Jong that his seed was now useless, and he, looking at his own, replied that they still had one left, and in his opinion, it was not entirely right to break the second one. And our hero convinced him that until it fell into his hands, nothing would happen to him. These words touched the brown-headed one, because he thought that Z considered himself special. Our heroes continued to discuss for a long time what just happened and what they should do about it. In Melon, in the skyscraper clan building, everyone was busy with work. Alvin Walker, sitting at the table, said with displeasure that he could not even imagine that such a thing could happen. And Lois answered, "All's well that ends well. Abram was killed." The rest of the chimeras returned to the shelter, looking towards the girl drinking tea. He asked her if she wanted to help him, and she replied that she had sorted out the problem that someone had created by giving away the clan's property, so she was now taking a break. Clutching his head, he tried to calm himself down by breathing in and out, thinking that he needed to remain calm. Suddenly, there was a knock from behind the door. Alvin Walker raised his head and allowed entry. A long-haired junior subordinate came in and said that Kim Yun-jae and Yu Jung-yu had come to see them. Hearing this, Walker and Lois were very happy. Their dissatisfied faces suddenly changed to smiles. Sometime later, our heroes were already sitting in front of their old acquaintances. Ja asked how they were doing, if there was any new news, and they, shaking their heads, answered that nothing interesting had happened to them during this time. Lois asked why they came so quickly. She was wondering what happened to them in Dark Mume. In response, our main character mumbled something and began to put his hand in his pocket. And then he put the contents of it on the table, saying that during this time, quite a lot had happened to them. On the table he placed the very same badges that confirm membership in the Clan of Killers. The reaction was expected. Lois immediately grabbed her face. She couldn't believe it, and Alvin, gritting his teeth, asked if this was really a stupid joke from them. He was filled with anger. He said that he kept wondering what they could have forgotten in that village. He angrily asked them if they had really refused their offer to join the clan of killers. At this point, both of our heroes tensed up, because they felt that the man in front of them was filled with rage, and Walker asked them if they wanted to explain everything. Our protagonist started from afar, telling us that everyone who joins the clan of assassins must eat the seed of the devil. Newbies who do this suddenly experience improved abilities, and thus the strange beads spread throughout the world. It is believed that thanks to the seed one can easily and quickly become much stronger. Because of such rumors, everyone began to use them. But eventually, it takes root in the human body, slowly but surely changing the essence of the person who ate it. And ultimately, people get lost in the darkness, completely immersed in it. Gradually, their bodies begin to change into monsters, slowly, painfully, because such sudden power must be paid for. And at the very end, they cease to be people, but become real demons. After hearing this, our heroes' comrades from the Skyscraper clan could not believe it. They asked to give them time to put their thoughts in order. Alvin said that in order to pass the test to join the clan of killers, it was necessary to catch a person, and it turned out to be the killer of his family. In the end, he killed him, and for completing this task, he received a seed. In response, our main character nodded his head positively. Lowering his head, he anxiously apologized, saying that they didn't know anything. Our protagonist replied that there was nothing to worry about, but also added that they hadn't gotten to the most important part yet, at which point Zhang began to rustle through his pockets. Taking a seed out of his pocket, he put it on the table, saying that this was the same one they had recently talked about. Looking into it, he began to look at it carefully, feeling its black energy, falling into his own thoughts. Suddenly coming to his senses, he asked the black-haired man if he felt anything now. And Lois asked excitedly, "This is the very thing that the clan of killers gave them to swallow." In response, our hero answered positively, starting to reach towards the dark seed. And then, with a powerful blow, he split it, which greatly surprised the members of the Skyscraper clan. The girl, looking at what seemed to her to be black smoke rising, asked if it was demonic energy. Ji stretched out his hand and showed the contents, saying that this is the embryo of the devil. After absorbing the seed, the shell dissolves, and such a demon takes place in the body, then it slowly begins to devour the person from the inside. Hearing this, the surprised faces immediately turned to anger. They couldn't believe that an entire clan was spreading such a thing. Alvin, clutching his head, said that all this could drive one crazy, because he assumed something like this, but he did not think that devilish forces were involved in this. If this is true, then this situation will be much more serious than the case with Abram. Suddenly, he cast a serious glance in the direction of our main hero and asked him how he knew about all this. He also explained that he does not suspect them of anything, because he went to Dark Muebe to avenge his wife and child, and in the process, he was forced to complete a task to join the clan of assassins. But he still can't figure out how he knows in such detail what the devil's seed is, because even they have never held something like this in their hands. He couldn't understand it, so he asked the black-haired man. After this question, our main character's body began to be enveloped in some kind of red energy. He answered that he would now show them something, and then everything would become clear to them. Sitting opposite him, Alvin didn't understand why he was using mana, when suddenly he felt dark energy. The girl sitting next to him also felt this energy, and they both came to only one conclusion. They couldn't believe their leaders, because this was demonic energy, because they had never seen a human being able to control such power. Starting to point his finger at the black-haired man, he asked if he had really eaten one, to which he received an immediate negative answer. He immediately raised his hand, saying that it seemed to him that this item had some special power. This time his bracelet was able to absorb the magic into itself, and also assess what the seed was. He also added that his body was in perfect order. After thinking for a moment, Alvin Walker replied that it didn't sound absurd, because if you remember the case with Abram, then it could very well have happened. Getting up from the sofa and starting to walk away, Alvin said that he understood everything and was convinced that they had no bad intentions. He needed to urgently go to the head of the clan. He explained that this situation was quite serious, because it was in this situation that there would be an unpleasant outcome. After a short pause, he said that there would most likely be a war with the clan of assassins. Both heroes were stunned to hear this. Our heroes went to rest. Zhang shared his impressions, saying that he could not breathe normally and thought that he was going to die. And our hero answered that it seemed to him that everything went well because of the tense atmosphere, and Zhang himself tried. So he praised his junior, and he answered that he completely trusted him. Suddenly, his delight turned to anxiety. He asked if everything would be okay with the war. Because they were officially members of the clan of killers, he was afraid of what problems might await them. Ji said, "You were told that the situation might not be that dangerous. In any case, there was no need to join the battle." And then turning towards his lying comrade, he asked him not to worry. After all, he gave the communication that he would be safe. He also added that it was still in force. He happily answered, "Thank God." At this time, Lois arrived in the capital of Trum. She got there quite quickly. Walking towards some hall, she walked with a determined gait, completely immersed in her own thoughts. And then, opening the doors in different directions, she entered the room, in the center of which stood a round table. Looking into the center of the room, she thought that it was good, because everyone had apparently already gathered. She began to look carefully at each man, because each of her members came from quite distant places. These men were the heads of the clans. She collected her thoughts in order to begin her speech. And as soon as she did this, she immediately greeted the heads of the 5 clans, thanking them for making the journey all the way to the capital. With a serious look, she began to say that the situation was very serious, so they would get straight to the point. She began to say that they had evidence that the clan of assassins had united with the devils. Taking out a flask with that very embryo, she showed it, saying that this was her confirmation, because the clan of killers was spreading their seeds. Seeing this creature, the mustachioed man replied that he didn't think they would interfere with this. The second one sighed heavily, saying, "Is this really a war?" After these words, a loud noise began, which excited absolutely everyone. The last one to speak was a man with a beard. He said that their peaceful days were over. He also wondered how they knew all this, and the representative of the Skyscraper clan answered that they had an informant, and also added that she would not give any answers regarding his identity. He agreed with this, saying that it was true, because this information played absolutely no role in this situation. Leaning against the table, she once again reminded in a raised voice that this situation required an urgent solution, because while they were doing this, they were making devil seeds somewhere. She really hoped that everyone here would take this issue much more seriously than others. After these words, a gloomy silence fell in the meeting room. Everyone looked thoughtfully in the direction of the girl who had just spoken, and she, exhaling heavily, began to thank everyone for listening to her, and then fell silent. After a short pause, she shouted that from this moment on, she was announcing the military operations direction, and after the meeting and the hold was over, the war would begin. Our heroes moved along the corridor. Alvin told Z that until the end, they would be under the protection of the Skyscraper clan, and he could also count on a small reward for this information. Our hero, without letting them finish talking about the reward, interrupted Walker, saying that he would fight with them. Walker could not believe what he heard. He insistently asked not to be obsessed with revenge, because it is significantly different from fighting monsters, especially since his face has already appeared in the clan of killers. It is dangerous for the black-haired one. And he just as persistently and confidently answered that he understood everything perfectly. Alvin Walker didn't immediately respond to these words, but began to nervously scratch his neck. He continued to nervously talk about not understanding what his comrade was thinking, and Jay apologized, taking the initiative in the conversation. He asked his comrade if he could ask for one favor instead of a reward. Our heroes headed out of town, into the thick of the forest, at the very request of our main character. Ji asked Alvin to fight him. He asked if he was sure about this, to which he received a confident, affirmative answer from the black-haired man. And at this time, Zhang was crying. It was hard for him to accept this fact. Walker himself was happy with this request. He happily fulfilled this request, while saying that Lois was more suitable for dealing with boring meetings, because he hated sitting and talking forever. He also said that just fighting is not so fun, so they will establish certain rules, which surprised our hero. Taking the sword in his right hand and throwing his left behind his back, he said that he would only use it. Also, one of the conditions was that if the black-haired man could touch him at least once, he would win, and they would move on to the next level. With a look of pleasure on his face, he took out his weapon, telling Alvin not to be too surprised. He would be able to complete the first level right away. With the same contented attitude, he replied that he would look forward to it with impatience. At that very second, the hero rushed towards Walker with incredible speed, intending to quickly finish this level. The silence of the forest turned into a rather noisy location. The birds immediately left the place of the fight between the two men. At this time in the meeting, Lois continued, talking about how those who ate the devil seeds could land in any city, causing confusion. They needed to destroy them before they could hide. One of the men asked if there was a way to identify them, to which the girl replied that there were no such ways at the moment. She explained that they had to completely destroy the clan, because they only accepted people who had swallowed the devil's embryo. No one could believe what the representative of the Skyscraper clan was offering them, because it was impossible to destroy all the killers. They asked how they would stop those who tried to escape. The bearded man sitting in the center said that they couldn't just attack them. They couldn't give them a chance to escape or prepare for battle. He suggested covering the entire perimeter, since escape could not be allowed. He also suggested dividing the people into attackers and those who would wait under siege. All representatives gradually began to agree with this idea, and eventually everyone agreed. And Lois continued, saying that they must all understand that this operation is strictly confidential until it begins, and the beginning of this operation will take place in exactly 1 week. The fight between our main character and the Skyscraper clan commander continued. Loud sounds were heard. Alvin Walker, using only one hand, did not allow the black-haired man to attack, forcing even him to retreat at times. As soon as he started to press it, he was going to take advantage of it by swinging. And then, with the hilt of the sword, he dealt a powerful blow to the black-haired man's body, sending him flying. Our hero fell loudly to the ground, and Alvin discontentedly shouted, asking what was wrong with the two of them. Both of our heroes were lying on the ground, and Alvin continued, saying that a whole week had already passed and they still hadn't moved on to the next level. He pointed out the black-haired man's mistakes, in that he didn't control his mana and the use of skills. Hiding his sword, he began to leave, saying that that was enough for today, because he needed to rest, since there was a lot of work tomorrow. But the black-haired man did not let him finish. Interrupting him, he asked again. Standing up and raising his sword, he said he would try again, looking tired. He thought that his skills and stats had improved greatly during the fight, especially his defense had increased. With that level of skill, he supposed he should be able to defeat him. Taking out his sword and again throwing his left hand behind his back, with a satisfied face he praised the guy for his fighting spirit, but noted that this was his last attempt. Jong barely raised himself up and looked towards his comrades, thinking that they were monsters, because he couldn't even move a finger from fatigue. The fight between Walker and Z began. The Skyscraper commander shouting that this attempt was no different from what had happened before. Our hero tried to respond to every attack of Alvin, not missing a single one. He understood that if he missed even one, he would be defeated again. Gathering his thoughts, he jumped back, beginning to concentrate mana in his legs. And then he suddenly jumped up, flying straight towards the Skyscraper commander, who was about to accept the attack. He threw his sword behind his back, preparing to deliver a powerful blow, and Alvin raised his, preparing to take hers and show his superiority. Looking at this, Jong didn't understand why his comrade jumped, because he was much more vulnerable in the air. And then, seeing how a purple square rose in front of the black-haired man, he understood everything, because he was going to use enhanced defense. This tactic amused Walker, but he shouted that nothing would come of it, and our hero himself stood on it with his feet, and the moment Alvin destroyed it with one powerful blow, he jumped even higher thanks to it. Walker, running towards our hero's landing, looked at him, wondering why he rose even higher. And seeing how he created another identical square in the air on which he stood, he understood everything. Looking at him with surprise on his face, he thought that this guy was not using this skill for defense, but for attack. There was a powerful collision between the two blades, and a loud ringing sound was heard. But at that very second, Walker took the initiative, knocking over the black-haired man's sword and throwing his own over his back to attack. He again used the handle of his sword to throw the guy aside, and from this powerful blow, Ji even knocked the weapon out of his hands, and he himself flew back several meters. The sound of the fall was so loud that all the animals in the area left the area. Our black-haired hero, sitting on the ground, wiped the sweat from his face, thinking that even so, nothing worked. He also noted that this use of protection was quite unique. Alvin Walker laughed loudly, which embarrassed our main character quite a bit, and he praised him, pointing to his shoulder. Our hero was able to touch him. He completed the first-level task. Both of our heroes screamed with joy. They were very happy about this, because they had tried it so many times. But suddenly the commander of the Skyscrapers turned his gaze towards the brown-headed one. He said that right now they would try for the last time with him. Hearing this, the guy's body trembled. And just a few minutes later, the resting protagonist watched as Jong ran away from Alvin with a scream. This picture amused him. He smiled brightly. He liked this atmosphere. He thought that it was quite friendly. Evening came, Alvin shouted loudly, suggesting to rest, because as he said earlier, tomorrow would be a hard day for them. Our heroes agreed. Sitting down, Jong tried to catch his breath and rest. He was even more exhausted. Suddenly Alvin asked our hero why he wanted to join the battle. whether it was because of his dislike for the murderers. And he, after thinking for a bit, replied that he couldn't say that he didn't have any hostility towards them. And then he thought, because it was not certain that he could avoid all the worst things written in the diary. He started to remember his family, thinking that no one knows. Maybe he will be able to meet them again. This thought did not leave him. And the comrade sitting nearby noticed the dejected hero. Jong thought about how he could cheer up his older comrade. But Alvin took the initiative and asked. The guy was talking about going to Garan. He asked the black-haired man why he needed it. Zhu replied that among the other large cities that were being attacked, it was quite small, and he thought it would be less burdensome there. After thinking for a moment, the skyscraper commander replied that he now understood everything. Zhang closely followed their dialogue. And then there was another awkward silence. This time Zhang completely collected his thoughts and asked, "By the way, if you could have dealt with the murderers long ago, why haven't you done anything yet? Because they are all very bad people." And Walker explained that the situation in Darkmoon was much more complicated than he thought. They could claim a place among the top 5 clans. So it turns out they need to unite against them. But it was obvious that coming to a common decision was always problematic. However, what happened was a very good opportunity for them. And after a short pause, he added that it was a good one for uniting the clans. Standing up, he added that no changes would happen unless the devils themselves intervened. But war is war, and all means are good here. The black-haired man told the departing man not to die, and Alvin said with a smile that they would definitely see each other again. A huge crowd of people began to gather around Garan, when suddenly a cry was heard that ordered that no one should ever be left alive if the goal was the complete destruction of the murderers. At this time, our heroes arrived on Alvin's orders to see some people. One of the men, walking in front of them, complained that they had been foisted upon new recruits, and the man with the black belt asked him to be quieter, since Alvin himself had recommended them. He continued to speak dissatisfiedly, saying that the thought of sending them to a remote suburb raised his blood pressure. He couldn't believe that he sent these runts to them. These words made Zhang very angry. The black-haired man turned towards our heroes and told Zhang that if he was unhappy, he should speak out. Our main character stopped him, telling him to calm down. And he, with a smile on his face, said that he was very scared, adding that he did not understand where they could be useful to them. Asking the man with the black belt if he was right, he only heard that he should shut up, because they were on the territory of the clan of murderers. As he walked on, he thought that although Zikail was rude, he was still right in relation to the newcomers. After all, there was a whole line of people who wanted to join the skyscraper clan. He tried to control himself and was calm. Looking at them, he thought that there were enough newcomers in the organization, but these two were the ones who were sent to war. He did not understand what Alvin Walker was thinking. And then he exhaled heavily, because from now on he was forced to pull a troublesome burden on himself. He hoped that they would not bother him. At this time, our protagonist was calming his younger brother, asking him to pull himself together and not waste his time on such things. They should not get into trouble, because it would be rude to Walker. Zhang agreed with this opinion, because they would have set him up if they had dealt with these two. Approaching some kind of border, the boss of this company said that from this moment the territory of murderers begins. He explained that they had to enter very quietly, and that they also had to remain alert. They began to enter and walk in a line along the empty street, with the newcomers walking in the center of their so-called formation. The leader of this group, who was walking ahead, smelled something. By raising his hand, he gave the order for everyone to stop. He said that there was a crossroads here, and everyone immediately understood that they were about to separate. He sent Zikail and Dahi to the right, and he and the newcomers were going to the left. They happily agreed, because they got rid of the extra load. Zikail, walking behind the girl, said that he was glad, and then shouted to the newcomers not to disturb the boss and to obey him properly. Zhang turned away in anger, and said that he was an annoying idiot. He really got on his nerves. For a few more minutes they walked along the same deserted street, the sound of footsteps occasionally being heard. When they suddenly stopped, the group leader said that the smell was coming from this smell. Walking to the door, they slowly opened it, starting to look inside. As soon as the commander looked inside, the faces of the boss and Zhang changed greatly. They were horrified. They saw half-naked women begging to be saved, their bodies trembling. Our protagonist noticed where that smell was coming from, and the women continued to beg him to help them. Seeing this picture, the boss got very angry, shouting that these killers were completely out of their minds because they used drugs to do dirty deeds. The man immediately ran up to the thing that was emitting the smell, delivering a powerful blow to it, thereby destroying it. Looking at his fist, he assumed it was the intoxicating scented candle that made these girls submit. Turning to his subordinates, he said that they had taken the victims outside the territory of the clan of killers, and they silently looked in their direction. Turning around, he said he would check upstairs, but before he could finish speaking, he smelled blood. He began to turn back, because he had just heard a rather familiar sound. Our main character cut the girl's body with one precise blow, thereby killing her. John could not believe what he saw. With anger on his face, the boss shouted, asking what the hell he was doing. Approaching him, he grabbed him, asking what he had done, since this girl was an innocent person. At this time, two girls were approaching him from behind with the intention of killing him. Our main character used his very skill, putting up a shield, thereby protecting the back of his commander. And he turned around, not understanding what was happening. Our black-haired hero asked if he still thought they were victims. He also added that he felt they should be worried about those men. At that very second, the man closed his eyes, exhaling heavily, because just now that same little boy had saved his life. He opened his eyes, his face changing. Now he was serious. A masked, armed man stood there asking his comrades if they were sure it was working. He asked who they were, but at that moment, our two newcomers had already rushed into battle. They began to throw them around, clearly outnumbering them while the boss watched. Looking at this, he couldn't believe that that candle wasn't a drug, and also that these newbies were so strong. And our hero confirmed his suspicions, saying that it was because of this candle that he began to hallucinate. The killers were already flying towards him, swinging their weapons. They considered that he was the weakest in this group of people, so they wanted to deal with him first. But they were wrong, for with his two powerful hands he sent them flying into the air, back to where they came from. Looking at the black-haired newcomer, he couldn't believe that he had saved his life. And looking at how he was chopping people down left and right as if nothing had happened, I wondered if he really was a newbie. He recalled Walker telling them to take them with him, assuring them that they would not be a burden to him. Smiling, he now understood why Alvin had recommended these guys to him. Having thrown another killer into the wall, he also wondered why the candle had no effect on them, suggesting that these two had some kind of unusual abilities. Our protagonist, looking around, asked how they had prepared for their arrival, since that candle could not burn forever and emit that smell, assuming that they had thus prepared for their arrival. And after thinking a little, he confidently stated that they knew perfectly well when they were planning to carry out the attack. After a short silence, their boss said that something had gone wrong. Information had leaked out and reached the killers. His face changed to horror, because the clan members were in danger. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud cry of pain. They paid attention to it, starting to listen to where it was coming from. It seemed to them that it was emitted throughout the entire territory of the clan of killers, but each of them understood that it was definitely a cry of pain. At this time, Alvin Walker arrived in the city of Braha with his group. They also went to clean up. Standing and confused, having said that everything had not gone according to plan, he exhaled heavily. He stood in front of what seemed to him to be a huge rock made of bloody human bodies. They were all dead. His face showed all his anger. He couldn't believe that one clan was capable of such a thing. The man standing behind asked Alvin how this could have happened, since everyone was destroyed, and Walker replied that, apparently, the information leaked. He also assumed that the same thing was happening in other cities. The man with the beard silently looked at the corpses of people, carefully examining each face, and then he spoke, suggesting that they had not prepared for their arrival for a day or two. It seemed to him that the traitor was someone from the leadership. He also suggested that there were more traps waiting for them here, and Walker, gritting his teeth in anger, agreed with him. And he also said that they would attack them right now, not giving them a chance. He asked in a calm voice whether it would be stupid and dangerous for them. And the commander of the Skyscraper clan still responded angrily that from now on, the scum from the murder clan should be wary of meeting him, and if he was scared, he could leave, because he was going to attack them even alone. And he, raising his weapon and looking at it, replied that his duty was to avenge the members of his Singer clan. The two commanders went somewhere. Alvin said that they would follow the plan. Our fleeing heroes recalled how they heard a scream, and their commander left them in a safe zone. G said that this only played into their hands, suggesting that they were left behind because they were considered unreliable. All this time, he was thinking about how they could get out of here unnoticed. But everything worked out on its own. He was happy about their luck. They ran through the streets as if they were already here. The black-haired man continued speaking, saying that now they needed to run to their destination. Suddenly there was a loud, painful sound that made them stop. He came out from the other side, opposite to the one they were going to run to. It was that same so-called comrade of theirs who was glad that they were separated. Breathing heavily and holding his hand, he shouted towards the crowd of people, and they said that he was the last one. They laughed at him, because just recently he was happy to meet them. saying that he would quickly deal with them. And he, standing in blood and horror, thought about the words that he said. He did not believe that he was left alone. He understood that they were waiting here, and this was their trap. He understood why everyone was killed so easily, and with each passing second, his panic grew more and more. Squeezing his eyes in fear, he thought that this was his end, because they would not leave him alive. Suddenly, there was a loud sound that attracted the attention of all the standing men. They looked along the street and saw two boys approaching. Zhang awkwardly raised his hand and replied that he had come to help them. They looked at them in surprise, asking each other if they hadn't killed everyone. Some laughed, because they had apparently hidden well. And their black-haired elder comrade himself looked at them in horror. And the killers laughed and decided who would finish off this duo. Looking at them, he couldn't believe that they could survive, he wondered. What are they doing here? He didn't understand why they came here. At this time, our heroes began to draw their swords. Nearby, a huge crowd was chasing someone, shouting for everyone to catch him. These were members of the clan of killers who were chasing the commander of our heroes' group. He, hiding in one of the nooks, looked at this whole picture, clenching his teeth. He was now absolutely certain that they knew that they were going to come and kill them, so they had ambushed them all. He was now completely sure that the information had been leaked. He also understood that no one else had survived. Now all he could do was wait for help to arrive. Suddenly, he was torn from his thoughts by a powerful explosion that resounded on the neighboring street. With joy on his face, he assumed that reinforcements had arrived, so he was saved, and the operation could be successfully completed. At this time, pitiful cries of pain were heard around the very guy who was irritating Zhang. Looking forward, his face became more and more horrified with each passing second. Every sound of impact that came out changed his face dramatically. As he watched the two same newbies he had joked about kill the killers who had cornered him with the utmost ease, he asked himself if they were really newbies. At this time, the killers, watching our main character run over their heads, asked how he could move in the air. They were scared. But this was their main mistake, because they completely forgot about the brown-headed one, who used his unique skill, increasing the weapon and knocking down several killers at once. Our main character, approaching the bloody sword, approached his senior comrade, who looked at him with horror on his face. He looked at him silently, looking him over from head to toe, still saying nothing. He asked, either confusedly or angrily, what he wanted from him. All his clothes were covered in blood. Our hero asked him if he was the only one left, to which he received a positive answer. He also said that Dahi was dead. The conversation was distracted by the screams of the fleeing murderers, who were shouting that there was still someone to hunt. Looking at them, our hero, exhaling heavily, said that there was no end to them. Turning to his senior comrade, he told him to join the blockade and call for reinforcements, who asked angrily. He said that if those who are sitting in ambush come out here and ask who will remain to guard the exits, and he replied that the clan of killers already knew that they intended to attack them. Therefore, those who wanted to escape had already fled long ago. The senior comrade from the skyscraper clan stood silently and listened to him. And our main character continued, saying that they would try to buy some time until he called for reinforcements. Naturally, the member of the skyscraper clan tried to object, but the black-haired man's cold gaze made him immediately shut up. And after that, our hero asked if he was even capable of doing that. He, clenching his teeth in anger, thought about how this kid, how dare he even talk like that to someone who was 5 years older than him. But after these thoughts, he immediately lowered his head down, because he understood perfectly well that their difference in strength was simply enormous. Standing with his head down, he replied that he understood everything, and our hero thanked him, saying that he had hopes for him. And then he dashed in the opposite direction from the crowd of people running towards them. They were going to quickly deal with the duo and go in pursuit of him. Jay told Jeong that they couldn't pass by him, and he laughed and replied that his comrade had said that they were in a hurry. And the running crowd, consisting of the clan of killers, continued to shout that they would quickly deal with them and run to catch up with that little coward. Our main character, smiling and looking towards the crowd, said to his younger comrade that they would detain them for a short while and then move on. Taking out his sword, he was about to tell him who Zhang should deal with. But suddenly he fell silent, because he felt a huge thirst for blood as well as danger. He instantly wrapped himself and the younger one in fortification, thereby protecting them. The main character pushed his younger comrade aside because they were under attack. A huge red beam flashed past them, the heat of which seemed to incinerate them, leaving not even a wet spot. Some man, slowly approaching, praised them for their excellent reaction. Turning his head in different directions, he said that so many of their guys died. He built his speech in a strange way, asking himself questions and answering them, and our heroes looked in his direction in horror, while he said that he could be repaid in the same coin. A man in a white jacket walked through this crowd and said that they would consider everything that was happening now to be in accordance with their rules. It was Mr. Jeffrey who said that those who didn't want to die could run away right now while he was giving them a chance. On the very street where Jeffrey appeared, powerful explosions began to be heard. With incredible power and speed, he pressed our heroes, forcing them to retreat. Looking at these attacks, our protagonist assumed that it was a dancing sword. But I almost immediately dismissed this idea, because it was just a long, invisible sword. Another attack was approaching them at incredible speed. There were many of them. Looking towards the flying attack, our black-haired hero thought that the defense skill would not be able to completely block this attack. He understood that now they were really in danger. This danger was also felt by Zhong. But their commander was approaching them at incredible speed, leaving them in a safe zone. Jeffrey looked in surprise towards the attack, where the same man appeared. And just a second later, a huge attack appeared, which was left over from the attack, and the members of the clan of killers flew in different directions. He said that he was going to wait for help to arrive, but he could not leave his comrades here. That's why he felt ashamed to hide. The man with the black belt on his stomach continued to speak. After the dust settled, a member of the assassin clan appeared in a white jacket and said that it was really dangerous now. He was also surprised by the fact that this guy was still alive. He began to nervously say something about someone not completing their task, and the commander of the group of skyscrapers himself, looking at him, thought that this man was able to avoid a sudden thunderous blow because he spent his last mana on this attack. After a short silence, he turned to our heroes, asking if everything was okay with them. He also praised them, because to stand up to Jeffrey was incredible. G asked him if he knew him, and he said that this was Jeffrey Dahmer, a well-known figure in the clan of killers, because this guy is definitely good in combat, but his distinctive feature is that he is a cannibal. He also added that this cannibal specializes in destroying those who are weaker than him. They needed to catch him. If we ran away now, then those who would come here to help could suffer. What our heroes were discussing among themselves greatly infuriated the member of the clan of killers. He interrupted their conversation, telling them to stop wagging their tongues because he was in a hurry. With a terrifying, mentally abnormal face, he said that it was time for lunch. At that very second, something began to approach the heroes at incredible speed. They all scattered. The group commander shouted that he would take charge of it, and the killer, laughing, shouted that they would not be able to cope with him, even if the three of them united against him, while a man with a black belt on his body approached him. He instantly launched a series of attacks at the man, but the man's body was covered in armor. The skyscraper clan member thought that he could use Jeffrey's attacks against him thanks to the reinforcement. He understood that he needed to deal with him right here and now, because there would be no other chance, especially since everyone understood that he would not let them go just like that. A powerful gust of wind arose, forcing the killer to retreat and jump back, and our hero's comrade was preparing for another attack, gathering his strength in his legs and arms. At this time, the killer raised his weapon. Preparing to strike back, he shouted for him to taste his sword. There was another powerful gust of wind from the cannibal's swing, which seemed to cut the body of the attacking skyscraper member in half. At that very moment, a smile began to appear on the killer's face, because he was able to deal with him much faster than he expected. But a second later, his face changed dramatically, because he could not believe his eyes. He was able to catch his attack, holding it with his hands. The gloves on his hands began to fall apart. While he was mentally calling out the one who caught his attack, Zhong jumped from the roof, who was going to kill Jeffrey. Starting to concentrate his mana into the sword, he shouted for it to receive. This attracted the attention of the killer. He raised his head and saw a boy approaching him at an incredibly fast speed. At the same moment as he raised his head, our brownhead used his giant sword skill, and a powerful explosion was heard. But as soon as the air settled, everyone's eyes were on Jeffrey's weapon, which had withstood the attack. The killer asked what it was, until the ground beneath his feet began to crack from the force of the force. At this time, Jay, who was standing behind him, asked if he still thought that their abilities were chupak. He could not believe that he was able to sneak up on him unnoticed, but he also understood that he did not have time to react. Just a moment later, our hero hit his sword and the killer's head flew off. Naturally, Zhong's attack missed the small weapon in the cannibal's hand, and then it destroyed his body while our hero elegantly walked away without turning back. Some time passed, and the sounds of battle were replaced by anxious cries. There was a thick smell of blood in the city, which came from every corner of the city. The group's leader was grabbed by the same black-haired boy who was sent to call for help. The boss himself told him that he had lost a lot of blood, and his armor was broken. He happily said that he could not even imagine that he could defeat Jeffrey, but his commander immediately interrupted him, saying that he was not alone. He said that he couldn't have done it alone, because those same two newcomers helped him, and he couldn't believe these words. He asked nervously because he couldn't believe that those newbies could fight Jeffrey, and he, without answering, thought that it was also difficult for him to believe it. After all, this is the first time that Alvin Walker himself made such sacrifices for the sake of newcomers, because these guys are real monsters. He remembered how one of them, surprised but calm, asked how it happened that with his small knife he was able to catch his huge attack. He immediately suggested that they go to the gathering place and make sure that there was no one left there. He remembered their faces and understood that they were not at the level that usually happens after the time they had been here. He was afraid to imagine what would happen to them in a few years. He asked his junior where those newcomers were, because he needed to discuss something with them. But at first he didn't answer, the boss asked tensely, to which his subordinate nervously replied that they disappeared almost immediately. He couldn't believe it. And he explained that he tried to find them, because thanks to them, he was able to bring help here. But no matter how much he looked for them, they were nowhere to be found. He also said that they were quite good fighters, so he assumed that they went further into battle. The boss screamed angrily, saying that they couldn't be dead. He sent everyone to look for them. He immediately ran to carry out the order. At this time, nervously clutching his head, he criticized himself. But he ordered them to rest. He would be ashamed to look into Alvin's eyes if something happened to them. Looking at the bright sky, he asked them to make sure they survived. He begged all the gods. At this time, as soon as our heroes entered the cave, the system notified that they had entered the labyrinth of Naran. They were heatedly discussing something among themselves. Zhong asked why they came here and what was here, and his comrade answered that there was a secret kept by the clan of assassins here. The younger one still had about 1,000,000 questions because he didn't even know that there was such a cave here. He asked his friend how he found out about it, and he looked around a bit and answered that it was all because he was smart. Looking towards his comrade who was moving away, Zhong continued to impersonate him for a few more seconds, and our hero himself, while he was walking, thought that a disaster had happened here. However, knowing the future, he cannot remain inactive. He clenched his fist in anger because he would not allow the tragedy to happen again. From now on, he was going to decide his own destiny. Suddenly, a cold shiver ran through his entire body, and his face changed because the sword appeared right in front of him. He began to realize with horror that there was only one person behind him, and that was Zhong. Raising his hand, he began to look in the direction of his comrade with confusion. He wanted to ask him what he was doing, but he didn't have time, because the younger one tried to attack him again. Naturally, the black-haired one dodged this blow, jumping back. Having landed, he began to examine the boy, still not understanding what was going on here, and he, swinging his sword, looked down. She shouted loudly what he was doing. Without waiting for an answer, he asked again what he was trying to do right now. In response, Zhong, still with his head down, muttered something under his breath. Looking in his direction, our main character understood that the boy was out of his mind, but he still didn't understand why. Brownhead finished muttering and immediately rushed towards our main character, throwing his sword behind his back, preparing to attack. Without any difficulty, Zi blocked his junior's strike, since their difference in strength was quite large. Looking back and then looking towards his younger comrade, he had one guess. After all, there was some kind of smoke surrounding them, and our hero assumed that it was all because of him. Making a dissatisfied face, he thought that this was all at the wrong time. He dealt another powerful blow to Zhong, sending him flying, knocking him back. The boy fell to the ground, while our hero was twitching his wrist, because it was already starting to hurt from the numerous blows. But Zhong continued to rise, looking in his direction. Our hero tried to think of something, because nothing helps. Looking at him, he asked himself how he should act in this situation. Suddenly, Zhong started muttering something again, and then said, "Help." This really caught the attention of our main character. He began to look at him attentively, looking him over. And he, shouting for help, again rushed towards his comrade, intending to deliver a powerful blow with his sword. A powerful gust of air rose up, which seemed to even disperse the smoke surrounding them. At this time, our hero remembered how recently, during training, Zhong was also thrown back by Alvin. He told the guy sitting on the ground that he could rest if he was tired, explaining to him that he was only training him because he asked him to, and he, barely getting up, answered that everything was fine. He asked to attack him. Walker asked the guy why he needed all this, because it was very hard for him now. And he, breathing heavily, replied that even if that were the case, he could not remain on the sidelines. The skyscraper commander praised the guy, saying that he had quite good skills, but he replied that if he simply watched, he would become a burden for Jay. Alvin Walker had no answer to this. He silently looked in his direction, telling him to attack, At that very second, after permission, the brown head rushed towards Alvin. Dodging a series of attacks, our hero tried to think of something, because he couldn't leave everything like this. Stepping back, he thought that he didn't know how he could be brought back to his senses. He assumed that there was demonic energy in the smoke that was intoxicating him. Suddenly, an idea came into his head, which even made his face change. Throwing his sword aside, he rushed towards the guy who even tried to dodge it. But before he could, our hero fell right on him, knocking him to the ground. He suggested that perhaps the shackles could absorb the energy that was inside him. Putting the shackles on the boy's body, he mentally began to beg them to help him. They immediately began to sparkle. The same demonic energy began to come out of the guy's body, gradually entering into shackles. Looking at this, our hero was happy, because this should help. Time passed, and Zhong was still unconscious, but now he no longer attacked the black-haired man. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes, starting to nervously roll them from side to side. And as soon as he realized everything, he suddenly jumped up, not understanding what had just happened. But as soon as he stood up, he received a powerful flick from his older friend. The boy screamed in confusion. Holding his head, he tearfully asked why he was fighting. Our hero asked him if he really didn't remember anything, and he, after thinking for a moment, said that he remembered something. He began to touch his swollen face and asked what had happened to it and why it was in such a state. Awkwardly turning away, Z replied that he had tried to bring him to his senses, but it hadn't worked very well, and he had started shouting and asking if he had really beaten him. But his cry was interrupted by an older friend, who said that the boy was muttering something, and he, lowering his head, said, "What if this happens to him again?" He asked not to make his life difficult, so he should kill him right away. Our hero could not believe what he heard, looking in surprise towards the younger one who was sitting, and he sat on the ground with his head down, thinking that he had once again created problems for his comrade. But he was torn away from these thoughts by another powerful flick on the forehead. He screamed again, because it was painful. Ji angrily asked him what he was carrying now, and he explained that it was better and easier than trying to deal with the burden in his person. And the black-haired man continued to angrily ask him if his comrade could really do that. He began to beat his chest and explained that his comrades depended on each other, and that he didn't care what he thought, that it would be better this way. He asked the younger not to worry about it, because he would never abandon him in this terrible world where there are no friends or family, because the fact that he always stands by his side gives him the strength to move on. He shouted even more menacingly and loudly, so that he would no longer dare to consider himself a burden. From these words, Zhong's face changed, because no one had ever said such a thing to him before. When suddenly our main character, turning away, said that perhaps he believes that mutual assistance is built on business relations. If so, then it is very sad. Zhong immediately began to shout that this is not so. And our hero, turning again toward the guy sitting on the ground, said that he treats him like a member of his family. These words surprised the guy even more. The young boy, lowering his head, began to cry. The hero asked if he was really crying, and he, wiping away his tears, answered that he was not crying. Sitting down on the ground, he said that when he finished roaring, he should let him know that he would wait for him, and he, starting to cry even more, said that he needed time to calm down. There was silence in the cave. Only the sounds of tears falling to the ground could be heard. The man sitting on the corpses of people asked his approaching comrade how the situation was in other villages, to which the younger one replied that almost everyone except Darkmoon had suffered. The man sitting there asked in surprise if it was even Braham, and he explained that the first attack was successful, but after Alvin Walker appeared, everything went downhill, and he was able to fight back. Sitting in front of a huge pile of human corpses, he asked how much time was left until a new batch of seeds, and his comrade answered that it was about 3 months. He was also interested in the question of who had revealed their secret, and he answered without any doubt that these guys were Kim Yun-jae and Yu Jung-nyu. At that very moment, the air around them was filled with a scarlet aura, from which the younger comrade tried to escape. But he managed to grab his chest and tried to take at least one breath, but nothing worked. And the man with a scar on his face, turning to him with the bestial gaze of a predator, said, "Your job was to carefully check whether the newcomers eat the seed or not, because if you had done your job correctly, all this would not have happened." And he, with his last breath, asked to forgive him for this mistake, holding him by the throat. His older comrade, who had used some kind of force, continued to look at him angrily, but after exhaling, he returned the air to its place. The blood, which seemed to be pumping out the air, began to fall to the ground again, and the younger one himself, trembling, thought that this time his older comrade had absorbed a lot of blood, so he had become much stronger. The concentration was too thick. It was hard for him to breathe here. Suddenly, a man with a scar on his face began to stand up, saying that he was going to Goran. He explained this by saying that he had a very bad feeling right now. He needed to go and check everything out himself, and as soon as the situation became clear, they would move out. Some time passed. Jong exhaled heavily, saying that they had already been here for 15 days. It was hard to comprehend, although he was glad that the monsters here were not very strong. And our main character himself, looking around and examining the corpses of the monsters, said that he was very glad that the effect of that fog was a one-time thing. Jong was worried whether they were going the right way because this cave was huge. But our hero calmed him down, telling him not to worry and to follow him. After a few minutes of walking, they stopped, starting to stick forward, the younger one asking his friend where they were going now. Several doors opened before their eyes, and after looking at each one, Zhe replied that they needed the red door. The first one to go to her was Jong. He was brave in his decision because he had become strong enough. Looking inside, he slowly began to move his foot inside the door, when suddenly he stopped abruptly. And then he slammed the door as quickly as possible. And naturally, our dark-haired guy asked what was going on. And he, all covered in sweat, a little frightened, replied that he should take a look inside himself. Inside the door was a huge cave in which a huge bear-like monster was sleeping. Our main character's younger friend noted that he looked quite strong. And our hero answered as calmly as possible that they didn't have to fight him, because the boy didn't want to be wounded. Pointing his finger at the door that was behind the monster, he added that they needed to enter it, suggesting that it might be the last one. She heroes looking at this huge monster understood that the best solution was to pass by it unnoticed. Slowly, our two heroes made their way to the door, trying to pass by him as quietly as possible. Due to Jong's carelessness, he kicked the stone, which at first made a loud sound that echoed throughout the cave. And then he began to jump towards the monster, and with each approach to him, the young boy's face changed. Both of our heroes froze in anticipation of what would happen next, hoping for the best outcome. In response, the bear, having moved slightly, continued to sleep, making snoring sounds. Ji exhaled, and Jong even shuddered. He was glad that he didn't wake him up. They headed towards the door. All the same, this time the brown head looked carefully at his feet. Walking through the door, the young boy breathed a sigh of relief, because they were able to cope. Leaning on his knees, he said that he was very nervous because of this monster. But the fact that he did not wait for an answer greatly embarrassed him. So he raised his head, and a picture appeared before his eyes that was impossible to describe. The huge tree that grew into the sky was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The younger one asked if they were still in the dungeon, to which he did not receive an answer right away. But it was positive. Looking at the tree, Jong could not believe his eyes, because in his entire life he had never seen such a huge trunk. He assumed that it was the world tree, but our main character immediately overturned this thought, saying that there was nothing sacred in it. Our main character put his hand on the trunk of this tree. His younger comrade asked what it was then. Ji, looking at him, answered that it was the devil's tree. Because it was on it that the devil's seeds grew, he asked again, thinking that he had heard incorrectly. The black-haired man told his comrade to look closely, and he would see everything for himself. And he, seeing those same seeds, asked again if these were really the ones they were given when they joined. He recalled how the examiner handed them exactly the same seeds, insisting that they swallow them. Looking at the tree, Jong couldn't believe his eyes, saying that there were millions of them. He was afraid to imagine what would happen if they hatched, and Ji replied that before that happened, they would destroy the tree, because they needed to parasitize in order to hatch. But the younger one said that the tree was of colossal size. He was not sure that the two of them could handle it. The black-haired one replied that it would be very difficult. However, he had a plan. He slowly began to reach his right hand towards the trunk, and then he put it down. It was the same hand on which the shackles of Jahar were. With a stern face, he looked thoughtfully towards his hand, hoping for the best outcome. Our main character's comrade looked at him with a puzzled look, wondering what he was doing now. Time passed, but nothing happened. Exhaling heavily, the black-haired man was about to remove his hand. Suddenly, huge clots of dark energy began to thicken, and then head towards his hand. The system began to notify our hero that the demonic energy had increased, and at that time he himself, squeezing his hand, was happy, because it worked. He wondered if he could absorb the power of the seeds this way. The system was also notifying him that his health was decreasing, but he didn't remove his hand, because in this way, the demonic energy would quickly increase. But his face changed with every minute, becoming more and more twisted. Looking at his hand, he thought that it was going to break, because the pain he felt knocked him off his feet. After some time, all the smoke that had enveloped the tree completely disappeared. Our main character fell heavily to the ground, his body still aching with pain. A younger comrade approached him and asked if everything was okay with him, and he raised his hand, making it clear that he needed time to rest. Raising his head, he said that he wanted to be useful, so he needed to do something. Zhang asked if he could destroy it now, to which he received a positive answer. Exhaling, the black-haired man called up the statistics window to look at the changed stats. Looking at them, he thought that his health had decreased temporarily, and now the demonic energy was on the same level as his mana. Looking towards Zhang approaching with his sword, he thought that today was over. He approached the tree and began to look down at it, seeing the same nasty seeds. And then he grabbed his sword tighter, starting to use his unique ability. He raised the giant sword. He was going to cut it down with one precise and powerful attack. Throwing him over his back, he concentrated his strength into his sword, preparing to strike. With the movement of the giant sword, a powerful gust of wind arose. It seemed to cut through the air. And just a second later, the tree began to shake, and a loud sound of impact rang out across this location. In the great city of Trum, in the conference room, Lois said that their current situation wasn't that bad. The Bram operation was a success, thanks to Alvin Walker of the Skyscraper clan. And also looking towards the bearded man, she said. Also thanks to Mr. Tony, now they had to solve the problem with Shipman in Dark Mume. Everyone started to discuss Shimpan in a frantic manner, as it would be difficult to deal with him if they suggested sending Alvin there. And that same Tony said that it would be very difficult, because Mr. Walker learned that the clan members were captured by Jeffrey, and he left Bram. Everyone started to discuss how he was acting like normal, and that he was just out of control. But everyone called on his power. Suddenly the door opened, and the man who had run into the council shouted loudly that he had urgent news. He was shouting nervously that Shipman had left the city of Darkmoon and was heading somewhere. Everyone shouted with delight that this was very good news, because this was their chance. However, they were also interested in the question of where he was headed. But everyone realized that Shipman would have a hard time resisting their alliance. Also, the man who ran in reported that their captives from the clan of murderers began to behave strangely, and they also began to vomit. They asked him what was the point of this. Was this really what they were supposed to know? One of the clan representatives asked, and that boy was skeptical at first. But then he shouted loudly that along with the vomit, the seeds of the devil were coming out of their bodies. They couldn't believe it. At this time in the location, our two heroes were standing in front of a tree lying on the ground. A little while earlier, Zhang had dealt a powerful blow to the tree, causing it to shudder, but that was not enough. He wasn't going to give up. He swung again, putting absolutely all his strength into this blow. Having dealt a powerful blow to him, at the moment the giant sword moved through the air, it seemed like it was cutting the air. And as soon as the tree trunk came into view, it was almost completely cut down, and due to its enormous weight, it began to lean to the side, and then it fell loudly, raising a huge column of dust from its fall. Zhang raised his sword above his head and began to shout loudly about what he had done. He was very happy about it. The main character approaching him praised the guy for his good work. Looking at his broken sword, he thanked his sword, for it had served him well. After that, he completely broke, breaking into two pieces. He looked down in shock, and then he screamed in surprise, because what should he do now? He really hoped that he would at least serve him today. At this time, turning in the direction of the scream, he saw how his older comrade fell down. Running up to the newly appeared hole, he began shouting for our hero, and the one from below shouted at him not to cause panic, but to quickly come down to him. Sometime later, Zhang found himself at the bottom, looking around in surprise, his face darkening. After all, this place was the secret storage of the clan of assassins. They couldn't believe their eyes. Our hero thought that in such a small dungeon there was a hidden devil's tree, and even a secret place. He would never have guessed if the diary had not helped him. When suddenly a sword flew towards the younger one, the main character said that this was the best sword that was here. Zhang looked at his characteristics and said that he was upgrading by absorbing blood, which he didn't like somehow. Aji calmly told him to use it, since it was not necessary to absorb human blood. Suddenly, having found another one, he looked at its characteristics. It was a half-demon sword, Baltrix, Class B. He said that he would take this one for himself. After all, it is not bad, since it can be used together with demonic energy. He was distracted from further searching by Zhang, who asked his comrade to take a look. They looked at him carefully, immediately remembering the words of the skyscraper commander, Alvin Walker, who asked our heroes during training an elixir appeared. Ji replied, yes, adding that it had been diluted, and Walker replied, in any case, such an item should never have been at that stage. She couldn't believe that it was so valuable, and Alvin continued, saying that this potion had very powerful healing abilities. Taking it in their hands, they could not believe it, because looking at the characteristics, they saw that this was a legendary potion that could heal even the dead. a pure, undiluted elixir, helps bring the body to the best condition. Our heroes hit the jackpot. Coming out of the hiding place, they discussed the fact that they were able to get all the most valuable things. Zhang said that it was a pity that there were no useful rings there. Our heroes, walking in new gear, said that now they needed to go back, hoping that the bear was still sleeping. Approaching the door, Zhang said that he would now open the door slightly in order to check. But as soon as he began to open it, he saw a huge muzzle with a fierce look. He closed it with lightning speed. He was extremely scared when he saw that monster. Turning to his senior comrade, he asked if he had fully recovered, to which our main hero replied that he had not yet. He suggested to his younger friend that they should think of it as simply being given the opportunity to test new items, and he agreed. Some time passed, the bear stood wounded, and our heroes were covered in blood. With a tense face, the brown-headed man said that he looked much bigger and stronger than he thought. Ji also added that this is an unusual monster because with each attack, it releases an incredible amount of demonic energy. This effect appears from behind the cave. But before finishing, he noticed a bear approaching him. He instantly jumped to the side. The place where the monster struck was shattered into pieces. Its strength was incredible. Ji shouted that they had no choice. They would have to deal with him. He suggested that they damage him until he got tired. Zhang immediately agreed with this. The main character's sword began to sparkle, and then it seemed like a torch was lit. At this time, a demonic bear was approaching him. Jumping up and relying on his unique ability, he was about to jump back. The attack successfully caught up with the demonic bear, who didn't even have time to keep up with the man's speed. And then he screamed in pain, because the wound that our hero had inflicted began to burn, causing additional damage. Zhang also had no intention of standing aside. He began to accumulate mana in his sword, and then using a giant sword, he attacked the monster with incredible force. Looking towards the slowly walking monster, the black-haired man thought that his speed and stability had noticeably decreased. If they continued at the same pace, they would be able to defeat this monster. He was also interested in how to best use the demonic energy he had gathered. Suddenly he noticed that the monster was starting to collect huge clots of mana in its mouth. Looking in his direction, they did not understand what was about to happen, but they were ready. And he opened his mouth, as if releasing a huge ball of mana, which began to approach our heroes. The light obscured the boy's eyes, at which time Zhe instantly reacted to this, reaching out to his comrade's body. There was a powerful explosion, and then the earth shook as if an earthquake had occurred. Ji, who was jumping through the air, held his younger comrade in his arms. Both boys could not believe what had just happened. Looking at the place where the demonic bear had attacked, they saw a huge crater formed. The black-haired man didn't understand where he got such strength from, suggesting that perhaps it was due to demonic energy, and he again began to accumulate the same mana in his mouth, preparing to deliver another powerful attack. He launched it towards our heroes standing in one place, intending to kill them. And looking at the flying ball, he thought that he needed to use enhanced defense. Another powerful explosion was heard, causing huge cracks to form above, and then the surface began to break off completely, falling downwards, thereby forming an exit to the outside. Zhang coughed loudly, trying to come to his senses as quickly as possible. He was glad that his comrade had such a unique skill, and he said that the attack was indeed very powerful, but not enough to break through his defense. While the younger one was climbing up, he even thanked the animal, because thanks to him they were able to get out. And Ji, looking at all this, could not believe that with one attack he was able to push them away to such a distance. Looking down, the younger one asked if he could climb up here, to which he received an immediate negative answer. Suddenly, from behind them, an irritatingly rude voice was heard asking them what was going on here. They immediately began to turn in his direction, and the questions continued. This time he asked them what they were doing in the dungeon. Seeing their faces, he said that their faces seemed familiar to them, asking if they were from the clan. The same chief examiner, Shipman, approached them and ordered them to answer his questions. Our hero, seeing him, changed his expression. He mentally asked himself what he was doing here. A loud voice was heard throughout the forest, asking what was going on here, and it seemed as if the trees were shaking from the pressure. Shipman asked what they were doing there, and after a short pause, asked them if they really worked for Jeffrey. At that moment, our heroes looked tensely in his direction, not knowing what to answer or how to act in this situation. The man with the scar on his face began to change, making a nasty face. He told them to answer immediately. At that moment, our heroes looked at each other, and with just one glance they understood that they were thinking about the same thing. And then our main character, taking out a badge of a member of the clan of assassins, replied that they came in his place because something happened to him, so he instructed them to take care of the dungeon. After a short pause, Shipman asked if these rumors were true. since he found it hard to believe that Jeffrey had been wounded. At this moment, our main character, looking towards him, thought that they would not be able to deceive him, so they needed to get away from here as quickly as possible. And then the thug looked towards the hole in the ground, asking what happened there. This time it was Jong who answered, apologizing and adding that they had disturbed the bear. He asked our heroes if everything was okay with the tree, to which he received an immediate positive answer. After a short silence and walking from side to side, he decided to verify this for himself. Therefore, I immediately headed towards the hole that was formed by the bear's powerful attack. At that moment, our heroes stood tensely and watched as he approached her. And he, silently and slowly, continued to approach her. It seemed that he was completely immersed in his thoughts. He still approached her, standing and looking down, thinking about something, which our heroes were going to take advantage of. He began to explain in his comrade's ear what they were going to do now, when suddenly Shipman interrupted them, saying that he remembered them. After all this time he was thinking where he could have seen them, because looking at them it was hard to believe it. But it was they who killed Dean, and betrayed the clan of assassins. At these words, Jong immediately jumped back in horror, and our main character immediately grabbed his weapon, preparing for battle. Turning towards the black-haired man, with anger on his face, he asked Kim Yoon-jae if he was right. The cleanup in the city was over because since Shipman had disappeared, everything had become much easier for them. The man and woman thanked Mr. Turner for his help, and he put his hand on his chest and smiled. And then, bowing, he said that he still had a lot of things to do, so he was taking his leave. They, looking at their departing senior comrade, discussed how polite he was, because there are very few people like him. The girl, laughing and looking at the man's back, told her partner that that was why he was nicknamed Gentleman Turner. At this time, Shimpan's partner was looking at some things in the building. A man was lying next to him. As the door suddenly opened, our main character's examiner immediately tensed up. But the man who came in immediately asked if he was really leaving Dark Mume. Seeing who came in, the guy relaxed, answered positively, explaining that they needed to lie low, because if the devil's seeds were destroyed, it was no different from losing. And that same Gentleman Turner asked what the boy was thinking about now. Was it really about Shipman? And he, continuing to tie his bag, replied that Shipman had gone to check everything personally. But as it seemed to the guy, it was already too late. Suddenly the young guy's expression changed, he asked tensely, not understanding what could have gone wrong between them. When asked if this was your work, Turner, the man in the white coat did not understand, and asked again. And he explained that they assumed that the existence of the seeds would be revealed sooner or later. But everything happened too soon, and he knew perfectly well that it was impossible to overcome the labyrinth. And coming close to the face of the killer, the boy added that no one except the leadership of the clan of killers even knows that it exists, so he assumed the most logical option, that there are spies among them. At that very moment, after these words, Turner also understood in his face. His face was terrifying. With a low tone, he said that little Kim Tae-san had grown a lot, but if he wanted to die, he could continue in the same spirit. And he immediately turned away awkwardly and clenched his teeth, answering that in any case, they would disappear for some time, because the demons and the clan leader would soon begin to act. These words surprised Turner as much as possible. He could not believe that the head would personally begin to act, and the boy explained that it was logical, because it was she who initiated the deal with the devils. After thinking for a moment, the man in the white cloak replied that he would need to speak with Shipman in person, and Tae suggested that he would be back soon. Assuming that no one but their leader could stop him, since his strength was unimaginably powerful. The deputy head of the clan of assassins himself was talking to our heroes at this time, telling them that he did not expect to meet them here, because they were quite famous. He was also surprised that they were able to go through the labyrinth and return. At this point, our heroes had already drawn their weapons. They thought that they had no other choice, and the man with the scar on his face changed every second. Clenching his teeth in anger, he said that he didn't care about them at all, because in any case, he would get the necessary information out of them. In an instant, a red atmosphere enveloped them, and when they started looking around, they couldn't understand something. Jong assumed that it was a bloody fog, and then they both started to choke. Z thought that it was becoming difficult to breathe, assuming that it was because of the concentration of blood in the air, because it was quite a problematic ability. Turning to his younger brother, he immediately asked him how he was feeling, and Jong replied that it was bearable for now. But Shimpan wasn't going to give them a break, immediately attacking Jae, who managed to dodge, but the attack was too fast. After that, he instantly attacked the main character's younger comrade. A cry of pain was heard. All attacks reached the younger one, And the deputy head of the clan of killers himself told the guys that they were unusual because they were able to hold out in the fog for so long. Looking towards Zhong, he smiled, thinking that this one was weaker than the black-haired one after all. And then he started to approach our main character, asking what they did with the seeds. Hearing Zhong grunt in pain, he knew that he needed to take all of Shipman's attention, so he replied that they had destroyed them since he had killed their hosts before they hatched and killed a bunch of people. He asked the approaching big guy what the problem was, and he started laughing loudly in response, saying that the boy probably thought he had done the right thing. And then, suddenly stopping laughing and wincing even more, he added that no one had asked his fucking opinion. The same scarlet liquid that was flying in the air began to gather in his hand. It looked like a spear. Grabbing it, he swung. And then he threw it towards the main character with incredible force, but he managed to dodge at the last moment. But at that very moment he was horrified, because when he raised his face up, he could not believe his eyes. Right at that very moment, a huge number of exactly the same attacks were flying at him straight from the air. With incredible, far beyond human speed, he began to dodge, trying to avoid all attacks. He used two of his unique skills at once, the clockwork and the magic armor. One of the attacks penetrated his defense, leaving a cut on his face. He couldn't believe that the magical armor couldn't withstand these attacks. Suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine as Chimpan approached him, about to strike him from behind. He couldn't believe it, because he didn't even have time to notice when he managed to get close to him. Raising his sword, he managed to defend himself. The hero's blades closed, and scarlet drops began to fly in different directions. But Chimpan's pressure was enormous. From this blow, our main character completely twisted, because every muscle in his body tensed. And then, without even noticing it, he began to fly away, because the force of the blow exceeded him, and from the fall there was a loud roar and a column of dust rose. He screamed, asking if he hadn't said that he had destroyed the seeds, since he could feel the demonic energy coming from him. He did not understand where the demonic energy came from, because it was still alive, but had not grown, and our main character, standing up, replied that if he was so curious, then let him check it himself. Our hero deliberately continued to provoke Shipman, telling him that all he was doing was just chatting, while at the same time he thought that he was much stronger than Alvin Walker. And because of this, his face changed even more. Veins began to bulge from anger. He said menacingly that he could forget about a quick death. Our hero himself at this time was thinking about what to do now, because he did not yet understand how best to act and how to fight against him. The fight continued. The deputy head of the clan of assassins continued to press our hero, forcing him to dodge attacks. But our main character still managed to reflect those who were attacking him. But in close combat, he was inferior in strength. With each touch of blows, the hands of our main hero seemed to twist and break several times. And he, raising his sword and beginning to twirl it, turned to the black-haired hero, saying that he was almost exhausted. He asked him how they knew about the seeds and the labyrinth, because if he told, he would kill him painlessly. At this time, our hero was really holding on with all his might, thinking that the clockwork mechanism was useless, and the magic armor could not withstand his onslaught. During this time he learned that the blood mist skill used blood and increased the effectiveness of attacks, and it was also very difficult to breathe here, which made it difficult to breathe. For a few seconds, our protagonist thought about the options using blood. Suddenly he turned to Shipman, saying that he wanted to clarify something with him. Our hero asked him why he cooperates with demons. He is a man, after all. People cannot live among them. In response, the man with a scar on his face laughed. And then he madly began to answer that it didn't matter at all, because he chose the side on which he could kill more. G winced. He was disgusted to hear this, and then spat on the ground, answering that he was right, because it really was a stupid question, which he himself could have answered for him. He remembered the faces of his family, which were stained with blood. All his thoughts were only about this. He grimaced and raised his sword, saying that he already had enough of what bastards like him were thinking about. And he, exhaling heavily, replied that it seemed to him that they understood each other. And besides, he was already tired of playing with him. A huge aura began to gather around his body, and then with a crazy face he said goodbye to our hero. An attack came towards him with incredible speed. He was about to hit him right in the face with his skill. Our hero understood that he would not have time to dodge this attack, and the fortification would not withstand it. But they didn't reach him, stopping and bumping into something right in front of Zhe. It was Zhong who saved his senior comrade using a giant sword. Looking towards his comrade, he smiled, saying that he thought he would never see him again. But he woke up right on time. Chimpan couldn't believe his eyes. He asked how he could still move, and how he managed to block his attack. and then his attention was drawn to the weapon that Zhang was holding in his hands. He asked him if this was the blood of Muhammad, to which he received a positive answer. Zhang also thanked him, saying that it was only thanks to him that he was able to figure out how to use it, since it was perfect for fighting him. A man with a scar on his face from a clan of murderers asked where he got it from, to which the young boy, as if mockingly, replied that it was from their hiding place. He immediately thought about it, thinking that it was a sword that became stronger by absorbing blood. It seemed to him that this sword was created specifically for his skills. But his ability became a problem for him, because he absorbed all the blood that was accumulated for the blood mist skill, and this greatly hindered him. And Zhang himself, with a smile on his face, said that if he absorbed more blood, then they would have a chance to win. But he also understood that he could not cope alone. So, approaching our main character, he said that he was very glad that he was not alone here. And Shipman himself asked if they really thought that some sword could help bugs like them. Shouting that nothing had changed, he sent a huge number of rods made of blood towards them. And our heroes tensed up in anticipation of the attack. They understood that only they or he would remain alive. Zhang and Ji began to simultaneously reflect a huge number of attacks. It was hard for Zhang to deal with them. But he was not going to give up, and cuts remained on his body. Our hero looked much more relaxed compared to his comrade. After all, these attacks weren't as fast as at the beginning. He thought that he had already gotten used to them, and the ground around them was filled with scarlet, and the air became more and more saturated. At this time, our hero's comrades were discussing that more than 15 days had already passed since the search. They did not understand where they could have disappeared to, and the commander of their group replied that judging by the fact that their bodies had not been found, they must still be alive. He hoped that nothing had happened to them. Suddenly, the same black-haired boy who had been bullying Zhang turned his attention to the side, asking his friend what it was. Seeing the huge scarlet drops flying around, he assumed it was blood. His commander, seeing this, ordered him to contact the clan immediately. At that moment, the black-haired man rushed to the side, and Shipman himself squeezed his sword in his hands more and more. He was angered by the picture that was now before his eyes. Our heroes were able to repel all of his attacks. There was a hole in the ground around them, and Zhang fell to his knees, trying to catch his breath. Suddenly, he stopped breathing heavily and began to lean to the side, lowering his sword along the way. Having fallen to the ground, Xiu at that moment told him to get up, because it was not over yet. But his younger comrade did not answer him. He cast a worried glance in his direction. He shouted at him to get up immediately, but the boy still didn't answer him. With a cry, Ji rushed towards him, began to move him. He began to shout his name. But his cry was interrupted by Shipman's words, who said that the boy was no longer a survivor. He explained that the sword, by absorbing blood, puts its owner into a state of rage. In other words, by acquiring great strength in a short period of time, it receives a corresponding return. And this weakling used it thoughtlessly, and will now die a worthless death. Coming closer to the black-haired man, he added that although they said that they had interfered with them several times, today would be the end of their arrogance. After all, they will both die here. Our hero himself silently listened to him, looking at the barely breathing body of his comrade. He remembered how he had begged him to save him, each request for it making its way through his body. He remembered that very smile, that maniac who spoke contentedly about how he loved to hear requests for mercy, because they brought him joy. He recalled the words about how the same maniac spoke about killing defenseless women and children. How Zhang told him that he couldn't die because his juniors would be left alone if he did. He remembered how he, bursting into tears, said that he did not want to die. After all, he wanted to live and return to his family, who remained in the real world. And also about how he himself promised him that he would be safe as long as he was next to him. And now he lies motionless, dying. These thoughts did not leave him. An aura began to gather around our protagonist that Shipman had not felt before. He began to rise, and at this time the deputy head of the clan of assassins himself felt anger inside the black-haired man. A clot of scarlet aura began to form around the shackles on his hand, which gradually began to envelop his body. A moment later, our hero's entire body was enveloped in it, and he silently raised his gaze towards the killer. And Shimpan himself could not believe that mana and demonic energy were mixed. Looking towards his opponent, he couldn't believe that this boy's mana had suddenly increased and taken such a form. At this time, she reported that thanks to the shackles, mana and demonic energy changed their flow, and a regression skill appeared, thanks to which the power was temporarily increased. With each passing second, more and more aura rose above our main character. He looked towards Shipman with a hateful face. Rage seemed to envelop his body. At this time, The man with a scar on his face looked towards the main character, thinking that his power had increased 2 or even 3 times. He did not understand how this could happen, when suddenly he abruptly disappeared from his field of vision. And just a moment later he appeared from behind, preparing to strike. The deputy head stood without any movements, because he did not understand anything at once. But he felt the abyss approaching from behind him, and he immediately began to react to it, and he barely managed to raise his swords in order to repel the attack of the black-haired man. But our hero wasn't going to get by with just one attack, so he swung again, and he began to deliver a series of powerful attacks with incredible speed, sending Shipman into defense. Having stood on the ground, he again disappeared from the sight of the deputy head of the clan of assassins. And just like last time, in an instant he came up behind him. Again, he did not understand what had happened. Noticing the sword approaching his torso, he tensed up, intending to counterattack. Raising his hand, he clenched his fingers, beginning to gather aura on them, his hand resembling a cutting blade. There was a sound of skin cutting and blood flying through the air in all directions. There was silence, and then Shipman suddenly spoke up, saying it was amazing that he had been able to just hit him. At this time, our hero's sword got stuck in his body, and he continued to talk about how that was not all. After all, he also managed to dodge his blow, while our hero, breathing heavily, could not believe that the last attack did not even wound him. And then he began to cough heavily, spitting up blood. And the man with the scar continued, saying that he was surprised because he suddenly increased his strength. However, with this power, he would not be able to break through his physical defense. At these words, the black-haired man jumped back, and he himself stood with a shocked face, thinking that he blocked the blow with his main defense. He could not believe that there was such a big difference between them. Shipman continued to say that the guy's movements were indeed unpredictable. However, the end would be quite expected. Stretching out his hand towards him, he added that he would listen to his last word. The black-haired hero's body ached, holding his stomach. He answered for him to back off, still continuing to breathe heavily. This amused Shipman, who responded with agreement and laughed loudly, for now would be his last attack. Suddenly, a powerful mana was felt from the side, which began to gather sharply, and some kind of explosion followed it. It was a fist of heavenly thunder that destroyed the fog wall, and because of this blow, a huge gust of wind arose inside the fog. Both heroes took notice of this, standing in shock and looking towards the man who had destroyed the wall. This man was the commander of our hero's group, who nervously said that he doubted whether it was them. Our hero shouted joyfully when he saw Huang, and Shipman, nervously clenching his teeth, said that the work here was only increasing. He would kill all the trash that was here. But after that, the question followed, who is the trash here? And then footsteps began to be heard. Looking towards the familiar voice, our main character could not believe his eyes. And this familiar voice continued to say that they had gotten here with such difficulty, and that this really was real trash. These words changed the expression on the killer's face. After all, the commander of the skyscrapers, Alvin Walker, had arrived and was slowly approaching the man with the scar. Nervously, Shipman asked if he was Alvin Walker, to which the skyscraper commander said he was honored to recognize him. And then, still slowly grasping the hilt of the sword, he smiled, adding that it was simply wonderful. And swinging it, it seemed like he cut through the air. An explosion formed in the place where the killer stood, but he himself managed to dodge this attack. He ordered his deputy to leave the boys and fight him one-on-one. The man with the scar on his face stood silently, not answering anything. His face was no longer so confident. And Huang himself, standing next to Walker, asked if he could help him with anything, to which he received an order to take care of Zhong and Jay. And then Shipman, with a contemptuous voice, asked why he should fight him. And the commander of the skyscrapers mockingly asked if he really was a coward. This amused the deputy of the clan of assassins, because it was quite impudent towards him. Huang himself immediately ran up to Zhou after the order, anxiously asking if everything was okay with them. The black-haired man was interested in how they found out and ended up here. But his answer was logical, because the aura was felt in the city. He also said that they reported to the clan as soon as they saw the bloody fog. Fortunately, Mr. Walker was just in Garan, so they arrived quickly. The black-haired man thanked them for arriving on time, but at that time he wondered why Walker was in Garan, assuming that it was because they had no communication. Suddenly our hero pointed at Zhong, saying that the most important thing now was him. They immediately headed in his direction, with Alvin Walker watching all this from the side. And then, having begun to release his power, he said that he still had a lot of things to do today, suggesting that they finish everything as quickly as possible. In response, Shipman, with a mad face, also released his mana, answering in agreement, adding that he was already quite tired of all this trash like them. Mana suddenly stopped emitting from his body, and then suddenly appeared, but in a completely different color. The sensations were different. A huge amount of it began to accumulate behind his back, transforming into something. Once it was fully assembled, wings formed. This was the angelic robe skill. In response to this, Shipman also began to use his unique skill. The blood flying in the air began to cover his body. And then it completely covered his body. It was the blood demon skill. From the enormous pressure of magical energy, the earth began to rise into the air, and breathing here became even more difficult. Both heroes were releasing a huge amount of it. The fight had not yet begun, but the tension in the air overpowered absolutely everything. Shipman began to release a scarlet liquid that surrounded his body, flying through the air. At the same time, a bright light surrounded Alvin Walker. Raising his sword, he thought about how he needed to finish everything as quickly as possible. Huang and Jay watched all this, and couldn't believe that such power existed in their bodies. There was total silence. Even the sound of falling stones could not be heard. But just a moment later, the men, wrapped in their unique skills, moved to attack. At that very moment, the same silence that had been inside the bloody fog descended on the entire nearby territory. And then some kind of magic ball began to rise, becoming larger and larger. Eclipsing the sun's rays with its light, it seemed like a powerful explosion was about to occur. In the trum of the skyscraper clan building, Alvin asked if the newcomers were supposed to show up today. And Lois replied that most likely they were wondering how many there would be this time. After all, there are more and more of them every time, Lois said, sipping her tea. When Alvin suddenly said that not all of them really wanted to stay in this world, she even dropped the cup from her hands. Standing up and starting to hand her a napkin, he asked why she was surprised, since each of them had thought about this at least once. And she, her face changing to sadness, said with the same sad face that it would be difficult for each of them. Alvin paused for a moment and then replied that they needed to get it over with as quickly as possible. Suddenly he started talking about the fact that if newcomers were appearing today, then a whole year had already passed since the last time. And that meant that 9 whole months had already passed since he left. Still with the same face, Lois began to nervously squeeze the napkin in their hands. Alvin didn't immediately understand why the girl had expressed herself that way, asking her again, but without waiting for an answer, he said that she spoke as if he were dead. She relaxed her hand and laughed, starting to wipe the table with it, asking if he was really thinking there. And he nervously began to drink tea, looking towards Lois, thinking about something. She said excitedly that they didn't know anything about him, because they had gone into the devil's forest. She really hoped that no one else would die or get hurt. Unable to bear this, the commander of the skyscrapers answered her that she understood perfectly well that such a thing was simply impossible, neither in this world nor in the original one. Lois, in the same voice, replied that she understood everything, but she still did not want situations like the one with Shipman to happen again. That very day, stretchers with clan members lying on them began to be brought into the building, and loud cries were heard asking for healers to come as quickly as possible. Lois, who was passing by, could not believe her eyes, because their wounds were very serious. Running up to Huang, she asked him what happened, and he replied that they had encountered Shipman. He also said that Walker and the rest of the guys received serious injuries because of this. On the stretcher lay our 3 heroes, Ji, Zhong, and Walker, who were unconscious. Their bodies were covered in blood. Some time passed. The healers spent several hours treating the wounds left after the battle. Lois hit Walker's bandaged back with all her might, and he screamed in surprise. She angrily asked him if it hurt, and he responded with a disgruntled cry, of course asking why she was hitting him, since he was a patient here. In response, she began to hit him on the back with both hands, screaming that those who were in pain would not do that in this situation. Suddenly she fell silent, starting to look anxiously in his direction. Alvin Walker saw this look, silently looking towards the girl. Her body began to tremble, bending over. She said that she was really afraid that he would not survive, because when she saw him unconscious that day, and with such wounds, it was really very hard for her. Walker did not know what to answer him. The girl's face began to fill with tears when suddenly a cry was heard asking what they were doing here. The bandaged heroes looked in their direction, saying that they really were 2 doves. Sitting closer, Alvin asked them if he had really saved them from death so that they would make fun of him. She asked him how he was feeling. The skyscraper commander happily replied that it was just a couple of scratches. But Lois, who was sitting next to him, did not agree, saying that he was a real show-off. Suddenly, she screamed that he had been unconscious for 2 whole days and had only woken up a couple of days ago, and that he needed to rest and regain his strength. Walker abruptly switched to our heroes, asking how they were, because just recently it seemed like they were about to die. But now they looked healthy. Zhong happily said that skills are really an incredible thing, He breathed a sigh of relief, because when he saw them, he thought that the wounds on them were very serious. At that very moment, loud words of gratitude were heard, which interrupted the entire mood of Lois and Alvin. Our main character bent down and asked for forgiveness, because he had started acting alone, many people were in danger. And then, looking towards his younger comrade, he told him to also ask for forgiveness. Lois was silent, and Walker said that he was glad because he understood, but he was also glad that everything ended well. He asked her not to try to solve everything on her own in the future, and G agreed with the same sad face. And then Alvin turned to Lois, asking what happened to Shipman if he died, and she answered that he was bound with the strongest chains and his magical power was sealed. She assured that he would not be able to get out on his own, because the information he knew could be very useful to them. At that very moment, a smile appeared on the face of the commander of the Skyscraper clan, and he happily said that now they could rest. After these words, Zhang and Zhe immediately exchanged glances, and after a short pause, Jay said that perhaps now was not the best time, but the two of them will need to leave for a while, because they are going to the Devil's Forest. The man who saved them angrily asked why, and Jay explained that they needed to do something because he and Zhang had decided that they would go there, and besides, it was a good opportunity to hide. And he, his face changing, angrily asked if they were in their right minds, since he had saved them with such difficulty, and they were going to go straight into the arms of death. He asked them if they knew what this place was, to which he received an immediate, confident, positive answer. It is a labyrinth with tangled paths and mirages that make it impossible to even determine the location of the entrance, and ghost-like monsters that are immune to physical attacks appear there, and approximately 90% of those who stayed there for more than 3 days did not return, which is why it became forbidden. Having told this, our main character made Alvin even more angry. He still shouted, asking if, knowing all this, they were still going there, because even considering their abilities, going there was too much. Aji explained that there they will be able to become much stronger than now, because none of them wants the recent situation to repeat itself. Looking towards Lois, he asked, confused, if they had apologized recently, and the girl only sighed heavily in response. And the black-haired man continued, saying that even though Shipman was in their hands, strong warriors from the Medoro were still at large, and the Devil's Forest would be ideal for hiding from them. Alvin, after a short silence, said that this was true, also that they would become stronger, but only if they returned alive. Looking at them with the utmost seriousness, he asked them if they were sure they could handle it, to which he received an equally serious answer, because they had no other choice, because they were not going to die just like that. This answer amused the Skyscraper clan commander, and a smile appeared on his face again, as he suddenly laughed loudly, saying that he really liked the way his thoughts were going, because he had already thought that they would become quite boring after these events. Lois, sitting next to him, nervously asked if he was really just going to let them go. He asked them how they were going to return, to which our heroes again looked at each other, and G nervously said that he had heard about some object that helps to return from the Devil's Forest. At that very moment, the smile disappeared from Alvin's face. He said tensely, "So that's why you came," because he thought that they were going to visit him. And Zhang, laughing awkwardly, said that they decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He agreed to this, saying that they would give them this item. Lois tried to object, but she was immediately interrupted by Alvin, adding that they would keep it a secret that they left here. With a smile on their faces, our heroes began to thank him, but Walker interrupted their gratitude. With a terrified expression on his face, he said that for this they should return alive. Lois tried to show with her whole appearance that he should not let them go, and they looked in his direction with a smile, promising this, because they were not going to die. Back in the present day, Lois was sitting at the table, talking excitedly about how they shouldn't have been let go. After all, there had been no news from them for 9 whole months. She was very worried about them. And Walker was sure that everything was fine with them, adding that their absence now was a big plus. And she answered with consent, because no one could have known that everything would turn out this way. It would be better for our heroes not to appear here, added the Skyscraper commander. At this time, screams and sounds of battle were heard in the devilish forest. Our main character's face changed. He was approaching something with incredible speed, swinging, and then, with the same strength and speed, he cut down several monsters with just 1 attack. His movements seemed incredible. He became much stronger than he was, and then, without looking at the sounds of pain, he hid his sword in its sheath. Suddenly something was approaching him, also at incredible speed. It was a monster in a cloak and a scythe, who was about to attack the black-haired man from behind. A wind arose, and its powerful gust seemed to blow away everything in its path. and he rose because of a powerful attack, which in an instant cut the attacking monster in half. The black-haired man did not even look in his direction. This attack was sent towards the monster. Zhong, who was standing on the tree, behaved differently. He was calm, because during this long period of time, they had experienced a huge number of battles. Turning to his senior comrade, he asked him where they were going this time, to which Zio began to answer that they had been here for about 9 months already. Having retrieved the item, the system immediately displayed a characteristic window. It was a guide that pointed to a saved place. In order to use it, it was necessary to pour mana into it. Squeezing it in his hand, he said loudly that they were returning to Trum. Hearing this, Zhong cried out in joy. Several men made their way through the thick bushes, looking around nervously as they moved through the intermediate territory. One of the men said that every time he came here he felt disgusted, and also asked to be careful because here the unknown places begin. The man walking behind felt a sinking feeling, asking if they really needed to go there, because he was worried, and the other answered that it was necessary. The man with the mustache shouted loudly, "This is where the danger zone begins." And another man walking next to him with a sword in his hands was discontentedly brushing leaves from his face, saying that cartographers again cannot work in a normal environment. The mustachioed man asked them to gather, asking if they didn't know what had happened recently, because demons had started appearing here, so they needed to be prepared for anything. They discussed how they earned their food by going to such places, and also if they returned empty-handed this time, their clan leader would definitely be furious. As soon as a sound was heard, a strong wind began to rise, which made everyone tense up. The man with the mustache raised his clenched fist, thereby indicating to everyone to stop. He nervously asked what that sound was just. Suddenly that same strange sound was heard again, coming from the dense foliage. The same man shouted for everyone to get ready for battle, and at that very moment everyone drew their weapons. Standing in a circle, they looked around, preparing to fight something unknown. Suddenly the mustachioed man shouted that he was there, in front, pointing his finger forward. And right after this cry, wild screams and cries of people began to be heard. At this time in Trum, the skyscraper clan building, Alvin was called into the office. A man standing with his back to him asked him if he had heard the latest news, to which he received a sad, positive answer. And the man standing with his back to him continued to talk about how cartographers were very important to the clan. He couldn't believe that they were all killed, because that was causing them big problems. However, they need to explore those very territories at all costs. Therefore, he orders Alvin himself, the head of the skyscraper clan, the Golden Lion, to go there, adding that he should take newcomers from the reserve. Walker, after a short pause, began to ask the chief again whether he really wanted him to go to the intermediate lands. The Golden Lion was silent, and Alvin tensely asked him if he really didn't understand that this was the place where even cartographers with rank had died, and he was sending reserves there. In response, the man began to slowly drink the drink, and then replied that he thought such a team could be effective, regardless of their level of training. This answer angered Alvin. He also began to ask tensely, "What does it mean effectively? Does he really think death is effective enough for him?" But the chief did not answer, silently listening to his subordinate, continuing to sip his drink. The skyscraper commander suggested that he go to that place alone, but the leader stood his ground. He needed to take reserves. After these words, Walker insistently shouted, "In that case, I refuse. They are not even part of the skyscraper clan. I can't put the clan's responsibilities on them." Lost in thought, the Golden Lion asked to let him meet them at least once, but was also refused, because now they cannot contact them. Turning towards the window, he asked to be brought to him when they returned, after which they would continue their discussion on the exploration of the intermediate territories. After thinking for a bit, he turned around and agreed with the clan leader's answer, and looking in his direction, he asked himself what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Then he left, loudly slamming the door behind him in anger, the roar echoing throughout the room. And the head of the clan himself, with a sad look, began to peer into the distance, thinking about something. With the same thoughtful and sad face, he began to drink the liquid. And after finishing, his face changed dramatically. He was happy about something. It entertained him. But a second later he thought again, saying something about a key. It was daytime in Trum. Everyone was busy with their own business, and there was a loud noise in the streets. People's faces were happy. No one complained about their life in this city. At the same time, our two heroes arrived in the city, who had not been here for almost a year. As Zhong walked along it, he stretched joyfully, expressing his delight that they hadn't been here for a long time. He was very happy about this, because he could finally eat normal food, take a warm shower, and sleep in a soft bed. If Zay hadn't interrupted him, he would have continued indefinitely. And the black-haired man said that they only had a few days of rest, and Zhang asked with displeasure if they were really going to the intermediate territories again. He recalled how they had just arrived here, and Alvin Walker had pointed out that place. And Ji had supplemented his junior's words by saying that it would be much more dangerous there than in the Devil's Forest. Zhang was quite happy that they were able to return from there with ease, and Zhe, with a smile on his face, replied, "I see you've learned to show off." At this time, our heroes approached the building. It was the building of the Skyscraper clan. As they approached the door, they were stopped by two guards who asked them to show their identification. They immediately began rummaging through their pockets, asking for a minute. And then they all took out their badges at the same time, asking in one voice if this is what they call an ID. The two guards began to peer at them, because they were seeing something like this for the first time. One of them asked for the same reserve badges, and his partner could not believe that there was a reserve in the clan. And his older comrade began to loudly scold him, because these were newcomers, whom Alvin Walker himself brought, telling about how these two kids captured Jeffrey. He continued to talk about their achievements for a long time, while our heroes stood awkwardly and listened to all this. When Zhang suddenly interrupted them, asking if they could go inside, they immediately stood at attention, greeting them. Once inside, our heroes heard them being discussed again, and Zhe said that he thought they had become quite famous here. Upon seeing Lois, Zhang immediately shouted at her, calling out loudly as she passed by. She turned around and wanted to scold him, because she was the highest member of the clan, and someone was calling her in such a way. Suddenly she saw familiar faces. They were the same two who were joyfully approaching her. Seeing them, her face changed dramatically. She couldn't believe her eyes. She immediately grabbed their hands and started pulling them somewhere to the side. Our heroes didn't understand what was happening, and just a moment later, they seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a layer of dust that rose from their speed. She, without letting go of their hands, ran along the long corridor, pulling them along with her. Zhang asked the girl what happened, and she explained that she was very glad that they had returned, but they were strictly forbidden to catch the eye of the clan leader. After these words, our heroes looked at each other in confusion. They did not understand what was happening here. Suddenly she noticed Alvin Walker passing by, who was not paying attention to them. She immediately called out his name, and naturally he immediately began to turn towards the girl's voice. When he saw them, he couldn't believe his eyes. His mouth dropped open in surprise, and from behind his back the leader appeared, who said that this was a rather unexpected meeting. Tears began to appear on Lois's face. She thought that this was the end, and the Golden Lion asked if these were really the ones from the reserve. Without waiting for an answer from anyone, he said that he was glad to meet her. He introduced himself as the head of the Skyscraper clan, Arkan. His face was satisfied, and our heroes felt the incredibly strong mana that surrounded his body. Already in the office, Jay, Zhang, Alvin, and Lois sat down at the table, and the head went to the shelf, opening it. He spoke of how he wanted them all to go to the intermediate lands together, and he was going to send a cartographer with them, asking them not to worry. Alvin immediately started shouting, asking if he really didn't want to ask him about it. He shouted that he couldn't go there with them, and the leader thought about it. Taking out a cup and a glass, he asked who wanted beer and who wanted tea. Lois asked for tea, and Zhang for beer. To this question, Zie and Alvin unanimously said that they didn't need anything. This amused the chief, and he laughed and said that Walker had brought a boy who looked like himself. As soon as Arkan sat down at the table, Alvin began to talk about how the intermediate lands were a place where you could meet a demon or an angel. He also said that it was dangerous even for rankers. He didn't understand why he wanted to send them to such a place, asking if he really wanted to get rid of those he needed, because if that was the case, he could be sent alone and not drag uninvolved people into it. Our heroes listened to him silently, without saying anything or interrupting his speech, and Alvin continued, saying that he would not just disappear. These words amused the head. He said that if, where someone else heard this, then he might be misunderstood. He turned to Lois, who was calmly drinking tea, asking her opinion, to which he received the same answer as from Walker. She was also against this idea. These answers from his close associates made the head of the clan sad, and he began to think. And then he suddenly switched to Zhang and Jay, asking their opinion about it, and Alvin laughingly asked if he really thought they would want to go to such a place. But the answer was not long in coming. She immediately answered positively because they were going there anyway. The head laughed loudly, amused by the guy's simplicity, and Alvin, clenching his teeth, asked the black-haired man if he had by any chance gone crazy. Jumping up, he asked him if he had completely lost his fear after the devilish forest, and our main character explained that he understood all the danger of this place. And he also said that they just had some business there, because they received a task. Zhang confirmed the words of his comrade. Lois asked again what the task was. Alvin could barely contain himself, and Arkin, with a satisfied face, said that they really were in the Devil's Forest. And then, slamming his glass on the table, he shouted loudly that everything was going just great. He hugged the guys closest to him and laughed, saying, "Well, go together. Since you have business there," he was going to give them a cartographer. A second later, he shouted that their conversation was over. He wished our heroes a good journey, and also asked the guys to return alive. Having already left the office of the clan leader, Elvin, who was walking in front, was muttering something under his breath. Jong asked Lois if Walker was that angry that they agreed, but she didn't know the answer, explaining that it was indeed very dangerous there, which was why he and Alvin were against it. Jong responded by awkwardly scratching the back of his head and apologizing. And she also added, "Nothing, but I think it's not just you, because they were only one of the reasons." She also talked about how Alvin never had the best relationship with the head. She asked the girl what happened between them, and Lois answered that Walker doesn't like the first generation. Jong didn't understand this, asking again who the first generation was, and Lois began her story. After all, these are the ones who came first to this place, to the reverse world. She also heard that now their strength is at an extreme level. It is difficult for everyone who came later to even just get close to them. But the black-haired hero asked the girl again why he treated him badly, and she explained that it was all because he did nothing. Absolutely nothing. After all, they only occupy high positions after all. These people do not participate in any issues at all. These people have the most information about this world, but they are not at all interested in it. She also said that there were also many people in their clan who were unhappy with this state of affairs. Because among the clan members, discussions began about Elvin becoming the new head, which ultimately led to some very uncomfortable situations. Suddenly Alvin stopped and interrupted the girl, saying that these freaks were just sitting in their warm chairs, because in this world, you can subjugate others with force. And then turning to our heroes and raising his hands, he asked them if they all went back, would they be able to continue living in this way? Because that's why they didn't want to go back, and he didn't like it. He asked our heroes if they were really going to the intermediate forest, to which he received an immediate, serious, positive response. And at that moment, Lois exhaled heavily. After walking around for a bit and thinking, he said that it was probably for the best, because they would go there because they wanted to. He also added that he would keep them company, at which point all three of them had contented smiles on their faces. But their mood was immediately interrupted by Alvin, who said that he had one condition. He ordered them to follow him, heading straight down the corridor. They went down and entered the underground room of the Skyscraper clan. It was a huge room. There were some logs in front of our heroes, and Zhang and Jay looked at them with confusion. The first was Zhang, who asked him what it was, and Alvin explained that it was a tree of strength, which is part of a tree that grows in the forests in the intermediate lands. Due to its incredible durability, it is often used as a tool to test attack power. He also explained to the boys that this figure depends on how hard they can cut it. G asked the commander if it was so strong, wouldn't it be better to make a weapon out of it? And Walker explained that the tree had too low a mana conductivity, so it would be ineffective. And then, putting his hand on it, he added that if they destroy it more than half the width of a palm, they will go with it. And then, starting to giggle, he said that in order to destroy them, you need strength at the level of rankers. The black-haired hero asked the commander how much he could cut it, and the man replied that it was more than half, and Zhang turned to Lois at that very second, but she immediately replied that she was not a combat class. Drawing his sword, Alvin Walker was about to show them an example of what it should look like. Starting to gather mana in his sword, he swung his sword, causing a wind to rise from the swing. And then he launched a powerful attack. For a second it seemed as if he had cut the air. When it was attacked, there was a chopping sound and a cracking sound, but it did not fall. The cut was about 80% complete, but it still seemed strong. Zhang compared it to a machine that measured their punching power, and Lois, who was standing next to him, smiled, because this result was much better than the previous time. He put his sword away and pointed his hand at the other logs, indicating that it was now their turn, but it would not be easy. He wished them luck, and also added that if even one of them failed, then the expedition to the intermediate lands would be cancelled, which made Zhang tense. She was the first to try. Starting to take out his blade, Lois was looking forward to it. Approaching the log, he stopped, beginning to concentrate mana into his blade. At that very second, his hand began to sparkle. It was enveloped in magical energy, and he himself was thinking only about the fact that he needed to cut his palms in half. As he swung, he realized that there was no turning back. He had to do it right here and now. He struck with a powerful blow, the impact echoing loudly throughout the room. Our protagonist finished his attack, silently looking towards the tree, and the three who were watching could not contain their surprise. They screamed in one voice. After all, he destroyed much more than one palm's worth. No one could believe it. Zhong ran up and asked in surprise if this was really the level of rankers, and Zi told his comrade that he would get a similar result. And at that time, he himself was thinking about the fact that he had struck with maximum concentration, but was unable to cut even to the middle. Looking at the tree, he couldn't even imagine Walker's strength, because he really was very strong. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Zhong, who was moving towards his target, saying that it was his turn. Taking out his sword, he began to concentrate aura on it, and the black-haired senior comrade wished him luck. At that very second, the boy launched a powerful attack into which he put all his strength. There was the same loud roar, and again an echo ran through the entire room. He looked towards the tree with impatience. He wanted to see his result. If our black-haired hero knocked out 300 units, then Zhong knocked out 100. With tears in his eyes, he approached Jay, who praised him for being able to cut his palm in half. He tried to support his younger brother, while Alvin and Lois discussed their strength. The girl nervously asked the man standing next to her if he had ever seen anything like this, and Alvin replied that he had not, because he himself had only started breaking it into half a palm a year after he had arrived here. He also said that these guys are really amazing, focusing especially on Yunjai. After all, the black-haired hero is already on the same level as rankers from the largest clans. And then our heroes approached the duo from the Skyscraper clan, asking if they had passed the test, to which they received a positive answer. Alvin said that they were going to the intermediate lands. Hearing this, the faces of our young guys lit up with joy. Naturally, seeing this, he said that only they would be happy about this. But Zhong convinced him that it was because they would have strong comrades with them. Suddenly, Lois interrupted their awkward dialogue, saying, "You just returned from the Devil's Forest. They need to get a good rest before leaving. So to begin with, a good dinner awaited them." She convinced them that it would really be very good. And sometime later, our heroes were sitting at a table full of delicious food. Zhong couldn't believe that they would actually be able to eat it all, because it cost a huge amount of money. Hearing that this was all really true, the face of the protagonist's young comrade shone even brighter. Each person wished each other a bon appetit and began to eat. And after a delicious meal, they went to take a warm bath, which they had been waiting for so long. Our main character was the first to go there, taking his personal diary with him and starting to read it. Zhong approached him from behind, and with his question, he distracted the black-haired man from reading, asking if he was really reading it even here. He asked this because it was very valuable to him. He asked his comrade if it would get wet, to which Jay asked him not to worry. After all, he was protecting him with magical armor. This unusual use of the skill surprised the brown head. There was silence in the bathroom, each of them thinking about the future and what they still had to go through. Zhong had one thought that he wanted to discuss with his senior comrade. So he asked him if he remembered what he had talked about during the meal, and Zie asked him again, not understanding what exactly he was talking about. The thought that Shipman was dead did not leave him. The black-haired man did not understand this again. Zhong continued to reason, saying that he was killed when he was locked in the underground prison of the Skyscraper clan. Miss Lois and Mr. Walker suspect that it was done by a demon. And they also believe that the death of cartographers in the intermediate lands is also the work of devils. Our hero silently listened to all his words. Afterwards, I asked him if he was really afraid, to which he began to answer incomprehensibly and hesitantly say that this was not so. Zhong continued to explain, because he was simply curious about who these angels and demons were. Because they had been in this world from the very beginning and were fighting each other for the Grail, and they didn't even know what it was. When Ji suddenly said that he had already met a demon once, the younger one couldn't believe it, and the black-haired one began to tell, because it was during the last stage of training, he saw a demon named Warlock. And also said that although it looked like he was summoned in a hurry, he was still very strong and looked quite fierce. And also, it seemed to our main character, based on his words, that he knew much more about this world than others. He remembered how Warlock said that they were all puppets, asking what the price would be for this power. At the end of his story, he added that he still didn't understand what it all meant, but he understood only one thing for sure: he was definitely an enemy. Suddenly, he turned sharply towards his comrade, saying, "If you see an enemy, kill him, because before that they lived by such principles, and in the future it is enough to continue to follow them." He asked not to worry his younger without any need, and he relaxed and asked, laughing, who was worried here? Because he was no longer the same as he had been before. Because they had simply angered him because they underestimated people. These words amused our protagonist, and burying his face in his diary again, he said that they had to change this. And then he began to carefully read every line of the diary because he needed to learn as much new information as possible. The new leaf began with the words, "The war with the clan of murderers ended in our victory." But they didn't think so, because too many people who took part died. Besides, it wasn't the end yet. The joy of victory was short-lived because it was right before their eyes. The great border mountains that separate the intermediate lands and their cities, they began to sparkle brightly right before their eyes. The rays flying from their sides seemed to blind everyone. Suddenly, a huge horde of monsters began to appear among them, flying straight towards them. They surged forward, easily climbing over them, and it seemed as if the whole earth was covered in shadow. Our main character continued reading the diary in his room, lying in bed. He thought they had to go into the intermediate lands and deal with them before they got here. They couldn't wait. It was already late at night when there was a loud knock on the door, which woke up our heroes. G asked who was there. It was Lois who asked to open the door for her, awkwardly saying that it was rude, like she was standing behind the door. The head of the Skyscraper clan was playing some kind of game with the man sitting opposite him. There was silence in the room. Each of them was focused on the moves. Each move of the opponent made the clan leader think he praised him for such good moves. When suddenly his interlocutor said that he should walk faster, because they had been playing for 3 hours already. And the Golden Lion sadly said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked his old comrade not to hurry. At that very second, the blue-haired man fell silent, thinking about something, and then asked, "Did he really send them to the intermediate lands?" That guy was the head of the White Tower clan, Baek Cheon. Opening the door, our heroes saw a pleased Miss Lois, who was holding some kind of box in her hands. She asked the guys to take it. Ji awkwardly reached out to her, asking what it was, and she explained that this was their reward for dealing with the Devil's Tree. With the same smile on her face, she said that they deserved much more than just these necklaces. And then she added that this was also in addition to the equipment, because they were going to the intermediate lands. In response, Zhong and Jay thanked the girl in one voice. And then they activated the assessment by calling up the system window in order to see their characteristics. Seeing him, they told Lois that their class was high enough. Could they really give them to them? To which the girl smiled positively. Aji continued to say that red would suit him better, because it has magical protection. Zhong took the blue one because it had physical protection. It was a heavenly dragon pendant, Class B. Lois whispered that she was very glad because they liked them, and also added, telling that their leader was absent at the moment, because he told them to choose something average and give it to you. But she and Alvin took the best. After all, these items were created using the special technology of the White Tower clan, and their cost is probably close to the annual budget of a large clan. This amount of money almost made Zhong's mouth tear. He couldn't believe that they were actually giving it to them. The girl awkwardly began to laugh and said that they should take them, since their leader would not know about it anyway. And the head himself at this time was in a difficult position, because now the outcome of this game could be decided. Zhong continued to ask him when they were leaving, to which he replied that it was tomorrow, which surprised the head of the Tower clan, asking if he shouldn't be at work during such an important period. He asked Chan what difference it made to him, since he wasn't the one going there, and after a pause, he added that, in addition to that, it was hard for Alvin and Lois to choose the items in his presence. The blue-haired man asked him if he was confident in their strength, since they were newbies, and whether it was worth sending them there. Having started to make his move, the head of the Skyscraper clan said that his old comrade himself knew that they could not go there themselves, because those bastards were constantly watching them. At that very moment, Chan reached into the pot of chips, taking one, and intending to make a move. He wondered what would happen if those guys just went and died after making their move. Gritting his teeth, the Golden Lion said that nothing would change, but at that moment he thought that he was losing again. The blue-haired man couldn't believe that he was talking about it so simply. Wasn't it hard for him? And the Golden Lion said that he was right. The head of the Blue Tower clan asked his comrade not to forget that people are now in this situation, mostly because of them. With a sad face, the head of the Skyscraper clan agreed with the opinion of his old comrade. The blue-haired man was about to start saying something, but the Golden Lion interrupted him, saying that he was asking whether it wouldn't be better to send trained people there. And then he started laughing, saying that he would be sure that everything would be okay, because that idiot Alvin Walker is going to be better than any ready-made team they can put together. These words sent the blue-haired man into thought. Seeing this expression on his comrade's face, he agreed. Having said that if he says so, then he will believe him, and then made his next move. Already during the day, our heroes met their cartographer, who would show them the way. After the introduction, he personally introduced himself, His name was Chong Pen Tek, and he also added that he had 10 years of experience here. He worked in the intermediate lands. In response, our heroes introduced themselves to the bespectacled man and were happy to greet him. And Chan himself, looking at them, thought that they had only been here for a year because even taking into account their achievements, this was too little. He was glad to see Alvin and Lois in this company, because this couple is the strongest in their clan. He couldn't believe that he had to go to the intermediate lands with newcomers, because just the thought of it made his eyes go dark. Suddenly he took out a huge map, spread it out on the table, and said that first he would show them the territory they would explore. Pointing to Melon, he began to show the border that separated the city from the intermediate lands. Their name was the Great Mountains, and beyond them began the territory of the intermediate lands. Zhong looked at it carefully and was surprised, asking if the map was still not finished. And the bespectacled man explained that this was because there were unknown territories ahead, since no one had ever gone that far. And then he pointed his finger at the main place where they were going. It was marked with a cross, because it was there that a team of cartographers had recently died. Ji felt awkward and started to mutter something, which confused Alvin quite a bit. He asked the black-haired man if there were really any problems in this place, to which Ji replied that they were going there from the very beginning. Lois and Alvin couldn't believe it. Chong looked suspiciously towards the youngsters and said that there were some suspicious coincidences. Having said that it was time for them to move out, he began to roll up the map and fold it. After all, they were heading to the intermediate lands right now. There was not a minute to lose. Sometime later, our heroes climbed the Great Mountains, and a beautiful picture appeared before their faces. From her, Zhong's face shone, because this was the most real beauty that he had seen here in recent times. After all, he had never seen this view before, and Lois was enjoying this view along with him. And Chan, who was walking ahead, said that his mood would change when they reached the intermediate lands. Looking around, Ji did not understand why they were going here. So he asked the cartographer why they were going through the forest, since it was much safer in the air. He asked if there really weren't people with the ability to fly, to which the bespectacled man replied that they thought the same thing at first. However, the sky is an inviolable territory, where dragons live, and they are flying above them right now. Ji couldn't believe they were real, and Chan said that their strength was about on par with the Demon King, although their numbers weren't that great. However, nothing good can come from meeting them, so they do not move through the air. And then he added that it is also dangerous on Earth, because there are many different types of monsters here. Turning to our heroes, he asked if they already knew about this. After all, the intermediate lands are a huge forest separating the territories of demons, angels, and humans. In other words, they are explored by all three races, but no one knows where and when they will meet them. That's why he asked the newcomers not to relax here, because danger could lurk from all sides. They were already in enemy territory, and after these words, Zhong began to nervously look around. While looking around, the brown-headed man noticed that they were surrounded by huge trees, and Walker explained that these were the same ones from which the Tree of Power was made. Taking hold of one of them, the black-haired man said, "So that's why it seemed familiar to me." The cartographers turned to the youngsters and asked them why they didn't test themselves, so that he could be convinced of their strength. Our hero didn't think for long. Clenching his fist, he swung, starting to concentrate mana in his hand. And then he struck the tree with a powerful blow, and a column of dust rose from this blow. A loud roar from the impact was heard throughout the surrounding area and spread. Once the dust settled, there was a mark left on the tree from our protagonist's fist. She said in surprise that they really did look like the ones that stood in the Skyscraper clan. But they were distracted from this conversation by a wild howl, which immediately irritated our heroes. Zhong shouted unevenly that he really didn't like these sounds, and Ji turned to the cartographer and asked what it was. Zhong calmly, folding his hands, answered that the boy himself called him. The dark-haired man didn't understand this and asked again, to which the bespectacled man replied that the guy really thought that after such a noise nothing would happen. This answer puzzled our protagonist. He did not understand why he asked to do this then, and Chong had an evil smile on his face and began to speak. That he wants to see their abilities. That's why he told them to prove themselves. After all, their opponents will be omnivorous bears, which can reach up to 4 meters. And also from the sounds, he said that there were about 10 approaching them. He said that these are the most common monsters in the intermediate lands. Although they are considered the weakest here, their teeth and claws can easily tear apart trees in the forest. He also smiled evilly and asked the youngsters not to relax and to show what they were capable of. After these words, monsters began to appear right in front of our heroes. Their roar was frightening. As soon as they saw people, they immediately went in their direction. But our heroes passed through the demonic forest, they were not going to be afraid of such beasts. After just a few minutes, the cartographer could not believe his eyes. He silently looked towards the newcomers, not understanding how they were able to deal with so many so quickly. A drop of sweat ran down his face, and he could only think about one thing, because their strength was incredible. He asked Alvin why he didn't say that he had surprised the skyscraper commander enough. He didn't understand what they were talking about, so he asked Chong what he meant. And the bespectacled man asked again why he didn't say that their abilities were at that level. Walker responded because he decided it would be better for him to see everything with his own eyes, because many people still do not believe that they were able to deal with Jeffrey. Hearing this answer, he once again fell into thought about their incredible strength in such a short period of time in this world. He thought that it usually took 3 rankers to fight 10 omnivorous bears, so he was going to personally help them. But these two became so strong in just 1 year that they didn't even need help. He especially singled out the black-haired man, who at the same moment as he looked at him, interrupted his thoughts, indifferently asking if this was enough. The bespectacled man didn't understand this question, asking again, and Ji explained that he said that they were the weakest here. Wasn't that too little for this test? At that very moment, the man tensed up, wondering if the boy was really making fun of him. But seeing his serious look, he thought that this was definitely not the case. After all, he really doesn't know how strong the bears they just fought were. He didn't know what to say to that, so Walker took the initiative and said that that was all. He also added that there was still something left to see here. Lois noticed that Zhong didn't wipe the blood off his sword, immediately starting to sheath it. She asked him anxiously if he didn't wipe the blood off his sword. Brown had explained that he liked it better this way, because the more blood he absorbed, the stronger he became. Walker immediately recognized the sword. He asked Zhong if he could handle the berserker state. But not hearing a clear answer, he assumed that he couldn't yet, because he understood that the more the attack power increased, the more difficult it was for him. And Zhong himself said that he tried, but he still couldn't do it. Assuming that it is because the sword absorbed a huge amount of blood during that fight with Shipman. When he uses berserk, he cannot control it. AG added to this by saying that it was difficult in the Devil's Forest because he couldn't restrain himself in that state. Lois asked to what state he lost the degree of sanity, and the boy awkwardly replied that he was not himself, but fortunately, this effect was temporary. After listening to all this conversation, Alvin said that it was difficult for him to control it due to the huge amount of blood he had absorbed. Zhong looked at him and smiled happily, because if he could control him, he would become much stronger. Time passed. Our heroes made their way deeper and deeper into the forest. On their way, they encountered monsters, which they dealt with successfully. Turning and looking back at the huge number of slain creatures behind him, he thought. Lois looked anxiously towards her comrade, calling him to move on, explaining to Zay that they couldn't stay in one place for too long. 6 days have passed, and the bears are becoming fewer and fewer as they move deeper into the depths. Ji explained to Zhong that they were much weaker than the other monsters that lived here, so they could not survive inside the forest itself. Alvin told the cartographer that he was quite tired, and Chan replied that this was understandable since they had been walking for the 6th day already, and began to look around. He also explained that they saw them fighting and not attacking them, as it could show everyone that they were afraid, but this was far from the case. They were just waiting for the right moment to attack. Because of this, they could not rest properly. Chong asked the newcomers if they were okay, to which he received a positive answer. Zhong smiled awkwardly and said, "We spent more than half a year in the Devil's Forest, and we easily deal with monsters thanks to the help of Uncle Pentek." Having listened to the end, the bespectacled man thought about it and began to make his way further into the forest. A smile appeared on his face because he thought that this kid knew how to approach people. After some time, he stopped abruptly and began to look around carefully. And then he said loudly here, which rather puzzled our heroes. He said that from this moment onwards, an unknown territory begins that is not on the maps. This is the same zone where the cartographers died. Our heroes were being watched through some kind of ball, and surprise sounds were heard. The sitting demons discussed the fact that humans had come to visit them again. Demon General Beld really hoped that this time they would be much more interesting, because the previous ones were too boring. And the girl General Laraj, lying nearby, was waiting for them impatiently, asking them to come to them as quickly as possible. Looking closely, he saw a black-haired man. He screamed loudly in surprise, because he had already seen him somewhere. He asked the man standing next to him if he knew this person. That man was the same Mr. Turner who awkwardly began to answer that these are the same people who killed Abram and cut down the Devil's Tree. He also understood that if they had gotten this far, then they were not as simple as they seemed at first glance. The demon man's face changed. His anger was felt by everyone in the building. He asked if they would interfere with their plans this time. At that very second, Lois felt something. Her face changed dramatically. She said loudly that this feeling was quite familiar to her. And our black-haired hero added that this is the energy of monsters, although he feels it weakly. Alvin turned to his comrades and assumed that there was a demon here, since he was suddenly able to feel free in the depths of the forest. In that case, they should be prepared to meet a demon of at least the general level. These words almost killed Chong. He could not believe these words. He asked not to say such terrible things, because the general is slightly weaker than the overlord. He refused to meet someone like them. Suddenly sweat started running down Zhong's face, and he asked everyone to stop and look. And they explained to him that these were claw marks left by omnivorous bears to mark their territory. But suddenly everyone took a closer look. They were too huge, and they were also too far from their habitat. Each of our heroes began to peer at these marks, wondering who had left them. But a moment later they felt a wild onslaught on their bodies, and behind it a strong wind arose, which seemed to sweep away everything in its path. Just a second later, a huge shadow began to cover the bodies of our heroes. Accompanied by wild, terrifying sounds, this monster was much larger than the previous bears. A huge, seemingly omnivorous bear appeared right from behind the tree. Alvin and Chan couldn't believe their eyes, because it looks like an omnivorous bear. But it was 4 times larger. The cartographer standing next to him said in fear that he had never even heard of such monsters. He also added that such bears cannot live here. His face began to break out in sweat. He was sure that something was wrong here, that someone was interfering from the outside. Naturally, the huge monster was not going to wait for our heroes to attack it first. Therefore, it immediately attacked him, sending everyone dodging the powerful blow in different directions. Zhong immediately began to draw his sword and activate his unique skill. He used a giant sword, intending to cut off the bear's head in one attack. However, he immediately dodged the attack, attacking his attacker in response. Zhong understood that he didn't have time to dodge this attack. He urgently needed to do something. Seeing this scene, Ji excitedly shouted that it was too dangerous and he needed to dodge. And just a second later there was a loud sound from the impact, which resembled the sound of an explosion. A brown-headed man landed next to Lois and, as if nothing had happened, he thanked the girl. After all, right at the moment of impact, she used her magic cube,